Welcome to an audiobook, The Solomon Family Tree, 1800 to 2016, Nathaniel to Nathaniel, the roots, the branches, and all the nuts. Preface. The story that follows is a narrative history of the Solomon family. By a narrative history, I mean that the historical events and facts that the story relates are true. However, the words and feelings of the characters are mostly fiction, especially those of family members prior to my parents. The narrative is added to bring a sense of reality and texture to the start dates and facts of genealogy. In doing so, I have tried to guess how a person at that point in time at which they lived would have reacted to events surrounding them. Our story begins with Nathaniel Solomon, the most distant relative we have been able to trace with any certainty. It continues through the generations, culminating with the birth of my siblings and me and my grandchildren. Of course, a family story never really ends, as families continue. Perhaps someday others will add more chapters to this saga, but for now, this is the story of the Solomon family as best as I can tell it. Please enjoy. James Harry Solomon, husband of Rose Ann Marie Scott Solomon. Parents of Kristen Ann Solomon Scoble and James Anthony Solomon. Grandparents of Shelby Rose and Nathaniel Patrick Solomon. Chapter 1, 1800s, The Start. The year is 1801, and the new millennium, the United States, and Nathaniel, little Natty Solomon all share their infancy. Each is just beginning their journey into the relative unknowns. Each is just beginning to chisel their future to be remembered by their offspring. The new millennium of the 1800s promises adventures and inventions never before thought possible. Following on the heels of a century that has seen unprecedented expansion from the old world to the new, the 1800s portends more extensive expansion within the New World and conflict over who owns the rights to the lands where expansion is likely to occur. Ships, barges, animal-powered vehicles, and an occasional balloon ride followed the first successful balloon flight in 1783. The new century also sees expansion of Eli Whitney's American system of mass production with jigs, metal patterns that guide machine, tools to make exact replicas of any parts. The invention will substantially change manufacturing from the produced in individual cottages or small shops to that produced in larger factories employing many laborers. This invention will also affect the lives of the Solomons, working in America's factories for the next 2 centuries. As for the United States, it was a brief 25 years earlier that a presumptuous group of unseasoned colonial soldiers rebelled against the professional army of what was then the strongest country in the world, and against unbelievably long odds, secured their independence. The Constitution that binds together the 16 states in 1801 had been in effect a brief 14 years, and the newly United States are still struggling to find proper mechanisms to make it work. To begin this millennium, Thomas Jefferson became the 3rd President of the United States, in which has become known as the Revolution of 1800. It being the first peaceful transfer of government from one political party to another in a popular election in history. This transfer is all the more remarkable when it remembered that none of the 4 candidates for president received a majority of the vote, including then President John Adams, and finally the decision was left to Congress, which on the 35th ballot elected Jefferson. This action so angered John Adams that he left Washington, D.C., without ever so much as talking or to shaking Jefferson's hand. These 2 great Americans became bitter political enemies until much later in their lives when they began again to be friends, and exchanged a series of correspondence that would last until their death, both on the same day, July 4th, 1826. At the same time the Revolution of 1800 is being completed, little Natty Solomon, about 3 years old, dashes around the small two-room house that he shares with his parents in Hackettstown, New Jersey. This structure has been built by Natty's parents from the surrounding woods as they cleared the land, the harder the oak on the exterior and the softer pine on the inside of the house. The exterior oak had rough-hewn finish, dull to the sight and rough to the touch. The interior shines as the streams of light enter through the two glass windows or through the open door bounces off the light yellow, smooth pine walls. Only a blanket stretches from one side of the house to the other separates the two rooms. This allows privacy at night when sleeping, but also allows the living space to expand during the day when the blanket is pulled back. Locally, in a sparsely settled area in west central New Jersey, the house is surrounded by a mixture of oak, white cedar, and pine trees. These trees are some short, some taller, allow a dabble of sunlight and shade to fall into the front yard. Inside the house, Natty smiles as a wonderful fragrance on this early morning as the heat from the corner granite fireplace warms the interior pine, releases delightful molecules that waft the pine smell throughout both rooms. Natty will always remember this aroma fondly. A cool and moist breeze carried in from the Mohegan River, actually more of a stream, which feeds into the Delaware River and then on to the Atlantic Ocean, not quite 50 miles away, providing a frost in the ground and a nip in the air. Little Natty, thin and wiry with a shock of black hair sticking out unmanaged or perhaps even unmanageable on the top of his head, and always active, loves to rush from the house to collect the pine cones laying on the forest floor. These pine cones are his favorite toys, becoming rocks to throw at the squirrels and rabbits that often venture unaware in the front yard, are becoming soldiers at the simple bequests of Natty's imagination. It is a wonderful and peaceful time for the Solomon family, at least as wonderful a time as any could be for a poor family struggling to survive in the new United States. For just like so many other inhabitants of the new United States, the Solomons struggle every day, not just to make ends meet, but to provide the basic foods needed to assure survival. More often than not, the main meal of the day is squirrel or rabbit, if Natty hasn't scared them away with his hand-propelled pine cones, or white-tailed deer on those wonderful days when Natty's father returns home from a successful hunt. Natty's father is a seasoned and proficient hunter, and more often than not, the family has an adequate supply of good meat that only occasionally has to be supplemented with the lesser meats of woodchuck or possum. The century, the country, and Natty grow quickly, and by 1804, when Lewis and Clark begin their great adventure to explore the far reaches of the United States, Natty expands his adventures around the home and helps with chores as best he can. A few of the children around Natty's age, but much richer, are beginning their schooling at home with private tutors. It won't be for almost another decade that New Jersey will attempt to establish a state-supported public school system. No matter, however, even then there will be fees at these schools, fees that Natty's parents could never have paid. So at age 6, Natty had no schooling. He does not know how to read and write and never will. But this lack of schooling does not bother Natty, for none of his best friends know how to read or write either. Working around the house doing errands, hunting with his father, Natty grows into a youth of average height and weight as he enters his teen years. Natty is always anxious to help in any way he can. He is a very serious young lad who knows how difficult his parents' lives are. He also has become quite an excellent marksman and can almost at this early age outshoot his father. Although Natty looks young for his age, he is becoming a fine young man. When the War of 1812 breaks out, having reached the age of about 14, Natty wants desperately to enter the service to defend his country. Natty tries to explain how mature he is and what a good shot he is with the rifle. He tries very hard to convince his father just how much his country needs him. But his father remembers all too well the horrors he witnessed during his service in the Revolutionary War. The vision of the dead bodies, bad enough in themselves, but the mortally wounded comrades, laying bloody in the ground, begging for death to come quickly, steels his resolve, and he insists that Natty is needed to help support the family, keeping Natty out of the war. This does not mean, however, that Natty doesn't think of it often, imagining the glories of battle, at the same time suffering the fear and apprehension of English troops raiding the United States. News travels slowly, but when news that the British have routed 7,000 U.S. militiamen in the Battle of Blandenburg and then proceeded to Washington and burned the White House reaches New Jersey, Natty's dilemma, being torn between his country and his family, tugs harder and harder at him. Natty desperately wants to rush to war. His father just as desperately wants him not to. Natty pleads with his father and tries again to argue his case. Natty knows, however, never to raise his voice or purposely disobey his father. His parents have taught him to respect them. Fortunately, these periodic butting of heads between Natty and his father do not last long, as the tide of battle soon turns. The British have been routed at the Battle of New Orleans, which ironically, due to slow communication systems, is fought after the war has officially ended, and the country is at peace again, as are Natty and his father. Natty is free to continue his life and to settle into his usual patterns. He is now a strong young man and begins his life as laborer. In an era growing as quickly as New Jersey, it is not hard for a young man with energy and strength to find work. Nat, by now 16 years old and preferring to leave the more childish name of Natty behind, is working as a laborer in an iron manufacturing plant. The work is hard, the hours are long, and the conditions are abysmal, with the glowing hot, searing heat of the furnaces giving way to the cold and damp evening air at the end of the workday. But Nat minds this little, for the pay is good and he's able to help his family. Nat wakes as usual before the sun comes up. He quickly splashes some water in his face and prepares himself for another day in the foundry. He puts on his dirty work clothes, the same ones he has worn for the past several days. Figuring that his clothes would only get grimy again, almost instantaneously as he enters the foundry, he, as do the others who work at the foundry, washes his clothes only once a week on Sunday, his one day off. His hands, dirt caked under his fingernails, pull his soft blackened trousers up over his knees and tucks in his oily gray shirt. He tugs his robe belt tight. Nat then pulls on his socks, if you can call them that, since they seem to have more holes than fabric, and boots. Nat leaves the house just after sunup and strolls along the path from his house to the foundry, the sunlight just creeping over the eastern horizon. The trees all around him, from a green and brown tunnel to his left and right above him. He mindlessly walks the dirt path, occasionally kicking a loose stone out of his way. He looks down more than up. He has always walked the same path so many times before that he knows it by heart and finds no reason to look up often. However, coming upon a clearing in the trees apart from around him, he notices a young girl who has just left her house to fetch water from the family well. Usually too busy and tired from working, Nat seldom had much time or energy to think about girls, but now for some reason this one particular young lady has caught his eye. As he glances up to look at him, he cannot but wish that he had taken more care of his appearance, or at least seen her first on a Monday when his clothes were clean. Nat averts his eyes from her gaze, tries to shrink into the ground, making himself as small and unnoticeable as possible, and picks up his pace, walking more quickly now towards the trees on the other side of the clearing, and then on to the foundry. He wants to look back, but cannot bring himself to do it. He thinks about her face, her eyes, all the way to work. He thinks about her at work. He thinks about her on the way home from work, but takes a different route home, knowing full well that no matter how disheveled or dirty he was this morning, he is much worse now, although he has desperately tried to wash some of the grime before leaving the factory. Nat spots the same girl over the next few years, overcoming his shyness and embarrassment at the appearance of his clothing. Over the time he has learned that her name is Elizabeth. He watches her grow from a beautiful young girl into a beautiful young woman. Also over this time, he has worked up the courage to occasionally speak to her. He seldom speaks of anything of great importance, usually just a polite good morning and a nice weather, or at least when it is the morning or the weather is good. So it comes as a complete shock to Elizabeth one Monday morning when Nat, after a full night of building up courage, stops and talks to her for a full half hour. The conversation begins with the usual good mornings and nice weathers, but ends with Nat telling her that he would like to marry her and wondering if she would mind if he talked to her father. Elizabeth is somewhat shocked at Nat's forwardness. Nat is even more shocked when Elizabeth answers yes. She would love for him to talk to her father, and yes, she would love to marry him. And soon events followed the natural course. Nathaniel and Elizabeth were married in a small wooden church, the one with the iron bell atop a steeple, located about halfway between their houses. It's a simple ceremony, typical of the couples of the station in life at that time. The service is held on a Sunday after normal church services. Their immediate family, fathers, mothers, and siblings attend the wedding. The preacher is solemn and drones on the importance of a good marriage and duties of a husband and wife. Nat and Elizabeth are both ecstatic. The ceremony ends with a simple, quick kiss, the first ever, and they are now pronounced husband and wife. Nat cannot imagine ever being any happier. He is now a young man with his new wife. Nat, with the help of his father, has built his own small house just down the road from the oak and pine house he grew up in. It is also just 2 rooms, much as the house he was born and grew up in. But Nat is proud of his house, this home, one he can call his own. Elizabeth is thrilled as she sets up housekeeping here. She sweeps the sand wooden floor often and takes great pride in maintaining their 3 chickens, given to them as a wedding present. Fresh eggs almost every day bring a smile to her face as she relishes this luxury. She and Nat quickly construct a small chicken coop out in the woods he has cut from around the house and some wire he has purchased from the local store. This will add on to the coop several times over the years as 3 chickens multiply into a small flock. In a few short years, Nat's joy and responsibilities grow. The year is now 1823, and he is the proud father of his son, Silas. Silas is a sweet little baby, born with a shock of dark black hair sprouting from his round baby face. Elizabeth is a natural and wonderful mother, and dotes on little Silas with every spare minute. However, Nat struggles now even more to provide for his family. He raises crops on the land next to his house, corn, carrots, beans, and celery, and prays every year for good weather and a bumper crop. Some years his prayers are fully answered, others only partially or poorly. The wild game that has been so plentiful when he was a young boy is now scarcer, as more and more people move into New Jersey, crowding out the animals. Now more than ever, Nat has to buy meat from the butcher if his family is to have meat as part of their diet. But this meat is expensive, and most often than not, meals contain no meat at all. Nat has been working at the foundry now for over a decade. He is still a laborer, and his wages are scarcely increased at all. And he sits under a cedar tree in front of his small house, his usually thinking spot. He ponders how to improve this plot in life. He cannot work more hours at the foundry. He already is working 12-hour days, leaving barely enough time to help with the crops and the house or to hunt for meat. He cannot find another job. There are none to be found. In fact, he is lucky to be working in the factory, for many of the young men are now without work at all. Lost in his thought, Nat realizes that drastic action can bring about improvement. Nat remembers his cousin, who has moved away, and on his visits back to New Jersey, talks about a place in Pennsylvania where coal mining and barge traffic has brought about an economic boom. Jobs are plentiful, and the pay is better than in New Jersey. His cousin also told him that there's plenty of game there to be had by a skilled hunter. So Nat has decided he cannot see any way for his family and him to survive. He goes inside the small house and tells Elizabeth that they will be moving to a small village nestled in the fold of Mount Pisgah and Bear Mountain in Pennsylvania, where there are jobs and success to be had for anyone willing to work hard. And if there is anything that Nat knows, is how to work hard. He announces that they will move to East Mock Chunk, Pennsylvania. Shocked and disappointed, Elizabeth, still taking care of her infant son, cannot comprehend moving so far away from her family. She attempts to hold back her tears and to question her husband about the move, without questioning his decision or authority. It is a fine line, but Elizabeth dearly loves her parents and brothers and sisters and does not want to move that far away from them. But Nathaniel is her husband, and if he says that they must move, they must. She knows that it is her duty as a wife to support her husband. The enormity of this decision cannot be overstated. Times were different then. Horse and carriage were still the mode of transportation, with commercial railroad traffic still about 10 years away. The distance from Elizabeth's house in Hackettstown, New Jersey, to East Mock Chunk, Pennsylvania, is about 60 miles, a hard 1 or 2 day trip by wagon. She knows that she will rarely see her parents again. So does Nat, but he is so much more resolved in his decision and less close to her family than Elizabeth is to hers. This makes leaving easier for him, harder for her. In the few days before the move, when Nat is not around, Elizabeth cries constantly. Although she will never cry in front of him, she is frightened by the impending move. She has never been so far away from her family home, yet off they will go into the great unknown. A year later, in 1825, Nat and Elizabeth are settled in East Mock Chunk, at least as settled as Elizabeth will ever be. East Mock Chunk is a beautiful little village of a few hundred people. The chestnut and oak trees circle Nat's house that he has already built for himself. These trees enhance in beauty, and in the fall, as their leaves turn a variety of crimson reds, yellow, and oranges, as fall continues its inexorable march towards winter, creating a kaleidoscope of color. By now it is spring, and Nat is working as a laborer in the canal, helping run the mule-drawn barges along the Susquehanna River, carrying goods down to Philadelphia for the most part. This year, Nat and Elizabeth are blessed with another son, John. The two boys are followed shortly by two girls, Mary and Margaret, born in 1826 and 1827. His family is growing, and Nat is happy. His new house, now expanded to 3 bedrooms, in addition to the sitting room and the kitchen, much larger than the one he owned in New Jersey, is ringing with the sounds of children playing inside. He works outside in the fresh air instead of the stifling factory in New Jersey. His clothes are no longer covered with oil and grime. His fingernails, although not spotless, are underlay only with the dirt from the garden in the back of the house, a garden so much larger than the one in New Jersey. But just when Nat's joy is at its peak, his world comes crashing down around him. Not long after leaving the house for work, as he heads on his daily journey, following the meandering of the river as it hugs Bear Mountain, Nat spots Silas, his oldest son, now 9, rushing up to him along the towpath. Nat knows that something is amiss, for although Silas occasionally walks up to the path with his father, today Nat can clearly see the tears in Silas's eyes and the terror on his face. As Silas bursts out of the woods, Nat had hoped he would hear that Mother is dead. Nat drops the guide reins from his hand and rushes home, running far ahead of young Silas. He bursts through the kitchen door and finds his beloved Elizabeth dead on the floor. Perhaps the strain of raising 4 children was too much for her. Perhaps the strain of being separated from her parents took its toll. But whatever the cause, she is dead, and Nat is crushed. Alone, a single father of 4 children, Nat is inconsolable. How will he raise 4 children by himself? 4 weeks after the funeral, Nat seldom leaves the house, instead roaming from one end to the other, looking out the window in the front door and then looking out the window in the back door, but not knowing or caring what he is looking for. Nat is lost in this house, and life that just a few days before had held such joy is now empty. Only those who have lost someone they deeply love and whom they have planned to spend their entire life with can even imagine the depths of despair, the hopelessness, lost, empty feelings that Nathaniel is now suffering. Every day he wakes with a deep aching tiredness in his bones. Every night as he goes to bed with the same heavy aching feeling. Every step Nat takes, every word he utters, materializes only through a Herculean effort on his part. He does not cry in front of his children, although he cries every night. He misses his darling Elizabeth so. He does his best to function and slowly comes out of the depression. Enough to go back to work on the canal, as he must to support the children. However, this creates its own problems, as the oldest Silas and John are doing their best to help raise themselves and their sisters, but at ages 9 and 7, the boys are not particularly up to the task. Fortunately for Nat and his children, his neighbors rally around them and provide the help and stability that is needed to get the family back on their feet. Several of the neighborhood women take turns watching the young children. In fact, one, who herself knows how to read and write, begins to school the boys at home. The boys are sharp and quick learners and soon possess a skill, reading, that their father would never master. Although Nat returns to work every day, trudges along the barges as they course the river, the air never feels as fresh, nor the sun as warm as it did before. Where once the clear, crisp fragrance of the trees and flowers that line the canal caught Nat's attention, now he smells nothing. Where once he basked all day in the heart of the sun, roasting himself to a soothing, comfortable brown tan, he now feels no warmth. Not the sun, not the heaviness of the air around the water, not the gravel trod under his feet. The only thing he feels is the sadness at the loss of his most beloved Elizabeth. Nat knows that in order to continue to provide for his children, that he will have to continue to work and try his best to care for the children with his neighbor's help. But this is no easy task. In the past, used to working from sunup to sundown, Nat now falls into bed exhausted at the end of each evening and drags himself tired still from the bed in the morning, as his days have grown longer, trying to do all the things Elizabeth had done around the house. He washes the clothes, cooks the dinner, and tries to spend time with the children, who are the sole remaining hope of his life. The pattern of his work and his exhaustion does not help him to deal with his grief. If you start and end the day as tired as Nat does, there is little time to dwell on your grief, and exhaustion is the only thing that brings you on as a welcome through nights of sleep. But as with all things, in a few years his grief begins to diminish. Although he still misses Elizabeth, he begins to think about taking another wife, in part because he is lonely, but more so because he cannot expect the neighbors to help him to take care of his children forever. And the children really do need a mother. They spend much too much time home by themselves, and this is unfair to the older boys to be asked to always look after the younger children. And so it comes to pass that Nat marries Sarah, his second wife. She is a young woman, 15 years younger than Nat, but seems to love Nat, seeing what a good man and father he is, and she promises to be a good wife. Sarah is a petite young woman, no greater than 5 feet tall, but a bit stout with rounded hips and stocky legs. She has a nice smile and very pleasant disposition. Well, not a natural beauty, and although she can never replace Elizabeth, she and Nat begin to build a future together. While Sarah loves children, dealing with Silas and John, who are entertaining their teenage years, is difficult for her. She is not all that much older than they are, and shorter than both of them. But she deals with them as best she can, and leaves much of the serious discipline of the two boys to Nat. This is a job that Nat can handle, and always that he had been the disciplinarian in the family, and is convinced that only through strong discipline and structure will the children become fine young adults. Nat seldom raises his voice, but when he does, the children, particularly Silas and John, know that a whipping with a birch stick is not far behind. The threat of this punishment works wonders in keeping the boys in line, and so it is that gradually, slowly at first, but more quickly thereafter, the children look to Sarah as their mother, and are glad to have a complete family again. Nat and Sarah soon begin a family of their own, adding to the 4 children from his first marriage. Sophia is Nat and Sarah's firstborn. She is a lovely young girl, born with locks of dark black hair encircling her pure white face. Then in 1836, Elmira is born, followed in 1838 by Isabel. Elmira is a small child, and barely survives her childbirth. Isabel, on the contrary, is born a large, round, pink, and healthy child. 3 years later, Emily is born, followed soon after by Catherine. Then two sons are born, Alexander in 1847 and Nathaniel Douglas in 1849. And then little Martha Matilda is born in 1853. Being the youngest, Nat idolizes her and dotes on her endlessly, knowing that her age will soon have no more children. It seems that little Martha almost from birth knows that she is special. She immediately takes to her father, and they maintain a special bond that will carry forth through the rest of his life. Once again, Nat's house and life were full of happiness. His household now has a clump of several sets of older feet, as well as the assorted skipping and patter of the feet of his 8 children with Sarah. 12 children of all ages, sizes, and temperaments are constantly running into, through, and out of the house. A dozen children, a dozen daily doses of joy. Despite his many efforts to expand the boundaries of his house, it is still bursting at the seams with children. The girls sleep in 2 bedrooms, and the 2 eldest sharing 1 bedroom, and the 6 youngest sharing another. As for the boys, Silas and John are now older, and have talked frequently of moving out on their own, starting their own lives. This will happen shortly. The 2 younger sons, Alex and Nathan Douglas, share another small room that Nat has built on the back of the house. It is a happy but crowded and seldom quiet experience. Chapter 2. Dark Clouds of Change. The year is 1855, and much has changed. The century is more than half over. Rail traffic powered by steam engines is greatly shrinking the country. Goods and people can now travel farther, faster, and with less dust than they ever could by horse-drawn stage. The United States is approaching its centennial birthday, but approaching it with an increased divisiveness, and a war appears to be looming. Gold has been discovered in California, which has been admitted to the Union, completing the U.S. journey from East Coast to West. Levi Strauss is beginning to make his fortune selling bibless overhauls to the 49ers who are flocking to the goldfields. Also, the sewing machine has been invented, an invention that will affect the lives of several future Solomon women. And the Solomon family is becoming an American family. Nathaniel is now almost 60 years old, but certainly looks much younger without a trace of gray in his hair. Silas, Nat's firstborn, is now a mature man with a family of his own. Silas has grown to be rather tall, at 5 feet 10 inches, and was slender. All 140 of his pounds are lean muscle. His hazel eyes and dark hair and complexion give him a handsome yet mysterious and brooding appearance. Serious and seldom smiling, Silas is a pragmatist, viewing the world as a place of opportunity, but where only hard work will bring success. He has little time for fun or frivolity. He has inherited his father's penchant for hard work. Silas had witnessed many changes during venturing out on his own in 1840. The 40s were a dismal time to try to create one's own livelihood in Pennsylvania because a serious economic depression that had wreaked havoc with the rest of the country for the past 3 years hit Pennsylvania hard at that time. Pennsylvania had to default on its interest payments to British and European bondholders, creating a lack of capital to create new businesses and a rash of foreclosures on companies in the state. Throughout this tough time, only Silas's focus on hard work, finding work wherever he could, and struggling and saving brought him through this economic depression, relatively unscathed. He has a job. He has a few dollars set aside for a rainy day. The pattern of frugality will characterize Silas's entire life. But having survived the 40s, times are different now in 1855, especially in the Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania. The economy is booming, and East Mock-Chunk and its sister town Mock-Chunk on the other side of the river, where Silas has moved, are major centers for trade and commerce. New homes and stores are rapidly popping up to support the boom. Mock-Chunk now boasts several millionaires, with more to come, making their fortune in the coal and railroad industries. No one minds much the smoke belching from the steam engines as they chug in the town. No one minds much of the mountains of slag deposited by the coal mines. These are signs of economic prosperity, and all townspeople are glad to see them. The residents of Mok Chunk and East Mok Chunk simply sweep the coal dust off their footstoops, and men brush it off their top hats and shoes as they scurry about building more and more wealth. These once sleepy hamlets are now abuzz with activity. More and more people are coming into these villages each year. Times are good, and the towns are growing. Barge traffic has slowed to a virtual standstill, with more and more customers preferring their goods to be shipped by rail, which is much quicker and now less expensive. While this costs change, Nathaniel's his job on the canal, and he has to change to general labor tasks. Silas is more positively affected as the Lehigh Valley Railroad comes into being this year with a line built between Mok Chunk and Easton by Pennsylvania coal mine operator Asa Packer. This change is a blessing for Silas, who gains employment and through his hard work and dedication becomes an experienced and skilled molder, creating molds for rails, rail car components, and the special machinery tools necessary to support the burgeoning rail industry. Silas' family is also growing. 9 years ago, in August of 1846, he married Emily Townsend Rogers, a 20-year-old local Mok Chunk girl, 3 years his junior. She and Silas have since blessed Nathaniel with 3 grandchildren. Winifred, born in 1847, Renetta, born in 1849, and Martha, born in 1852, and named after Nathaniel's favorite child and her Aunt Martha. Silas loves his children and enjoys nothing more than taking young Winnie for a ride in the switchback, running from Mok Chunk to Summit Hill and then back to Mok Chunk. A working coal route during the week, the coal company runs the switchback as a passenger excursion on Sundays when the mine is closed. Both Silas and Winnie love to feel the cool air whipping across their faces as the cars careen down the side of the hill, carried gently by gravity. It is a marvel to them sometimes how the cars all manage to stay on the tracks, which they almost always do. Silas, carrying young Winnie on his shoulders, walks down the Mok Chunk switchback depot, their 2 heads bobbing with each step Silas takes. 2 rounding orbs covered with unruly shocks of jet black hair. They hop on the train. Rounding a graceful curve, the train approaches the foot of Mount Pisgah and foreboding inclined plane. The ride up the incline rises 664 feet in less than half a mile. Reaching the peaks, Silas and Winnie and the rest of the passengers on the train pass through the engine house and cross the Mount Pisgah trestle. Shortly after rising up the Mount Jefferson Plain, the train is atop the mountain, and only about 1 mile from the Summit Hill Depot, where it circles back towards the downhill track and Mok Chunk. This is the part of the ride that Silas and Winnie love most. Starting slowly, the train picks up speed, moderately the speed only by the curving undulations of the track as it weaves the train back and forth down the mountain. Faster and faster the train speeds forward, topping out at about 50 miles an hour as it passes the 5-mile tree crossover by Lentz Trail. Winnie, bouncing with the abandon inside the opening passenger car, held tight on Silas's lap. She yells with excitement as the trees and scenery go whizzing past in a blur of green and brown. Mok Chunk is rapidly becoming into sight again and coming even closer, the train slowing ever so slightly in the beginning and then more perceivably as it approaches the station. It stops and Silas and Winnie soon depart the train to run home to tell the rest of the family about their exciting ride. Times are very good, and despite some rumbling about the issue of slavery and divisiveness among the states, this is a great time in Pennsylvania. Commerce is booming. In fact, in 1859, the year after Merritt Solomon became Silas's 4th child, oil is discovered in Titusville, Pennsylvania, and production begins, providing the world with a new source of energy, one that would eventually replace coal and have a devastating impact on the Pennsylvania anthracite coal mining towns like Mok Chunk. But even as time seemed to be going well, dark clouds on the horizon, as Silas notes from reading the newspapers he gets secondhand from friends, he notes the trouble with the major issues of the day. Silas spends endless hours in the evening discussing these issues with his brother John. Both are extremely interested in issues both nationally and locally. Some described the most major issue as a battle between the rights of the states and the rights of the national government. Others described the issue as one purely of whether slavery should continue to exist as an institutional in the United States. Southerners make the argument that the national government should not dictate to them what they can or cannot do, and this includes whether to own slaves or not. They believe they should be allowed to decide issues for themselves without undue influence from a strong central government. As for slavery, for them, the arguments are not along moral lines. Whether it is right or wrong to own slaves, or whether slaves are actually human beings entitled to the same rights as others, but purely and simply a matter of economics of slavery. The southern agricultural states are fully reliant upon cotton for their survival, which provides $192 million of exports, more than half of the total U.S. exports, and they need inexpensive laborers in the fields. And no labor is less expensive than slavery, where most landowners meet only simple survival needs of the slaves. The North, industrial states, on the other hand, are foregoing their future through automation, thus ever reducing the need for unskilled labor. The northern states do not believe the southern states should act alone, outside the constraints of almost 100 years' national union. And many in the North see slaveholdings as morally wrong and adherent. Silas understands all these issues, and perhaps more than most Americans, realize the importance of the 1860 election as he enters into the polling center to cast his ballot for presidency of the United States. Examining the names on the sheets of paper, John C. Breckinridge, Stephen Douglas, and Abraham Lincoln, Silas weighs the pros and cons of each candidate. Lincoln had said that the Union must be preserved. Breckinridge, the current vice president and under President James Buchanan, is an adamant pro-slavery and state rights candidate. The Douglas, the little giant, presumed to be the likely winner by most of them whom Silas has talked to, has tried to ride the fence, falling back upon the resolution he entered in the Senate that would allow individual territories to decide whether they allowed slavery or not. Silas agonizes over his decision. While he likes Lincoln's stance, he does not think he can win. Silas clearly eliminates Breckinridge given how divergent his views are from Silas's. Should he vote for the probable winner Douglas? In the end, Silas decides to vote his conscience and cast his ballot for Lincoln. Silas is shocked and pleasantly surprised when the final election results are in. Lincoln wins this historical election with only 40% of the popular vote, but 180 electoral votes. Breckinridge is second in electoral votes with 72, but garners only 18% of the popular vote, mostly from southern states. Douglas, whose campaign faded terribly near the end, manages only 12 electoral votes, although garnering 30% of the popular vote, losing several key states to Lincoln by slight margins. With this election, events both for the nation and for the Solomons move quickly and unfortunately. On December 1860, South Carolina adopts an ordinance of secession to protest the election, and the almost 100-year-old Union, known as the United States, begins to deteriorate. In February of 1861, delegates from 6 seceding states meet at Montgomery, Alabama, and form a proposal government, the Confederate States of the United States, and names Jefferson Davis as their provisional leader. The Confederacy is born, and the Union that Lincoln had hoped so to preserve is being torn apart. Omens of a civil war are unmistakable. Lincoln declares that the secession is illegal, and the Union is one entity that must be maintained. The secessionists become more and more militant. In March of 1861, President Lincoln, whose armies of the Potomac, headquartered in Washington, D.C., numbers only 13,024 officers and men, calls for 42,034 volunteers to serve 3 years in the Army. This call to arms comes none too soon, as on April 12, 1861, Confederate forces under the leadership of General Beauregard, who had resigned his commission as superintendent of the military academy at West Point to assume command of the Confederate Army, fire upon Fort Sumter, South Carolina, and the Civil War, or the War of the Rebellion, it was most often called, begins. Silas and John discuss these events endlessly. They are torn between their loyalty to their family and their loyalty to the Union. As a father of 4 children, and the oldest of whom is now 14, Silas decides to wait to see how long the Confederate insurrection will last, thinking, or perhaps hoping, as most people did, that it will soon end and he will not be called to service. He remembers his grandfather talk about his service as a Revolutionary War. As a young boy, Silas sat on his grandfather's knee and heard of a glorious victory and eventual defeat of the British. His grandfather was never one to be anything but forthright and blunt. Also talked about the hardships, the cold, the wounded, and the mangled bodies. He also openly spoke about death that stalks all wars, plucking victims from both sides. Young men who just moments before meeting the Grim Reaper displayed courage, bravery, and burning desire to live. Silas found these remembrances both fascinating and horrifying. But as Silas and John's discussions continued, the prospects of the war ending quickly also ended quickly. On July 21st, a faithful battle in a small Virginia town about 30 miles west of Washington, D.C., changed history forever. For on that day, the first major battle of what was then known as the Civil War took place. On the northern side of the meandering river known as Bull Run, flowing generally from northwest to southeast, 32,000 Union soldiers, or Federalists as they were known then, under the command of Brigadier General Irvin McDouglas, a 6-foot-tall, heavy-set man with a long dark beard shaped in the French style, stood posed for what they thought would be a quick and decisive rout of the Confederate Army. In fact, victory was so certain that the congressmen and other members of Washington society, some accompanied by ladies with picnic baskets, rode along to view the grand victory. The Confederates, however, under the overall leadership of General Pierre Beauregard, had waited on the far side of Bull Run, anticipating Union arrival and attacked. Here, from a well-fortified position near Young's branch of Bull Run, the Confederates reacted quickly to the initial Union strike with a swift and fierce counterstrike of their own. The fighting was furious, and legends were born on that day. One is that of Thomas J. Jackson, in charge of the Virginia Brigade, that withstood a substantial and particularly ferocious advance by the Union soldiers. Significantly outnumbered, Jackson and his troops courageously held their ground at Stone Bridge against all odds. For this defense, one that the Union never broke, it was said, there is Jackson standing like a stone wall, and from that his name, Stonewall Jackson, arose. Column after blue column of Union soldiers charged across the battlefield. Time and time again the Confederates rebuffed them, leaving the Union soldiers to retreat again and again, dragging away their dead and wounded as best they could. By 3:30 in the afternoon, the outcome of the battle was beginning to become obvious. Beauregard led his gray-clad troops in a surge forward, and under the orders to yell like flurries, giving birth to the rebel yell and ending any thought that the Union Army had of victory. Quickly and certainly a rout was beginning. The untested Union soldiers broke rank and beat a hasty retreat, slowed only by the wagons of Washington socialites who were also fleeing for their lives. Darkness spread over the countryside and over the spirits of the Union Army. It was clear that this was not to be a short war, and the outcome was certainly in doubt. No easy Union victory. At final count, the Union Army had lost over 3,000 troops, almost 500 of them dead. Confederate losses were 387 dead and almost 1,600 wounded. The willingness of each side to continue after such heavy losses was just one indicator of how entrenched each side's philosophy was and how determined each side was to defend their position. The news of the Union defeat spread quickly. Silas found out about it in less than 1 week. This just increased his dilemma. Silas knows that his family needs him. He cannot imagine how Emily could care for 4 children if he was absent. However, he also knows that the country he loves is in danger of dying. He speaks with his brother John on many evenings. They share their dilemma. Silas also speaks to his father Nathaniel, now over 60 years old. These discussions rekindle the feelings that Nathaniel remembers from his own discussion with his father about the desire to serve his country. It was what was then known as the War of 1812. Of course, Silas is much older now than Nathaniel was when he wanted to join the army, allowing him to make his own decisions. However, Silas has a family to raise, where Nathaniel did not. Still, Nathaniel has never stopped wishing that he had entered the military to defend his country. He and Silas and John talk about this well into the darkness of several evenings. Nathaniel advises Silas to join the army. Of course, Nathaniel's advice does not adhere him to Emily. She loves her husband and wants him to stay in Pennsylvania. Her concerns about not caring for the 4 children alone if Silas leaves. And she understands the larger issues facing the nation. Yet, her driving force, her underlying concern, is her fear for Silas' well-being and life if he joins the army. While she is sure that she can manage for a 3-year tour of duty, she cannot imagine living the rest of her life as a widow should something terrible happen to Silas. And then, for who knows what final reason, perhaps it was Nathaniel's influence, Silas makes up his mind. Silas William Solomon, at age 38, the father of 4 children, decides to enlist in the Union Army. Telling Emily is the hardest part. Silas tries to explain that his country needs him. He talks of a sense of duty, one that is real for him and is for other men during the period of American history. He tells Emily that Nathaniel and Sarah are still active and healthy and will help her with the children. He tells her that he will send his military salary to help with expenses. He tells her not to worry, that he will return home safe and sound. He tells her all these things. Emily tries to hide her fear, not being able to hide her tears. She tries as hard as she can to believe all that Silas tells her, but knowing his nature, to stand out in the crowd, to lead others, she knows that he will not be willing to avoid harm's way if there is a fight to be had. So on October 15, 1861, Silas, Emily, and their 4 children all enter the recruiting office of Company H of the 11th Regiment of Pennsylvania Volunteers. Silas signs the papers. Within weeks, Silas has mustered out and has joined General McClellan's Army of the Potomac in Washington, D.C. Silas is joined on the train to Washington, D.C. by several friends and acquaintances such as John Lewis, Josiah Dietrich, Joseph Moyer, Louis Moyer, Billy Aubrey, a magician, Thomas Mulligan, Daniel Hauser, Thomas Arner, James Handyman, and Josiah Poe. These men report to Captain E.H. Roch's unit. Here is Silas's ability to read and write and his natural leadership qualities, along with his marksmanship, honed from many an afternoon outing shooting squirrels in the Pennsylvania hillsides, do in fact make him stand out in the crowd. Silas is a natural fit in the Army. On November 30, 1861, without so much as ever seeing an enemy, Silas is quickly promoted to corporal. His euphoria at his promotion and his increase in pay shine through in his letters home to Emily. While missing him dearly, Emily is glad to know that Silas remains stationed in the Union's capital and that he is not involved in any of the heavy fighting that is occurring mostly in the western parts of the nation. She has heard about some of the small skirmishes, such as the decisive victory by a Union in southeastern Kentucky and Grant's taking of Fort Henry and Donelson. But just when she starts to believe that all is well and that the war might soon end, news of the Battle of Shiloh comes in. During the first day of battle, Grant's army was almost defeated and in being danger of completely overrun by the Confederates. But the arrival of reinforcements enabled the Unionists to recover their lost ground and to force the Confederates back into Mississippi. News of the losses at this battlefield in Tennessee strike as knives of terror in Emily's heart. She almost cannot believe in the totals. In this one battle, almost 2,000 Union soldiers were killed and over 8,000 wounded. The South had about the same number of dead and wounded. After all this while and no action, Silas is beginning to get bored and disenchanted with his army life. Washington is hot and unbearably humid in the early spring and summer months. Silas wonders just how many times he and his fellow soldiers have to practice marching and performing other drills where General McClellan refuses to send him into battle. Silas also hears of the Battle of Shiloh and of the 2 battles of 7 Pines, one a Union victory, but the more recent, significant Confederate triumph. He longs to go home. He longs to serve his country in the field of battle. He will not have to wait much longer to fulfill his second longing. In August of 1862, Silas and the rest of the Pennsylvania Company H are marching behind Captain Roch and the second Lieutenant Hydeman in the sweltering midsummer heat to the site of the war's initial battle, where the Confederates were embroiled to continue their war through their decisive victory. For the second time in 13 months, Union troops under the command of Generals Pope and McDowell are headed to Bull Run. To Pope and to the others who have been here in the first battle, the very terrain is an evil memory. There are same rolling plains and dusty roads that held the myriad of dead after the last encounter in its fateful site. They only pray that they prepare better this time, and the outcome can be different this time. His rifle slung over his shoulder, Silas glances at the others from his hometown during the long hot march from the capital. He wonders if they share the same fear. Yes, having recently heard of the toll of dead at Shiloh, any man not a fool or liar would admit to the same fears. Silas thinks of Emily. He thinks of his rides on the switchback with Winnie. He thinks of his other children. He thinks of his father Nathaniel, hoping to make him proud by his deeds in this battle. He wonders if he will ever go home again, but he also knows that he has a duty to country and that if he is to die, he will die bravely and with courage and honor. And then, although feeling at the same time they have marched forever, Silas also feels that they are nearing the battlefield too soon. Marching in well-closed column, the Union troops soon hear the scream of the artillery fire as the Confederates begin to fight. The Confederates once again have commanded the superior positions and are well entrenched under Bull Run Mountains and Stone Bridge. The woods give them excellent cover to fire from. It becomes clear that any chance for the Union victory will rely on them breaking the enemy lines and taking command of the battlefield. The Union troops will once again be forced to surge, one wave after another across the open field, seeking to take the embankment, where once again Stonewall Jackson's troops, bayonets gleaming, looked on, awaiting the initial rush. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the battle begins in earnest. Silas joins the troops as the first wave of Unionists charge across the open field. The Confederates fire so often that their rifle barrels become too hot to handle. Union soldiers begin to drop all around Silas. Captain Roch, leading the charge, is one of the first to fall, wounded, although not fatally, through the right shoulder. Lieutenant Hydeman takes his place in the lead of Company H. Bullets whiz past his head. The orange sun bearing down from above as hot as the barrels of the Confederate rifles further slows the Union charge. Having fired their rifles, the first Union wave paused to reload as the second wave of troops charged forward. Then soon the third wave. Now Silas charges forward again, hunched as if running through a high wind, clumsily stepping or tripping over the accumulating bodies of the dead and injured Union soldiers. Still he and the others come. For the better part of an hour, the Union soldiers charge shoulder to shoulder across the field, where long fingers of wispy white smoke eerily over the unreal scene. Time after time, the charges proceed a little farther, each advance demarcated by a new line of fallen bodies. Another charge falters, this one almost within reach of the flame-sitched crest of the embankment. After each charge, Silas helps up an injured soldier to shelter, sometimes a log or a log rock, or other times a dead horse, where they can wait for medical help. And now the Union Army is once again charging across the open field. Glancing over to John Lewis, who charges alongside him, Silas notices John staring intently ahead, his eyes wide open, his pupils two small dark dots in the middle of two bright white circles. Then at the next glance, Silas sees Lewis fall to the ground, half of his face blown away by an exploding Confederate shell. There is no doubt that John Lewis died instantaneously. There is also no doubt that Silas cannot stop to mourn his dear friend. Silas feels the beads of sweat drip from his face, his hands so wet that holding onto his rifle becomes difficult. His heart is beating heavily in his chest, part from the excursion of the charge, part of the adrenaline rushing through his body. His mind is on the task at hand. His fear is abated under the stress of battle, and then a force knocks him backwards, and off his feet, and sharp pain emanates from his right ankle. Looking down at his leg, Silas sees a purple pattern spreading up from his ankle along his pant leg as the red blood mixes with blue material. Knowing that he had been wounded, his only thought now is to attempt to get his wound treated. To do this, he limps and crawls over the dead and injured bodies until he reaches the Union encampment. Totally exhausted, his legs still oozing blood, Silas is carried quickly to a makeshift hospital area, which is nothing more than a portion of the field where hay bales have been split open and spread along the ground upon which to lay the wounded and the dead. All around him, Silas hears the crying of the wounded. He hears the screams of men whose extremities are being amputated without the benefit of anesthesia or before chloroform takes its effect. Silas is now more afraid than ever. He was afraid of death, but now he is even more afraid of becoming crippled. He well knows that the majority of leg injuries result in amputation. In fact, about 75% of all the operations by Civil War doctors are amputations. As the doctors reach Silas, he takes a long look at the ankle. The ball has entered from the outside of the ankle. Given there was no exit wound, the doctor is certain that the bullet is still lodged in, probably having hit the bone. The orderlies help Silas onto the makeshift operating table. The doctor has no time to wait for chloroform, deciding instead to search for the bullet. After a brief but excruciating painful minutes of digging, the surgeon finally removes the ball. As he had guessed, the ball was stopped by the ankle bone. Fortunately for Silas, while the bone is seriously bruised from the impact, it is not shattered, and the surgeon proclaims, much to the relief of Silas, that amputation will not be necessary. Silas is quickly bandaged and loaded onto the cart that will soon take him away and other wounded soldiers back to Washington for further treatment. Sad to leave the battle, but happy to be alive and possession of all his limbs, Silas lays his head back as the wagon pulls away, closes his eyes, and dreams of Emily. Back on the battlefield, the carnage continues. Rushing around, leading one company of Union soldiers, is Abner Doubleday, who fights heroically. This is the same Abner Doubleday who 20 years earlier, as a cadet at White Point, has designated the rules of baseball, a game that was to go on to become the great American pastime, or at least so the legend goes. Now for Abner, the game is more serious and potentially deadly. He fights bravely, leading the men, helping to stall a complete overrun of the defeated Union troops by the Confederates. Equally as active on the battlefield, retrieving and caring for the injury, a young woman named Clara Barton demonstrates her courage. She would later found the Red Cross in 1881 and serve as its first president. But just as happened 13 months before, the Confederate Army, in part due to the bravery and cunning of Stonewall Jackson, prevails, and the Union Army is once again defeated. This time the Union Army has lost more than 100 soldiers killed, and Confederates just less than that number. Silas was just one of over 8,000 Union soldiers wounded. Silas has tasted battle for the first time and survived, but only by the grace of God. In the spray of bullets, perhaps an ankle was not too bad, a place for one to find home. The 3,000 dead bodies littering the field, the green grass flowing with red blood, are not so lucky. Chapter 3. Brothers Together. The last day of August finds Silas in the General Hospital at Washington, D.C. His ankle is throbbing, but it is clearly evident to him that he is much better off than most of his other patients. The groans and sobs of the wounded fill the air at all hours of the day and night. These sounds are easily heard because the beds are lined up side by side with only room enough between them for the nurses and doctors to stand. There is no privacy and no peace nor quiet. Not at all sure that this is the right thing to do, Silas borrows a pen and paper from the staff and begins to write a letter to Emily. He does not want her to worry, but feels that he must let her know of his injury, lest she find out from someone else from Muk Chunk stationed with him. He begins his letter by telling Emily not to worry and that he is going to be fine and good as new in no time. He briefly describes the nature of the wound, calling it nothing more than a little nick on his ankle. He tells her that doctors had informed him that he would be up and walking, parading around as a good soldier in a week or so. He tells her that the fighting was incredibly fierce, although giving her no details, not wanting to unduly upset her. He tells her that he has acquainted himself proudly. He tells her just how much he longs to be home to see her and the children. He also tells her that the Army has decided that his wound is not serious enough to warrant a discharge from the service, and that he will continue to serve in the Army. He knows that she would like him to come home, but he also feels very fortunate to have not been injured seriously. He finishes his note by telling her that he loves her, something he does not usually tell her, even when they are together. These are unusual times, and he wants her to know, just in case a worse fate than his current injury awaits him on his return to active duty. Silas thinks back to the battlefield and vividly remembers the dead covering the ground. Feels haunted by the sight, but grateful to be alive and recuperating. Lying in his hospital bed, he has plenty of time to think of his fallen comrades and the falling enemy. He intensely recalls the sights of the dismembered arm or leg strewn around the battlefield. He cannot clear his mind of the one soldier desperately trying to snuff his intestines back into the gaping hole caused by a cannon shell. The look on the soldier's face, knowing that he was not yet dead, but soon would be, will haunt Silas for the rest of his days. Silas imagines how Emily would have reacted to his death. He imagines the tears of the elderly father, Nathaniel, if the bullet that had struck him had hit a vital organ rather than stopping weakly as it contacted his ankle bone. He wonders who would have raised his children. He wonders what death is like, sometimes he is generally not given much thought to. It is peaceful, and will he go to heaven, as he learned from his religious classes, or will it be the end of consciousness? He cannot bring himself to even consider the second option as real. As it was completely ended, then what is life about? To consider death as the end scares him more than death would if there was an eternal life. After many nights of fitful sleep, Silas reaffirms his faith in God and eternal light, and knows now that he can face death on the battlefield and accept it, if that is what must be. From now, Silas is confident through his beliefs that the end is not truly an ending, but a beginning of glorious afterlife filled with wonder, peace, and joy. Lost in the heat of the battle and the injury reports is the fact that every 1,000 of the soldiers who died at Bull Run was someone's father, husband, or son. Across the length of the breadth of the divided nation families, most not yet notified of the death of their loved ones, waited for news from the battlefront, hoping for the best, yet fearing the worst. Soon, funeral parlors will be filled with the dead. Families will grieve losses from which they will never truly recover. The summer heat will melt their very souls, and when fall arrives, the fallen leaves will remind everyone of their fallen loved ones. But the trees will grow new leaves. They will return next spring. The dead at Bull Run will never return. For Silas, the future is much brighter. Sure enough, the doctors turn out to be correct, for in 1 week Silas is up limping around with the help of a cane, and within another week he is back on active duty. He cannot be sure that this is truly because the injury is healed so well, or because of the fear that the Confederate Army will turn and attack Washington, D.C., and almost every able-bodied person will be needed to defend the capital. But as fate would have it, despite the striking defeat of the Union Army at Bull Run, the Confederate Army, tired and battle-weary, marches south towards Richmond, their own capital, rather than mounting an assault on the Union capital, which may have brought them the ultimate victory in this war. So Silas soon finds himself marching the parade grounds of Washington, D.C., along with the other members of the Army of the Potomac, including the friends he had worried about until seeing them return safely from battle. John hears of the Union defeat at Bull Run, as does the rest of the country. He also learns of Silas's injury. So when the call for additional troops comes forth, John enlists in late August as a member of Company G of the 132nd Pennsylvania Regiment. John, although never as strong as healthy as his brother Silas, feels that he has no choice and must help his country and hopefully fight alongside Silas so that they can keep each other safe. In early September, John arrives in Washington, D.C. and joins Silas as a member of the Union Army. The weather is still hot and humid, although after having spent just over 1 year here, Silas has adapted fairly well. This is all new for John, and he finds the heat and humidity stifling. Silas, now the veteran soldier, helps John to quickly learn about the Army and how to adapt. Silas's wound has healed quickly, sped along by his reunion with John. Silas's recovery is further sped up along by the fact that he has been awarded sergeant stripes for his heroism at Bull Run. Silas is proud that his heroism under fire at Bull Run has been recognized. It has been important to Silas from his first day to be brave and perform in ways that will make his father, wife, and children proud of him. After having gone to battle, he knows that one does not lose their fear, but must find the strength within oneself to perform as a soldier, despite the constant fear to overcome it. Silas's quick healing and his reunion with his brother John are not quite the blessing that either one expected. For in just weeks, both Silas, healed enough to return to active duty, and John are ordered along with their companies in a rapid march into Maryland. For it seems that General Lee has decided that it is time to finally carry the war into the enemy's territory, into Maryland. Lee marches his tired and worn troops across Maryland towards Hagerstown, necessitating the Union Army's quick move of troops north from Washington, D.C. to defend the free state of Maryland. McClellan and his generals are not quite sure how Lee intends to proceed with his march until, as fortune would have it, by lucky chance, a Union soldier finds wrapped around 3 cigars a copy of Lee's Special Order No. 91 to his division commanders. These orders divulge the fact that Lee has sent part of his army back towards Harper's Ferry and Hagerstown. Lee saw Hagerstown and Fredericks, Maryland, as quick staging areas for an attack into Pennsylvania around the Gettysburg area, then on to Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, D.C., and final victory. Finding this special order promises to be a great advantage to the Union commanders. But again, Lady Luck proves fickle, and Lee learns that his plans have been intercepted. A Maryland citizen of Southern sympathies has happened to be at the federal headquarters when the lost special order arrived. He had ridden west at once to give the news to the Confederate Army, so now Lee knows that his plans have been compromised. Lee, in a desperate measure from his troop into a strong position along Adamant Creek, the Union Army formed a line of march, lands near the grove trees northeast of Dunker's Church. The night is damp and gloomy, and with a slow drizzle of rain. For security reasons, both armies prohibit campfires to keep warm through the night. Silas and John stay near each other so as to not lose contact in the darkness. All along the dark 4-mile arc of blue-clad men, many of whom were going to die tomorrow, those who cannot sleep chew unhappily on dry handfuls of ground coffee. John and Silas talk softly to each other throughout the night. Silas, the proven veteran, tries to calm John down as best he can, while making sure that John understands the severity of the situation. John admits he is frightened. Silas responds by telling John that it is normal, and that he too is frightened, and they must perform their duties well tomorrow. Silas tells John to stay close by his side throughout the fight. Silas is sure that his prior experiences will help to keep John safe, at least as much as anyone can be safe, when the angel of death swoops from the sky, taking victims oftentimes at random, as he sweeps across the killing fields. As the sun bursts away the mists of the morning, the Union Army sees the forces of D.H. Hill, Longstreet, and Jackson forming in the distance. Lee is confident of his troops' abilities because they are hardcore men who have proven their battle merits and because of his strategically superior position behind Adamant Creek. The morning of September 17th arrives in a gray, pearly mist mixed with a clash of muckery backed by a deeper, contentious roar of cannon fire. The Union Army bears down, driving the Confederate Army south past Dunker's Church. Dunker's Church is flanked on the sides by the west and the east wood, with a 40-acre cornfield directly in front of it. As the Union Army charges bravely through the cornfield, fire erupts from the woods on either side. Jackson and Hood's troops are having a target practice on the charging Union troops. Reluctantly, the Union Army retreats across the cornfield. Now the regrouped Union Army, fortified by the newly arrived troops, takes on a direct charge at the east woods. Charging forward, Silas keeps one eye on the enemy fortifications and one on John. John has never been in battle, and this is more frightening to him than anything he could have imagined the previous night. Silas, having survived Bull Run, keeps his focus on his duties and displays no fear, although it is welling up inside of him. Soon the cornfield is so littered with bodies that it is almost possible to charge forward without stepping on a fallen comrade. This battle has cost 7,000 casualties for the Union Army, just on this end of the field alone. But nightfall mercifully comes, and shooting subsides to scattered and random shots in the dark. The end of the gunfire was no more a result of military victory than exhaustion by both sides. Silas is wrapped in his blanket trying to get some sleep. John, although wrapped in his blanket beside Silas, is shivering with cold and is all likelihood fear. Again, for the second night in a row, John gets no sleep. Visions of the dead dance in front of his eyes. He sees the faces of Confederate soldiers that he killed with a shingle shot through his forehead. John has never before even so much as struck another human being, let alone killed another. He sees that this man's belief as reflectively his hand reaches to his forehead as the blood spurts forward upon the bullet's impact. He sees the man fall backwards in death, even before his hand could fully reach the wound. The sound of the death, or soon to be dead, ring in John's ear. The man he killed made no sound. The slick feel of dried blood assault John's fingers where he touched the cracked splotches on his uniform. His hand revolts as if it's fire wherever he touched. Dried blood splattered. John feels ill in his exhaustion, but he cannot tell if it is cold and drizzle that spurts forth on and off during the night, or from the aftermath of what he had just lived through. It could hardly be that either side won the battle, but Lee managed to escape across the Potomac into Virginia. For the Solomon brothers, they have fought bravely, and both survived. Silas and John, for the first time in the war, fought side by side. The strength that each brother felt from the other was tempered by the fear they had that something would happen to the other brother. Tired and exhausted, Silas and John, along with their companies, assembled for the return march to Washington, D.C. Briefly, Silas spots a tall gentleman riding his horse, cresting a not-too-distant hill. Poking John in the side, Silas muses that this odd-looking fellow in the top hat looks about as tall as they say President Lincoln is. They both smile, knowing that they could surely not have seen the president. Yet days later they find out that, in fact, President Lincoln had visited the battlefield in the aftermath of the carnage to meet with his generals, including General McClellan. Silas will hardly be able to believe to write to his father and wife to tell them about this spotting. But for now, the troops gather for the long march back to Washington. While Silas is now a veteran soldier, having survived his second major battle and having lived through the terror of the war and the sight of thousands of dead comrades and enemies, this is all new to John. Cold and shivering, John marched silently beside Silas, lost deep in his thoughts about what he had just witnessed, reliving last night's wide-awake nightmares. In no time at all, Silas notices that John has developed a cough that gets deeper with each passing day. By early October, John's cough shakes his entire body. He has developed a fever, and Silas finally talks John into going to the infirmary for treatment. John, fairly typical of all Solomon males, except for Silas for his bullet wound, has never been to a doctor, nor does he want to see one now. But as each day passes, John's cough gets worse instead of better. His fever burns hotter. He can feel his strength and energy fading into a constant downward spiral. But John is coherent on some days. His condition is now so bad that he often lapses into hallucinations. Some days John calls out for his father Nat. He talks of Mauch Chunk and the beauty of the town he loves. Some days he shrieks in terror of the battle that he has continued to experience in his head. And then one day, Silas enters the hospital tent. He is struck by the eerie silence coming from John's bed. John is laboring for each bed. Far and few between they are. Each breath is a wheezing as his lungs fill, his rib cage slowly expands. Each exhale is a rapid outburst of air, accompanied by a collapsing of his chest. Unconscious, John gasps slowly for each breath. Each labored breath in and rushing exhale sounds more ominous than the one before. Silas sits quietly by the bed, holding John's hand, fighting back the tears. And then, totally unexpectedly, John's rib cage fails to expand. The wheezing has stopped. There is no next exhale, as there would be no next exhale. Stunning unbelievably, Silas at first sits there staring at John, never blinking his eyes, as if blinking would cause him to miss the inhale that Silas knows must come. But it never does. Within seconds, Silas is screaming for the doctor, who comes quickly to check on John. With a little too much nonchalance, pronounces him dead. Silas has seen hundreds upon hundreds, if not thousands, of dead bodies litter the battlefield that he had fought on, but none were his brother. No more anyone who he loved so much. No more someone he promised to watch out for. No more anyone who could bring the tears that Silas finds he cannot stop. None required him to write a letter to his father to tell him of the death of a son and a brother, a wonderful son to Nat and even brother to Silas. Pen in hand, fighting to see through the tears, Silas begins. Dear Father, for the second time in the last few months I am forced to write a saddening letter to you. My last letter told you of my unfortunate injuries at the Battle of Bull Run and that I have fully recovered from. This letter brings news even sadder. My heart breaks as I am forced to tell you that your lovely son and my brother John has died today of an illness I believe to be consumed at the Army Hospital. While in battle he fought bravely, and his actions would make you proud of him. Yet the cold and damp seemed to have infected him in the aftermath of the battle and slowly drained his life from him. I am sorry that I did not keep him safe and return him to you as I promised. They will tell me that they will be shipping the body home to you soon for burial in our little hometown that he so loved. I am also sorry to say that I will not be home for the funeral. I will pay honor to my lovely brother by continuing my service to my country and by fighting with the bravery of the two men in the future. I will carry John's spirit with me no matter what danger I may face. I will honor him and you with my actions. May God, we both know and love, grant John peace in the kingdom of heaven and grant you strength to deal with your loss. Your loving son and soldier, Silas. Nat shortly receives the letter, and as Emily read it to Nathaniel, they both cried. Chapter 4. One Last Battle. Totally drained physically and mentally from having fought in two major battles and watches helplessly as his brother dies, Silas is happy for the lull in fighting. But the lull in the fighting is only temporary. As the cold winter winds begin to waft into Washington, he feels that the chill of battle will soon be near him again. Fighting continues to flare in the West with a mixture of Union and Confederate victories, with no clear advantage given by either side. And then the call comes as Silas and the 11th Regiment of Pennsylvania Volunteers, or at least what is left of them, are gathered for the march to Fredericksburg, Virginia. Silas has never heard of this town, so he asks Colonel Coutler if he knows where this place is. Colonel Coutler says, "That is a town not far from Washington, where they are stationed, but that is all he knows." Silas sits with his close circle of friends, including Josiah Dietrich, John Connery, and Robert Wilson, on the evening of December 9th, talking about the upcoming battle. All four of them have served together at the Second Bull Run, so they know to expect a heavy-pitched battle. They know to expect death. It will be all around them, all over the battlefield. Since Silas knows how to read and write, and the others do not, others ask him to write a letter for their loved ones, with their names and hometown boldly written at the top, so they can sew these notes to their uniforms. This way, when the survivors come to collect the dead, they will know who has died and where to send the letters. Silas does the same for himself. None of these men has a death's wish. They only know the uncertainty of battle, and having seen thousands die already, they know that their survival is not all that certain. Throughout the camp, others are doing the same. Of all the various battles and engagements fought in the various places, Fredericksburg, the nearest to the Union capital, a mere 50 miles away, is to be the largest in numbers engaged, approaching 200,000 participants, if not the bloodiest, as well as in grandeur as spectacle staged as it will be, with a curtain of fog that lifted from the natural bow formed by surrounding hills, enveloping the town below. Fredericksburg will prove to be a costly undertaking if for the Union Army, facing a Confederate army led by consistent nemesis General Robert E. Lee and Lieutenant General Stonewall Jackson, among others. The Confederate forces have a full week to prepare and position their troops for the battle before the arrival of the Army of the Potomac, led by General Ambrose Burnside. On December 11th, General Burnside marches his Army of the Potomac to the eastern shore of the river, facing Fredericksburg. Looking across the river, Silas could see the outline of the buildings popping out above the clouds of fog. Silas and the 11th Pennsylvania are positioned among the sparsely scattered trees for cover, but are often exposed in the open as they mill around. He knows that the Confederates are holed up in the town in those buildings across the river. He knows that when the fog clouds lift more, the shooting will begin. The Union troops, being more in the open, will be more vulnerable than the Confederate troops hunkered down behind every window and door across the river. Silas also knows that there is nothing to be done about the situation. They are there, and they will just have to deal with it. General Burnside's army is split into three grand divisions: the left and Grand Division, that includes the 11th Pennsylvanians, the center and the right Grand Divisions. The Confederate Army is fortified in the town of Fredericksburg on the west side of the river and above the town of Myers Heights on the north side and stretching south to Hamilton's Crossing. The original Union plan was for the troops to cross this river on pontoon bridges and surprise the enemy. However, since the arrival of the pontoon bridges have been delayed for several weeks, the element of surprise has been lost. Nonetheless, Burnside is determined to go forth with this plan. A corps of engineers leads the way for the Union Army towards Fredericksburg, attempting to lay the pontoon bridges over the river. Early in the morning, even before daybreak, the engineers begin their task, and the still air is filled with the clatter of lumber and crackling of skim ice that breaks away under the weight of the timbers. As the engineers reach mid-river and the morning sun begins to break through the morning fog, the Confederates open fire. In just minutes, the engineers are forced back to the far end of the partially completed bridge. Periodically during the day, the engineers creep to the incomplete edge of the bridge and as quietly and quickly as possible continue their work. Silas creeps along with them as defense for what the Confederate fire again resumes as it always does. Fire is exchanged, with the Confederates aiming at the men exposed on their pontoons and Silas and the other Union soldiers aiming blindly across the river at windows. When the enemy fire becomes too hot and furious, the engineers and Silas again and again retreat to the safe side of the pontoon bridges. Union artillery shelling of the city has begun, and the stately buildings of Fredericksburg quickly become shattered in the fire of pot-marked with cannonballs that still can be seen today. Nonetheless, the Confederates remain entrenched, and their fire remains steady and heavy. So shortly after noon, understanding this is a gradual approach to crossing the river may never be successful, the Union Army arrives, and at successful implements a daring new plan. They used the pontoons that were to be the foundation of the bridge as boats to ferry the troops across the river. Despite heavy losses, this approach succeeds, and the Union troops stream into the city of Fredericksburg as darkness and silence falls over the city. The Union Army is now in control of the main city of Fredericksburg. The following day, the 12th of December, is spent with both armies fortifying and repositioning themselves for the upcoming pitched battle. Silas and the left Grand Division are repositioned to the south near Hamilton's Crossing, facing off against the troops led by Stonewall Jackson. The plan is for the left Grand Division to attack first, leading a coordinated offensive. The left Grand Division, 2nd Division, led by Brigadier General John Gibbon. Brigade, including the 394 men of the 11th Pennsylvania, are to sweep north and roll the flat Confederate flank, coming up Telegraph Road and taking pressure off Union troops attacking ahead at Myers Heights. Although the unrelenting fog is not yet cleared by 0830 hours on December 13th, General Franklin orders the left Grand Army forward. The 3rd Division 1 Corporation, under Major General Meade, forms an attack column taking from 030 hours to 1000 hours to complete the maneuver. The 2nd Division, under the General, takes up his position as he reserves behind Meade's troops. By 1000 hours, the fog has started to lift, and the attack on the right Confederate flank near Hamilton's Crossing begins. 6 divisions, one after another, fire upon Meade's troops and assault the Confederate position. Heavy enemy artillery fire pours down on Meade's troops, and after almost a full hour of attempting to move forward, his troops retreat with nothing to show for their efforts except a grisly carpet of dead and wounded bodies covering the field that they were attempting to cross. In the second attempt to cross the field, Silas finds himself in the middle of intense fighting, but this time he maintains an eerie calm, having seen war before and faced death directly, yet survived. As the Union troops move away from the river and start crossing the railroad cut at Hamilton Crossing, Confederate soldiers shower a hail of fire upon them. Due to the heavy fire, Union troops are ordered to lay down under cover of a slight elevation, which protects them from the rifle fire in front of them. For a few minutes, Silas feels relief at being out of the enemy's direct line of fire. Then both Jackson's batteries again ahead and slightly to the right, and Stewart's batteries to the left, open fire from the Confederate lines. The smoke is almost as dense as the fog had been earlier. The small elevation that has worked so well to protect the troops from the direct frontal rifle fire offer no protection from the artillery crossfire. Once again, the Union Army retreats, men crawling or running from the battlefield in a terrible disarray of humanity. After a brief strategy session and rest, the Union leaders decide that they must continue their attack as word comes that the Union troops at Myers Height are being slaughtered by entrenched Confederate troops. They know they must break through to dislodge the Confederate troops settled on Sunken Road behind the stone wall at Myers Height if the Union Army has any chance of succeeding. So once again, Meade ordered a charge. The soldiers do not know the urgency of this charge, since the general has no time to explain it. Rather, the men, Silas included, charge forward out of a blind loyalty to their comrades and their leaders. This time, despite the heavy fire, the Union Army continues to advance, and now within a half-mile of objective, the railroad yard. Silas moving forward towards a clump of few houses at a small concave formed by the adjacent hillsides just ahead. Confederate guns thunder down again, and the Union advance is stalled, ever so close to its objective. The lead Union forces come under fire from Confederate troops posted behind the railroad embankment and in the woods that is so severe that they begin to flee in disarray and confusion. But regrouping, seeking shelter in the woods, and firing at the enemy from behind trees clearly will not allow the Union troops to achieve their objective of capturing the railroad yard. So the general orders his troops into one last full attack, a bayonet charge. Silas and the rest of the Union Army again charge forward. By 13:30 hours, after fierce hand-to-hand combat, they overrun the railroad embankment and are scrambled over the lower slopes of the hills, closing in on other Confederate foes. Off in the distance, Silas hears other roars of gunfire. Although no one has explained the full plans to him, he can now easily surmise that Burnside is sending his troops directly at Myers Height, without waiting for the Left Grand Division to complete its task. Silas knows from his earlier descriptions of Myers Height and the stone wall facing the Union troops that this is a plan doomed to failure and the needless slaughter of thousands of good men. It is clearly suicide to charge the entrenched Confederate forces without relief from the attack on the enemy flank. So Silas and the 11th Pennsylvania forge on despite their own perils caused by heavy enemy shelling. Silas enters the woods at Prospect Hill. The fighting intensifies. If they can only get to the top of Prospect Hill, they will have broken the enemy's hold on Hamilton's Crossing, and they can relieve the pressure of hundreds of Union soldiers charging directly towards the stone wall at Myers Height and directly towards their death. But a blistering fire from the Confederates on Bowling Green Road once again slows the Pennsylvania's attack. Once again the call comes for an all-out charge, and Silas enters more deeply into the woods attacking the enemy. The fighting is again fierce as the over 300 men of the 38th North Carolinas enter the woods, slowing the Union advance. Soon after arrival of General Hoke, Confederates relieved and charged through the woods, crashing into the Pennsylvanians and halting their advance. Silas, still attempting to move forward through the hand-to-hand fighting in the increasing denser woods, suddenly feels a deep pinching sensation in his left arm. Silas finds that he cannot raise his arm or clench his fist. A bullet has hit and passed through his left forearm, causing him to lose all feeling and use of his arm. Nonetheless, Silas is intent about continuing the charge. Dropping his bayonet rifle, which he cannot use well with only one arm, and drawing his revolver, Silas rushes forward. But before he can get too much further, he is hit in the inside of the left thigh by another shot that rips through his leg and exits out the far side. Silas now doubles over in pain, but did not fall. He continues, limping along as best he can, but he is hit again. This time a bullet enters the left thigh from the front and above the knee. It continues its path until it lodges in the leg bone just above the knee. The force of the blow knocks Silas over. Laying in the cold and damp among the fallen leaves and other fallen bodies, Silas fights to maintain consciousness. It is an unreal scene as Silas lays in the cold mud, incapable of moving, thinking that he will surely die as he watches one after another of his comrades fall to the same fate as he, felled by Confederate bullets. He can smell the gunpowder. He can smell the blood as it pools on the ground. He can smell the death around him. Looking to his left, Silas sees that among the dead are his friends, John Kearney and Josiah Dietrich. Their notes to Silas are written just hours ago, pinned to their uniform. Silas tries to crawl to his friends, but the injuries to his leg are so severe that he cannot move. He reaches out with his right arm, the only one he can still move, but Kearney and Dietrich remain just out of reach. Silas thinks of his own note pinned to his chest. He thinks of Emily. He thinks of his children. He thinks of his father Nathaniel. He thinks of his dead brother John. He thinks of Mock Chunk. He tries to ignore the carnage all around him. He tries not to die. Hour after hour, Silas lays in the woods as the fighting continues all around him. Hour after hour, he tries to fight off death, even as it surrounds him. As the sun sets and darkness and an eerie quiet envelop the battlefield, Silas has all but given up hope. The temperature is dropping rapidly below freezing, and a light freezing drizzle begins to fall. How can he survive the freezing evening, exposed to the elements, suffering from his multiple wounds, and oozing continuous blood from each? He does not know, but Silas knows that he does not want to die. He wants to go home to see his family. With a steely resolve, he clings to life throughout the freezing evening, fighting off sleep, afraid that if he closes his eyes, he will never reopen them. But somehow he survives the night. Still lying in the ditch, Silas sees the sun rise the next day through the crisscrossing branches overhead. Happy to be alive, he knows that he could still die. Fortunately, fatigue and the nature of his wounds has caused the pain to abate overnight. Silas no longer feels the pain of his wounds, but he is still feeling more hopeless by the minute. That afternoon, removed from the battlefield in his headquarters tent on the river, fully understands that the Union Army is suffering another horrendous defeat. General Burnside arranges a truce that would allow the dead to be retrieved and buried and the injured to be removed from the battlefield. The recovery crew begins its awful task of clearing the battlefield of bodies that have all but hidden any trace of grass or ground in some places. Glancing up to watery eyes, Silas sees someone bending over him. "Here, drink this," the silhouette says. "It will help you feel better. You are going to be a fine soldier. We are taking you home." The water touches Silas's parched lips. It is the sweetest thing that he ever tasted. As he is lifted onto the stretcher, he finally loses consciousness. Soon Silas will be at the field hospital with the surgeons once again trying to decide on amputation. How badly is his arm injured? Can it be saved? What about his leg that suffered multiple wounds? Should it be removed? Fortunately for Silas, despite major amounts of uncertainty, an unarmed but kindly doctor decides to take a chance that Silas's injuries will heal, and he need not to be disfigured with amputation, at least for now. The doctor decides to leave Silas's leg and arm attached to only remove the bullets and patch wounds. He will send Silas to the Armory General Hospital for Silas. While his wounds will heal significantly to justify the doctor's decision against amputation, he will suffer partial paralysis of his arm and will walk with a limp for the rest of his life. For him, the war is over. For the rest of the nation, it continues. Silas survives, but the casualties of Fredericksburg are staggering. The Federals have lost 12,653 men. The original count of Confederate losses was 5,309, but this is later adjusted downward by about 1,000 when it is discovered that those men had just taken off for home to celebrate the Christmas holidays with their family. Going home for Christmas just seemed like a good idea to do after the horror of battle. Chapter 5. Rebuilding a Life and a Nation. It is early March of 1863, and winter is hanging on desperately this year. No buds are yet to be seen on any trees. The snow continues to cover the ground in a white, chilly blanket. It is deep with a crisp, frozen surface that indicates that any melting will be well off into the future. Emily shivers as she stands by the railroad station this day, awaiting the return of her dearly beloved husband. Since learning of his injuries at the Battle of Fredericksburg, she has done little else in the intervening 3 months than worry about Silas. She is not sure whether she is shivering more from the cold or from the nervous anticipation of seeing Silas again after almost 2 years of being apart. He has written often, mostly recently telling her not to worry because he is healing well. But nonetheless, she, as any other wife would, continued to worry. Her children are lined up alongside of her. Silas' beloved Winnie is now a tall, strapping lad of 16. Emily prays every evening that the war will end before Winnie enters the service. She continues to do everything in her power to talk him out of volunteering. Bernita is a young lady of 14, growing quickly and beginning to catch the attention of the local boys. Little Martha, dressed in her finest outfit of light green lace, is now 11. Merritt, the youngest, is 5. He has changed so much in the past 2 years that Emily wonders if Silas will even recognize him, or just as importantly, if Merritt will accept his father, of whom he has only vague recollections. And of course, waiting silently and stoically at the station for the arrival of his son is Nathaniel. He is now well over 60 years old, although you would never guess it by looking at him. The years of hard laborer's work had left him trim and strong. Unbowed by the tolls of that labor, Nathaniel has dealt with his worry about his sons by losing himself even more deeper in his work. He has worked longer and harder than ever before, and with the increased wages brought on about due to the war, he has begun to put aside a little money, as well as purchase some of the luxuries of life for himself and his family. When he comes home from work, Nathaniel likes to relax in the living room of his house on South Street and listen to his daughter Martha Matilda softly and wonderfully play the organ he has purchased. She has a wonderful ear for music and thrills the family frequently with her playing. One of her favorites is Beautiful Dreamer, that has just been published by Stephen Foster. Nathaniel is sure that her music will help Silas relax when he returns home. And then off in the distance the train whistle blows. Soon the family can see the smoke billow high into the air, even before the train rounds Bear Mountain. Their excitement grows. The older children start to stretch for a better view. The younger ones squirm. Nathaniel continues to stand ramrod stiff. Emily's posture sags a little, and despite her best efforts, tears begin to well in her eyes. And then with a deafening roar and screech, the train squeals to a stop in front of the station. Long and billowy puffs of smoke blowing from the smokestack. Short and crisp puffs of cold air escape from Emily's mouth, her lips slightly apart, her lower lip just so slightly quivering, as she anticipates seeing Silas again. Several passengers bound from the train before Emily sees the top of Silas's head. She begins to smile, but her smile all but disappears when she sees the dip in Silas's walk as he moves across the train platform towards her. His limp is more noticeable than he led her to believe. Surely she thinks his injuries were permanent, more than expected. He also is a pale and even thinner than when he left, and he's aged quite substantially, with his face now lined by deep crevices, revealing the pain of war and his escape from death. Silas is soon on the platform. A few musket balls and a weakened leg are not going to slow down his reunion with his family. The older children, despite previous warnings from their mother, rush towards Silas. As they intersect his position on the platform, they all surround him and reach for him simultaneously. Silas stretches out his right arm and pulls little Martha towards him. As he does so, Emily notices that Silas's left arm never moves. It is clear that the bullet that shattered his left arm has caused more damage than he has let on to her. Emily will find out later that the Army agrees with her, as Silas's discharge papers indicate a medical discharge for paralysis of the left arm and a weakening of his left leg due to the ball that lodged in his leg just above the knee. A monthly $6 disability payment from the Army is intended to fully compensate Silas for his injuries. But as time passes, although his leg will always remain weak, slowly but surely Silas will regain partial use of his left arm. Then the children part from their father as Emily strides slowly but surely towards him. All of her promises to herself not to cry, to be strong, are soon nothing more than a long promise now broken. As she places her head on Silas's shoulder and sobs quietly, she tells him how much she had missed him. Fighting back his own tears, Silas tells her how he longed to see her, and how they thought of her children and her, and kept him alive as he lay bleeding and wounded in Fredericksburg. Nathaniel, not one for outward displays of emotion, stands silently and erectly at the middle of the train platform. just far enough away so that no one can see a small tear from the corner of his eye. One of his sons returned home, injured but alive. His other son, John, has been lost to the world as a result of this awful conflict. Silas tries as best he can to once again meld into civilian life. Due to his arm injuries, he has not been able to return to his job as a molder. Nonetheless, as the world continues to rage on, he is able to find enough small maintenance jobs to support Emily and the children. Of course, Silas continues to follow the war closely and wonders what will become of the country that he loves so much. The Federals, who had a string of defeats during the time of Silas's services, continue with their problems in May. Silas learns that the Federal forces again have suffered defeat, this time at Chancellorsville, Virginia. His dread caused by the latest loss is tempered somewhat when he learns that the South has lost one of their most effective generals, and certainly one that Silas had come to respect and hate, when Stonewall Jackson is shot by one of his own sentries at Chancellorsville, and after having his arm amputated, dies of pneumonia on May 10th. Silas is sure that this proceeds success for the Federals, since the South has no other soldier of Jackson's courage and daring to take his place. Silas's promotion proves correct, for just 2 months later the tide of battle returns as the Southern troops are routed at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Some 6,000 Confederate troops fall in this battle, and their advance into the North is doomed. Within days, Grant wins the Battle of Vicksburg, and now for the first in a long time, Silas is really confident that the North will win the war and the United States will once again be united. President Lincoln, also fearing the positive effects for the turn of the battle and figuring that part of his role as president is to begin to bring the nation together and spread optimism, he decides a national cemetery at Gettysburg on November 19th, showing that he believes the tide of the battle has forever turned in his favor. 1 week later, Lincoln proclaims the last Thursday in November as a day of national thanksgiving. And this year, Silas has much more to be thankful for. He is alive and recuperating. The Pennsylvania economy continues its rapid growth and expansion as it supplies goods to further the war efforts. This year, 1863, sees the beginning of Bethlehem Steel as a Sauk and Iron Company, and it's founded at South Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, to make rails from local iron ores. Critical of the war effort, Bethlehem Steel will continue to be critical to the Lehigh Valley economy for the next 100 years. As the new year dawns, it will bring with it further success for the Federal Army. The spring and summer find Grant steadily marching towards Richmond, Sheridan moving into the Shenandoah Valley, and Sherman marching south toward Atlanta and the Atlantic coast. Each of these marches bring initial victories, but they also bring a call for additional troops. On a hot August day in 1864, young Winnie, now a strapping young lad, comes to the parlor to talk to Silas. Silas can tell that the conversation will be serious just by the look on Winnie's face. Winnie tells his father that he, along with several of his friends, Monroe Staggerwalt, Tillman Sittler, Noah Notestein, and John O'Donnell, have decided to join the Army. Silas at first forbids Winnie to enlist, but Winnie quickly reminds his father that he is of age where he can join without the permission of his parents. Silas then turns to pleading with Winnie not to go. Silas recalls the terror of the battles he fought. He tries to describe the ultimate fear and the horror of charging headlong across fields, already littered with bodies, straight into the blazing guns of the enemy. He once again retells of the heartbreak of helplessly watching his brother and Winnie's uncle John die a slow, torturous death. But Winnie assures Silas that he need nothing to worry about, because this is more than just a little mop-up campaign, since the Union troops have the Confederate troops on the run across the nation. At long last, after endless discussion and while fighting back tears, Silas tells Winnie that he has his agreement that he can enter the Army. Later in August of 1864, Winnie and his friends head off by train to join Company A of the 202nd Regiment of the Pennsylvania Volunteers. It turns out that Winnie is right in that the Union victories come fast and furious, and as Sherman marches towards Atlanta, burning the town to the ground, the South suffers losses that will never recover from. Winnie and his friends, despite all the initial enthusiasm, spend their 9-month enlistment training in Washington, D.C. with the Army of the Potomac, but never see action. With victory in the war now looking more likely than ever, the nation turns its thoughts to politics, and in 1864 elections. President Lincoln manages a decisive victory, urging the voters that it is best not to change horses while crossing a river. He garners 212 electoral votes to just 21 from his challenger and former leader of the Army of the Potomac, General George McClellan. For Silas, his health improves steadily each day, and in December of 1864, he and Emily are blessed with another daughter, Liza Jane. And then, just a few months into 1864, the war officially ends on April 9th when General Lee formally surrenders to General Grant. At the final estimate, the Civil War, or the War of the Rebellion, has left 500,000 dead. 1 out of every 20 American males over the age of 14 have been struck down in battle or fell by the pestilence that always accompanies war. Another 1,000,000 men, including Silas, were wounded in the battle. The euphoria that Silas felt is dashed less than a week later when he hears that President Lincoln has been shot and died. Silas can scarcely believe that the man who has so ably led this country through this, its most important and turbulent time, is dead. Silas refuses to believe the truth of the matter until he reads it in a local newspaper. Silas voted for President Lincoln twice and fought heroically for him until his disabling wounds. He will miss this man, although he has never personally met him, even though he is sure that he glanced a view of him at Antietam. Silas has always maintained the highest respect and honor for President Lincoln. The country will miss him too. The years that follow are good ones for Silas. Although the country has fallen into a deep recession after the war, the Mock-Chunk area of Pennsylvania has weathered the economic storm well. In other areas of the country, prices continue to fall as the wartime price inflation evaporates. One might think this is a good thing, except that wages fall faster than prices, and many working men now find they are having difficulty feeding their family. But this is not generally the case for the Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania, as the continued growth of the coal and railroad industries keep wages stable. And with this prosperity, Silas and Emily complete their family as Marion is born in 1867 and Silas Erskine is born on November 27, 1868, something to be thankful for. Chapter 6, New Generations. The latter part of the 1800s sees changes continuing at a pace never before imagined. As the century passes its midpoint, a new industrial revolution drives the world at an ever faster pace. The machine age has replaced individual trades and craftsmen. The Solomon families, often not directly affected by many of these changes, occasionally feel some of the changes more personally. Active and busy in rebuilding his life after the war, Silas takes no notice of the recent published treatise on the descent of man and the selection in the relation to sex by Charles Darwin, which concludes that man has evolved from ape-like or monkey-like ancestors, probably 26 to 54 million years ago in Africa. If he had, there is little doubt that Silas would have scoffed at such an idea of monkeys and man being the same. This is absurd. Silas also takes notice of the creation of Yellowstone as the nation's first national park. There is also no reason to notice that in 1875, Alexander Graham Bell pioneers the first telephone. Perhaps one of the biggest and most personal changes is also rather a sad one, as Nathaniel, long the pillar of strength of the Solomon clan, takes ill, and through a number of sicknesses and recoveries, finds it impossible for him and Sarah to live on their own. Soon swallowing his pride, Nathaniel and Sarah move in with his daughter Martha Matilda and her husband, F.E. Whitey, in the neighboring town of Lehighton. Nathaniel clearly knows at this time he is seriously ill and in all likelihood will never recover. Ever more frail and ever more sickly, Nathaniel can clearly see the end is in sight and spends as much time as possible putting his affairs in order, thinking through how to disperse the inheritance he has accumulated for his children. Having lived a long and fruitful life, Nathaniel is not afraid of death, although he clings stubbornly to life. Several other important events in history take place, but Silas takes no notice, his full attention and worry being focused on Nathaniel. But nonetheless, in 1876, General Custer and the 246 men of the 7th Cavalry are killed at the Battle of the Little Bighorn. Also in 1876, Colorado is admitted to the Union. Colorado will provide a home for a future Solomon. On the local front, Silas does take notice of several significant events. First, Pennsylvania's economy continues to grow and prosper. Silas, his left arm more functionable, is able to return to his occupation as a molder. But the rewards of booming economy are not reaped equally by all, with the rich factory and mine owners realizing immense profits while the average worker continues to toil under dreadful and awful life-threatening conditions. This difference between the rich owners and the poor workers had brought a decade of worker violence to Mock Chunk and most of Pennsylvania. But in 1877, in Mock Chunk, the back of the secret Molly Maguires, the Irish-American Terrorist Society, is broken, as 11 members of the secret society are hanged for their violent actions. Among the executed is one young man, Alexander Campbell, who was convicted of being an accessory to murder, but claimed his innocence to the bitter end. As he was let out of the jail cell for the final time, he slapped a grimy handprint on the wall and declared, "I am innocent. I am nowhere near the scene of the crime. This is proof of my words. That mark of mine will never be wiped out. It will remain forever to shame the county for hanging an innocent man." To this day, despite repeated attempts to remove the handprint or paint over it, the handprint remains for visitors to see and wonder about. For example, in the 1960s, Sheriff Charles Neese tried to cover it with green latex paint, but soon it became clearly visible, said Neese. James Starrs, a forensic scientist from George Washington University, who for years had been investigating the bizarre mark, has been quoted as saying, "There is no logical explanation for it at all." In an environment of change, hope, discouragement, and sadness, in October of 1878, sadness takes on a new meaning. While most people would stand marveled at the radiant collage produced by the red, yellow, and brown leaves adorning the trees on this October morning, this is a day in which the gray mood and emotions of those present drawn out any color or gaiety Mother Nature can produce. For on this day the Solomon family has gathered to lay Nathaniel to rest after his 3-year-long battle against repeated illnesses. Silas is overcome by grief of losing his father. Nathaniel has been not just a leader of the family, but also Silas's primary advisor for his entire life. Silas feels lost and alone, there among the large gathering of Nathaniel's 12 children and dozens of grandchildren. Nathaniel had been laid to rest in grand style, dressed in a new suit and white gloves purchased from the funeral home. The casket made of hand-carved pine, a request by Nathaniel so that in death he can remember his youth in New Jersey, is transported to the gravesite on an elaborate carriage pulled by 2 large brown horses. At the top of the burial pit is an elaborate and finely engraved tombstone, purchased for the sizable amount of $50. And now the minister begins his prayers, soon followed by his eulogy. The minister recalls the story of how Nathaniel moved his family to East Mock Chunk from New Jersey and established the Solomons in Pennsylvania. The minister then discusses Nathaniel's many hard years of work and how, despite the rigors of his labor's work, Nathaniel has successfully raised a large family, and through his self-sacrifice and thrift, now Nathaniel has been able to save some money for a rainy day. In fact, although the minister does not cite the amount, Nathaniel has saved and passed on to his heirs well over $1,000 after all funeral expenses have been paid for. These funds are divided equally among Nathaniel's surviving children, Silas, Mary, Margaret, Elmira, Alexander, Douglas, Sophia, Emma, and to one of his grandchildren, Wesley Poe, son of Isabel, Nathaniel's daughter, who was married to Josiah Poe, and to Martha Matilda, who has also willed all the household kitchen furniture and prized organ and other household effects. The family homestead on South Street is to be sold, and the proceeds evenly divided as well. This is quite a sizable sum, greater than 2 years' income for the average worker. As the minister completes his service, Nathaniel's casket is slowly lowered into the ground. One by one, each family member shuffles forward to the gravesite and drops a handful of dirt into the grave and on top of the casket. Sarah, overcome with grief, can only manage to get to the gravesite with Silas's help. Her husband of almost 40 years is now gone, and if anyone can feel more alone than Silas, it is Sarah. Almost 70 years old herself, she wonders how she will survive. She knows that she can continue to live with Martha Matilda and her husband, but nonetheless, Sarah now feels totally alone. One cannot describe the depths of despair felt by those left behind in this oft-repeated act of a wife burying her husband, whom she has loved so long and so faithfully. She only now can comprehend the pain Nathaniel must have felt for all those years ago when he buried his first wife, Elizabeth, a pain that he had never discussed with her. Try as they may, the children and grandchildren never can bring back the joy to Sarah's life, and she will eventually die after several more sad and lonely years, happy to be finally joining her beloved husband Nathaniel in the hereafter. But the rest of the Solomon family, life must go on. And so day after day, Silas goes off to work as he and Emily raise the family while trying to keep pace with the rapid changing world around them. Silas' beloved Winnie is now a young man of 30, off to a life of his own. Silas' youngest, Silas Erskine, is now a young, rambunctious 9-year-old, getting into more trouble than his father would like, and showing a penchant for tall tales. Silas Erskine sits at his father's side for endless hours and listens to the tales of the Civil War, his close escapes, and his bravery during battle. Forever the dreamer, Silas Erskine is also enthralled by the tales of the Wild West. He reads about Billy the Kid, who has terrorized the West, and despite his capture in 1881, Sue escapes and kills 2 deputies who try to stop him, only to be hunted down by Sheriff Pat Garrett in Fort Sumner, New Mexico, where Garrett kills the Kid with 1 bullet. Silas Erskine is also enthralled by the accounts of the shootout at the OK Corral, where a gang headed by Ike Clanton is broken by the town marshal Virgil Earp and his brothers Wyatt and Morgan, and an alcoholic gambler, Doc Holliday. Silas Erskine continuously has his head full of tall tales and excitement, and can hardly wait to grow old enough to go on his own in similar adventures. But no story more intrigues and excites Silas Erskine more than the stories his father tells him about Buffalo Bill's Wild West shows that have been happening regularly since 1883, with riding, target shooting, and showmanship. Buffalo Bill, who received fame as a former buffalo hunter and Indian scout who tracked and killed the Cheyenne leader Chief Yellowhand, is joined in the show by as many of its other famous Wild West legends, such as Annie Oakley and the Sioux chieftain Sitting Bull. After hearing these stories, Silas Erskine wraps around the house, at the top of his broomstick horse, shouting the bad Indians and saving the West from desperados. It seems that his energy and imagination has no bounds. However, with a steady and constant pace, Silas Erskine grows older until he becomes a young man, somewhat shorter and slightly built than his father. Silas Erskine also is much lighter skinned than his father. His light gray eyes dance in a wonder world around him, a world seemingly full of possibilities and adventures for the taking. Despite having grown chronologically older, Silas Erskine does not seem to outgrow his wild romanticism. Enraptured by the power of locomotives, moved by the sight of the billowing clouds of steam and shrill whistle, Silas Erskine falls for the romance of the rails and joins the Lehigh Valley Railroad as a brakeman. Day to day, riding the trains far away from Mauch Chunk, Silas Erskine goes to places and sees things that he only imagined as a child. His work takes him into the bustling metropolis of Philadelphia, then on to New Jersey. On at least one occasion, he traveled along with the train as it chugged into Grand Central Station in New York City. The size and frenetic pace of this great city is almost impossible for a young man who has spent his whole life in Mauch Chunk and East Mauch Chunk to fathom. Yet just the sight of one of these grand places rekindles the daydreaming child in Silas Erskine for all the wondrous things the world must hold. One new adventure for Silas Erskine is the first exposure to love, which occurs in a rather unusual manner. Silas's older sister, Martha, has married Henry Winkley of Port Clinton. Winkle had a daughter, Evaline, or Effie as they called her, by her first marriage. Moving from Port Clinton to Mauch Chunk, Henry and Martha set up housekeeping on Ray Street. It is here that Silas Erskine meets his first wife, Effie, and is immediately stunned by her beauty. Given his romantic nature, it is not long before he starts to court Effie, and it is not long after that, April 19, 1892, a bright sunny Thursday, that they are married. Both Henry Winkle and Silas William are men of some means, so the wedding must be one of the highlights of the social season. They meet this goal as their marriage, a grand affair, takes place at St. Mark's Episcopal Church on Ray Street. St. Mark's was designed by architect Richard Upton, an English immigrant cabinet maker who, although self-taught, is considered one of the 19th century America's greatest church designers. St. Mark's opened for services in 1869, less than 25 years before Silas and Effie's marriage. Truly was and remains a stunning architectural masterpiece. Although both Silas Erskine and Effie live within walking distance to the church, they arrive as befits members of the social standings in horse-drawn carriages. Silas Erskine and the 29 invited guests enter by climbing the new stone steps leading to the main church, which has replaced a wooden structure only 2 years prior to the wedding. Every time Silas Erskine is inside, he cannot help but marvel at the beauty of this church. The altar is only 12 years old, installed in 1880. The choir stalls today holding the organist, Mr. Richard Ruddle, and singers is even more recent, having been installed in 1884. Perhaps only one sight can stun Silas Erskine more than the beauty of the church, and that is how beautiful Eveline Effie is. Immediately as Mr. Ruddle begins playing the wedding march by Lohengrin, Silas sights Effie walking proudly on the arm of her father, slowly following the flower girl and boy Mr. Pollock and Township Henry up the center aisle. Effie is strikingly beautiful in a cream-colored gown with flowing silk train, trimmed, as the newspaper reports it, in costly lace. Her veil is decorated with orange blossoms, and she carries a suede prayer book in her right hand. Silas muffles a gasp and is immediately speechless. Fortunately, he finds his voice when the Reverend Marcus A. Tolman asks him to recite his wedding vows, and when this is completed, pronounces the couple man and wife. The gala is held after the ceremony at the home of the bride's parents. There are many dignitaries and guests that entertained by the Solomon and their relatives. Again, to quote the reports in the local newspapers, the gifts they received were unusually numerous and handsome. After the wedding, Silas Erskine and Effie settled into their home at 381 South Avenue, Mock-Chunk, Pennsylvania. Silas Erskine, as in his nature, gave little thought to what being married and raising a family would mean. Yes, he goes to work every day on the railroad, where he is now in charge of freight transfers in the yards of the Central Railroad. For the first few months, just coming home and spending time with Effie continues to make him the happiest man on the earth. But little by little, in part, no doubt, because of his daydreaming nature, Silas Erskine begins to feel a little empty. He wonders when his life's grand journeys will begin. In January of 1893, with the birth of their first child, Harry, Silas thinks that maybe this is time for his adventure, maybe his fatherhood. Coincidentally, 1893, the year of Harry's birth, is also the year that the song Happy Birthday to You is written by Mildred Hill, a kindergarten teacher from Lexington, Kentucky, and her sister Patty Smith Hill. But again, as the newness of fatherhood little by little fades, Silas again wonders where his adventure will be. Life becomes ever more complicated for Silas Erskine on November 21, 1893, when his father, Silas William, dies unexpectedly at the age of 70. Having been the elder Silas's youngest child, and therefore perhaps his favorite, Silas Erskine is devastated by the loss. He enters a period of extreme melancholia, constantly thinking of the times he would spend on his father's lap and the wonderful stories he had told him. He misses his father every day dearly. The elder Silas has always looked out for Silas Erskine, and now he is on his own, with no father to turn to. The elder Silas was always the one stable influence on Silas Erskine, keeping him, as best anyone could, grounded in reality. Now with his father gone, Silas Erskine's daydreams occupy more of his time. He wants less and less to be trapped in tiny Mock-Chunk. He wants to travel and see the world. He wants to have great adventures like the heroes of his famous childhood stories. Despite his continued moodiness and problems in his marriage, Silas Erskine and Effie have another son, Alfred, in 1894, a son, Winifred, in 1895, and a daughter, Martha Bennett, in 1897. Despite the additions to the family, Silas Erskine does not become a better father and husband. Rather, things get worse. He and Effie argue more than ever that they would like. Effie desperately tries to quickly convince Silas Erskine to take a larger role in helping raise the children, and that this is his great adventure. Silas Erskine will have none of it. Raising children is for women, Men are to go to work, provide income, and seek adventure and excitement. Loud arguments between Effie and Silas Erskine are no more successful in getting him to change his ways than the quiet persuasion and logic. Effie has all but given up on him being a father to the children and resigns herself to, in effect, raise the children on her own. At least Silas Erskine brings in a substantial income from his job on the railroad, allowing the family to have some of the creature comforts in their home. Having exhausted the conquest of his own nation from ocean to ocean, the United States itself is more into international affairs. Silas Erskine has been following the happenings in the Caribbean as the United States and Spain vie for control of that area. Silas Erskine avidly reads the newspapers that tell of a series of insurrections by the natives in Cuba and Spain's brutal response. The American public, forgetting the horrors of the Civil War fought just over 3 decades ago, much like Silas Erskine recalls only the glories and heroism of that time, begin to feel that the government of the United States should take a hand in the situation. Both the U.S. and the Spanish governments initially seek peaceful solutions to the Cuban situation. However, whenever chance there was a peaceful settlement, it evaporates as a result of the destruction of the battleship Maine in Havana Harbor on February 15, 1898, with heavy loss of life. Newspapers call forth boldly that a mine planted by the Spanish has sunk the Maine. The pressure for the intervention is now too great for President McKinley to ignore, as the cry, "Remember the Maine," is repeated in towns across the nation. War is formally declared on April 17th. The call for recruits goes out quickly across the country. Silas Erskine desperately wants to join and suffers deeply watching others from Mock Chunk leave for war. But Effie is pregnant, and Silas Erskine feels compelled by his husbandly duties to remain with her. On May 24, 1898, Silas Erskine's son Erskine is born. However, rather than make this relation smoother, it only leads to more anger and arguments between Silas Erskine and Effie. Forever the dreamer, all he can think about is the war, completely ignoring his children and wife. Then, less than 1 month after the birth of his son, after another prolonged argument with Effie, Silas Erskine, just as he does most days, leaves for home for his job on the railroad. However, on this trip, when the train reaches Philadelphia, on impulse and unbeknownst to anyone else, Silas Erskine signs up for Company H of the 1st Pennsylvania Infantry for a 2-year stint in the Army to help fight what has been termed the Spanish-American War. Knowing that the Army is generally seeking younger and unmarried men, Silas, although admittedly to his age of 29, enlists as a single man. In a moment of regret and wondering how his children would be supported if something happened to him, Silas Erskine lists Effie as his stated beneficiary, but not his wife. After returning home, Silas Erskine musters up enough courage to tell Effie what he had done. Effie is almost too shocked to speak. Cuddling her tiny 1-month-old baby, she can only utter the word "why." Silas Erskine does not answer, but simply walks away. The next few days are marked with silence in the household, and then just 1 week later, Silas boards the train to Philadelphia. Again, this time not for work, but to report for military service. Effie does not go to the train station to see him off. Silas Erskine quickly realizes, however, that the romance associated with military service is an illusion. By July, just 1 month after joining the Army, while completing his basic training in Philadelphia, he is sick in his quarters for a few days and complaining about various illnesses. Silas Erskine is bored with the daily activity, marches, and endless drills. He longs for the romance and adventure of military service, but this is not it. This is pure drudgery. Silas Erskine is becoming more and more depressed about his decision to join the Army, but there's little he can do about it now. His depression lifts briefly, however, when he and the company are mustered out to Camp Thomas, Georgia, in August for training in preparation for transporting to fight in Cuba. Once more, memories of his father's stories and gallantly drift through Silas Erskine's dream. He is all excitement and nerves on the long train trip from Pennsylvania to Georgia. He knows that this is the last staging and training area before being shipped out to join the war in Cuba. Now, at long last, he can almost feel the adventure he has longed for so long. The excitement and enthusiasm preceding the stay in Georgia also quickly dissipates, and Silas Erskine is once more depressed, homesick, and complaining of illness. He hates training. the more he talks to injured soldiers returning from Cuba, the more he watches the pale gray wooden caskets unload from the train, the less he is interested in actually going into battle. But now he has fully changed his mind and wants desperately to go home. On October 5, 1898, Silas Erskine formally petitions to be mustered out of the Army due to what he claims is rheumatism of his right shoulder, elbow, and wrist contracted while at Camp Thomas. Silas Erskine claims that this ailment increases during damp weather. Dr. Ivan Britton, who is brought in to examine Silas Erskine, finds, however, there is no disability whatever exists. But Silas has had enough military service and continues his complaints. Much to his good fortune, events grant him the outcome that he desires, so in early October, peace commissioners from Spain and the United States meet in Paris to work out the details of a peace settlement. Without the need for all the troops, the U.S. begins sending troops home, and on October 26, Silas and the 1st Pennsylvanians are discharged from service, having never shipped out to Cuba and having never fired a shot in the war. Silas Erskine's less than stellar military career ends 4 months after it began. A final peace treaty is signed on December 10, 1898. Silas Erskine has to be determined to do what is in his future. After much thought, he returns to Effie and their home in Mock-Chunk and asks her to take him back. His son Erskine has grown in the 4 months since Silas Erskine has been gone. Slowly, the family resumes its life where it left off before. Silas Erskine's great adventure. Silas Erskine returns to his job as brakeman on the railroad. Almost 1 year to the day after his returning home, a daughter, Helen, is born, October 21st, 1899. Chapter 7, Alone in the World. Little Erskine, or Erky, as his parents called him, being only 2 years old, just didn't understand why his mother was crying so hard at the kitchen table. His older brothers, Harry, age 7, Alfred, age 6, and Winifred, age 5, seemed to understand more, since they are gathered around their mother, trying to console her to no avail. Her tears and sobs fill the room. Erky knows something is terribly wrong, but he does not know what. His Aunt Martha holds his namesake, little Martha, age 3, on her lap, as little Helen, just over 6 months old, sleeps in her wooden crib. Another man, who Erky does not know, is there. He is tall and dark, with a somber face. He is talking to Effie and explaining that Silas Erskine did not suffer. He tells her that Silas Erskine had eventually slipped and fallen under the Lehigh Valley Railroad train while trying to perform his job as brakeman, just outside Clinton, New Jersey. He tells Effie that Silas Erskine's skull was fractured and he died immediately. He tells her that the accidents happen on the railroad all the time, and that in fact over 10,000 men have been killed working on the railroad the previous year. He tells Effie that Silas Erskine is dead and will never return home again. If meant to console her, this piece of information only causes Effie to sob harder. Knowing that so many other wives have lost their husbands only deepens her sorrow. So here, not quite 4 months into the new year, 1900, and the new century, Effie finds herself alone, a widow with 6 young children to raise. Effie, a 31-year-old widow, has no job and no skills and no income after Silas Erskine's death. She begins cleaning other people's houses and doing their wash to earn what she can and manages to earn only about $20 a month. This certainly is not enough to support a family of 6 children, even with some financial help from her father, Henry Wankel, can provide. Effie is at a loss of what to do. She cannot let her children starve, yet she cannot earn enough to feed them. At a family meeting of Effie, her father, and his wife Martha, and her uncle Winifred, a Civil War veteran, they come up with a drastic yet workable solution. Henry and Martha, having no children of their own, will take the 2 oldest boys, Harry and Alfred, that being all they can afford. Effie will keep the 2 little girls, Martha and Helen. Uncle Winifred tells Effie that there's an orphanage located just outside Carlisle, Pennsylvania, for children of the soldiers who were killed recently in the Spanish-American War. He has checked into it, and even though Silas Erskine did not die in the war, the orphanage is willing to take some of Silas Erskine's children. Effie cannot bear to think of giving up her children, but she does not know what else to do. So in a choice no mother would ever want to make, she decides to send her 2 sons home with Henry and Martha and the 2 youngest sons to the orphanage. Again, Erky is so young that he does not fully understand what his mother is telling him. His older brother Winford does, however, and he cries to his mother not to make him leave. Winnie begs to remain, saying that he will gladly go to work in the coal mines near Mok Chunk and earn money to help the family stay together. Effie explains that he's too young and too small even for the most menial jobs in the mines. And so, before long, Uncle Winifred pulls the wagon up in front of the house and one by one loads the young boys in the wagon. His namesake Winnie and young Erky. When he loads Erky, he does not cry. Erky thinks that he is just going for a ride. He does not know that it'll be more than a decade and a half before he sees his mother again. Erky still does not cry, as Granduncle Winifred, along a long and bumpy ride that takes up to the better part of an entire day, takes him from the wagon into the orphanage, even though Winnie continues to weep. Erky does not cry, however, as Granduncle Winifred drives off in the wagon and leaves him behind. All he could do is call out his granduncle's name and call for his mother. Neither will come to get him. He does not know that far away his mother is crying for him too. Erky immediately hates this place. Upon entering, the first thing they do is shave off all of his hair to better control the orphanage's constant lice problem. The attendant then drags him kicking and crying into the bathroom and throws him into a tub of tepid and slightly grimy water. She then scrubs him with strong lye soap from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet to get rid of any bugs that he might have brought along with him. His clothes are thrown away, and he is given a new set of clothes, more like a uniform, just as all the other children there, now including his brother Ware. He is then taken off by the hand to an area where he is to sleep. There is a row of small cots, each stuffed with straw with a blanket on top. He is told to get into bed and not to get out of it, or he would be severely punished. Erky, perhaps not quite understanding, perhaps being too young to understand that his mother would not show up later that night, does get out of bed and does leave the sleeping room to search for his mother. When he comes upon the room matron standing at the end of the dark hallway, he gets the first beating of his life at the orphanage, and unfortunately not his last. Scared, crying, and bleeding, where the hickory switch crossed his upper legs, he is forced back to bed and told not to get out of it again unless he wanted to meet the switch again. Erky stays in bed that night, softly sobbing for his mother, telling her that he will be a good boy if he can only come home. No one came. The years go by slowly for Erky. As he grows, his understanding that he is stuck in an orphanage also grows. His mother never comes to see him. Of course, for her, it is because she cannot afford the long trip from Mok Chunk. For Erky, he believes that she does not love or not want him. He hates the orphanage and acts out more and more each passing year. The beatings have less and less effect to change his behavior, but rather only harden him in his ways. He sees Winnie every day, but even their bond as brothers seems to be weakening. Winnie is studious and well-behaved. Erky is sullen, angry, and often lashes out. His eyesight is bad, and he is fitted with glasses. He hates wearing them. Initially, the other boys at the orphanage make fun of him wearing his glasses. But this doesn't last long, as Erky becomes violent at the teasing and despite his rather average size, becomes quite the bully in the playground and is often in fights. He can care less for his studies, and despite an innate intelligence, is a mediocre student at best. Ironically, while hating his loneliness, Erky seems to do everything he can to further isolate himself from others. He has no friends. He, in his mind, has no family. He fully believes that it is a battle of survival, pitting him against the rest of the world. His stay in the orphanage passes a time of incredible change in the country. On a larger scale during the period of time, the automobile becomes popular. The airplane is invented, the first radio broadcast occurs. Beltham Steel Corporation and Mack Trucks are founded, both of which will employ hundreds of future workers from Mok Chunk. And the great San Francisco earthquake of 1906 destroys 2/3 of the city. On a lesser scale, Crayola crayons are introduced in eastern Pennsylvania. The forward pass is legalized in football, and the song "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" is written. As for Erky, he enters his teenage years, and the orphanage purchases a radio and installs it in the main hall. During the evening, it is the focus of all activities for the boys. Erky is fascinated by what he hears in the radio. He hears the popular song of the day, Down by the Old Mill Stream, and Let Me Call You Sweetheart, which creates a new long to belong, to believe somebody cares. Erky would not like anything better than to meet a young girl to call his own, but his isolation in this all-boys orphanage is complete. He is never allowed off the grounds, and the only sight he ever has of young girls is when one visits another orphan, usually his brother, but this happens very infrequently. But Erky's daydreaming of girls and other fanciful things gives way to more urgent and critical world events in 1912, a year with events that will ever remain fixed in Erky's memory. Generally seated in front of the radio on most evenings, Erky is completely memorized and transfixed when he hears the newscast that describes the sinking of the Titanic of the White Star Line when it scrapes an iceberg in the North Atlantic during its maiden voyage. Erky listens in horror as the newscasters describe the death of over 1,400 of the 2,224 people on board. As appalled as he is by the deaths of these innocent passengers, Erky smiles just a bit and thinks how all the money in the world was incapable of saving the millionaires on board. They died just as did the poorest of passengers. Erky knows that these are not thoughts you should have, but when you're at the bottom of the financial and social ladder, thoughts such as these are difficult to avoid, in fact are to be expected. Erky also finds himself fascinated this year with the Olympic Games being held in Stockholm, Sweden. Erky, though tough and wiry, wishes that he were a better athlete. His poor eyesight generally prevents him from happening, but Erky rapidly listens to the results of the games night after night on the radio. He takes particular notice when an Oklahoman Indian by the name of Jim Thorpe, age 24, wins both the pentathlon and decathlon, and is called by King Gustav of Sweden the greatest athlete in the world. As he listens further, Erky hears that Jim Thorpe also was raised in a school in Pennsylvania far away from his family. In some unknown way, this makes Erky feel better about himself and eases his loneliness. In 1914, the Great War, later to be dubbed World War I, begins as Archduke Ferdinand is assassinated in Sarajevo. Erky follows these events closely, but for the time being, at least the U.S. does not enter the war. Nonetheless, Erky thinks about signing up for the military in a way to get out of the orphanage, and his way to begin adult life. As the U.S. ponders its position on whether to join the war or not, life goes on. The Panama Canal opens to traffic. Cleveland rigs the world's first green light traffic light on August 5, 1914. Rocky Mountain Park is created by the Act of Congress in 1915, and the U.S. chases Pancho Villa into Mexico. But the biggest current event for Erky is when Winnie turns 18 and leaves the orphanage. Erky finds it sad and ironic that while he and Winnie had grown so far apart during their stay at the orphanage, he still has a sinking feeling in his stomach as he sees Winnie walk away. Again, Erky feels really totally alone. At 2:15 p.m. on May 7, 1915, torpedoes from the German submarine U-2 hit the Curragh Line passenger ship SS Lusitania off the coast of Ireland, and the huge vessel sinks in 18 minutes, killing 1,198 men, women, and children, including 128 U.S. citizens. This tragedy heightens the call for the U.S. to enter the war. With war clouds looming deadly in the horizon, Erky has his 18th birthday, and his stay at the orphanage at long last ends. Not knowing what else to do and totally unaware of the rest of the world, Erky returns to Mok Chunk. He has no job and nowhere to stay, so he visits his mother, and through a long, tearful reunion, she tells him to stay with her until he can get a job and get on his feet. He is now home for the first time in 16 years, but somehow returning home is not what he expected. He is in the house where he lived in before being sent to the orphanage, but he does not feel like it is home. He is with his mother and brothers and sister, but they do not feel like family. Erky is home, but he still feels alone and empty inside. On April 6, 1917, the U.S. declares war on Germany. Songs such as Over There by George M. Cohan and You're in the Army Now pop up. James Montgomery Flagg, using his own likeness, designs the famous recruiting poster of Uncle Sam, calling to all red-blood American men that Uncle Sam wants you. Erky rushes to the recruiting center to sign up for the military service. He desperately wants to serve in the Army, in part to do patriotic duty, in part to leave Mauch-Chunk and to see the world. But much to Erky's chagrin, his eyesight that had kept him from being a better athlete when in school prevents him from being accepted in the service of his country. Erky, again, for almost an unaccountable time in life, feels rejectless and worthless. The only good thing to come from all of this is that when the other men leaving for military service, Erky is able to get a job. He finds work as a trolley car brakeman. This is a time when the U.S. trolley car ridership reaches 11 billion, with 80,000 electrical streetcars plying 45,000 miles of track. Lost in all the excitement about the war is the fact, unnoticed by Erky and people east of the Mississippi, is that in early 1917, Buffalo Bill Cody, age 70, dies while visiting his sister in Denver. This once great showman, who accompanied a sizable wealth, dies bankrupt and penniless after a series of poor investments. Chapter 8, the 20th Century. As time rolls forward into the year 1918, the world and Erky face, paraphrasing Dickens, boast the worst of times and the best of times. At the beginning of the year, the war is still raging in Europe, with its countless toll of death and injuries. Soldiers for the Axis, also known as the Triple Alliance, Germany, Austria, and Italy, as well as the unified front on which the U.S. is fighting, hurl themselves at each other in a wave after wave of attack and counterattack. Over 2 million U.S. servicemen are transported overseas to fight in the Great War. The U.S. is involved in active fighting for only 6 months in areas such as Reims, Verdun, and Argonne, where the U.S. troops helped breach the supposedly impregnable Hindenburg Line. With the American involvement, it is not long before the Triple Alliance begins to fall apart, with surrendering coming in November. In the 6th month of active fighting, the U.S. suffers 125,000 casualties, less than half of these actual battlefield deaths. It is scarcely safer at the home front, where the Spanish influenza, the worst pandemic to affect the world since the Black Death of the mid-14th century, sweeps through the United States, as it is also doing to Europe and Asia. Even in locations as remote as Mauch-Chunk, the flu is taking a heavy toll. Nationwide, nearly 25% of the population fall ill and 50,000 die. Hospitals nationwide are jammed to the point that emergency tent hospitals are rapidly thrown together to handle the sicknesses. Working in such a public job, trolleyman, Erky feels threatened every day he goes to work. There is no telling who is infected and contagious. Every sniffle, every scratchy throat begins a sense of panic to Erky. He is pleased when schools are closed and parades and rallies are banned. Almost overwhelmed with fear, Erky takes to wearing a mask to prevent becoming infected, as do many other trolleymen. This also helps Erky because it gives him a valid reason to avoid to talk to anyone. And if he does say anything, he usually barks out some command in a nasty voice. Erky has no need for people, and he wants them to leave him alone. Several times now, his boss has told him that he has to be nicer to the passengers, to smile, and at least bid them a good day as they enter the car or as they depart. Erky listens quietly to this advice and then readily ignores it. No one is going to make him talk to anyone if he doesn't want to. And now that he has a mask on, who is to know if he's smiling or not? Yet among the reports of the war and killing in Europe and illness and death in the Americas and Mauch-Chunk, Erky one day unexpectedly noticed a small, demure young lady as she enters the trolley car. Her short brown hair, partially covered by a babushka, shines as it reflects the sunlight. Her brown eyes shine equally bright behind a small pair of wire-rimmed glasses. She seems to be unafraid, and the only thing contagious she might carry is a smile. Erky is immediately smitten. He daydreams back to the days in the orphanage when the sisters or an occasional girlfriend would visit the other boys. How he envied those boys. Erky has never known the affection of a woman. His long separation from his mother leaves him even more unprepared about how to deal with women. Erky is so lost in his reverie that he almost forgets to brake at the Broadway and Courthouse stop for the trolley. He is that enthralled with this passenger. Erky does not know this young lady, but is intent on getting to know her. However, as she rises to leave the trolley, his courage that he has worked so hard to muster fails, and he stands silently staring at her as she leaves the train. His heart sinks as she slowly walks away. 4 days afterward, Erky's fear of going to work disappoints his excitement that he might once again have a chance to meet this young girl. And then, about a week later, it happens. As she climbs aboard the trolley during a non-busy time, and much to Erky's excitement, she takes a seat right next to where he is, working the brake. Block after block, he stares at her as she looks straight ahead or glances out the side window. Street after street, he tries to get his mouth to form words and his throat to release the sound that would allow him to talk to her, but to no avail. It was not until she rises to leave that he manages to blurt out, "Watch your step." Glancing briefly over her shoulder and with a slight smile crossing her lips, the mystery woman gently answers, "Thank you." As Erky watches her walk away, he can feel his heart pounding in his chest and notice just how weak his knees are. He wonders how someone as small and gentle as this woman could have such a major effect on him. With the ice broken, in time, slowly, trip after trip, Erky overcomes his bashfulness, and he and his mystery lady begin to talk as she rides the trolley. Erky finds out that her name is May Melber, and that she lives in East Mok Chunk and takes the trolley when she is coming to town to visit the bank. May and Erky could not be more different. She is small, fair, and demure. He taller, darker, and brooding. She is always smiling. He is more reluctant to part with a smile than with money, and he watches every penny closely. She is outgoing, with a kind word to everyone she meets. He hates being around and interacting with people. His life consists of getting up for work in the morning, going to work, and then going to the neighborhood bar and drinking in a silent corner, usually by himself until the late evening hours. May and Erky do not share one thing in common, and that is an unexplainable attraction for each other. Again, Erky has been attracted to May since the first time he laid eyes on her. May, strangely and curiously, is attracted to the brooding and quiet man. She somehow feels that the sorrow and lack of love that he suffered all his life. Perhaps she believes that she can fill the giant gap in his heart and his soul. And so the relationship blossoms and moves on, from occasional words to polite conversation and then to serious courting. Of course, courting does not go well, as Erky hoped. Not surprisingly, Erky fails to make a positive impression on May's parents when he first meets them. He enters the Melber's parlor and does not even answer their good evening. Upon invitation, he takes a seat on the chair on the one side of the parlor, as May takes a seat across the room from him and next to the sofa her parents are sitting on. All attempts by the Melbers to initiate a conversation are met with either a brief 1 or 2 word answer or no answer at all. They somehow pry out the answers trolley man, on the hill in Mok Chunk, and an occasional yes and no. Erky hates the feeling of being on display and having to interact with others. He doesn't know how to do it. He is terribly ill at ease in this setting. May frequently comes to his rescue by answering for him or prodding him to add little more to his answers. May's parents quickly develop a deep dislike for Erky and have no idea why May is attracted to him. They initially forbid her to see him any more, but removed their prohibition under a flood of her tears and begging. Yet they feel that no good can come of this relationship. Perhaps their admonishments only serve to make Erky more attractive in May's eyes. Never a particularly rebellious child, it is not rebellion that drives her, but perhaps it is that Erky is now being isolated from 2 more people. 2 more people are in effect telling him that he is of no worth. Perhaps this need on May's part to show Erky that he is not alone and actually loved is what increases her feelings for him. And so it passes that the relationship continues, and Erky and May decide to marry. Painfully, slowly, Erky forces out the words to May's parents, asking them for their blessings in marriage. But once again, Erky is rejected. The Melbers deny their approval. Angry and crushed, Erky yells at the Melbers and storms out of the house, headed to the local bar to drown his sorrows once again. May, reduced to tears, in a half state of shock, retires to her room. But this denial only makes May desire stronger. And so in late 1918, she and Erky head north on a train late one evening to a hotel as far away from Mauch Chunk as their money will take them. That evening, before checking into a hotel, Erky makes May Mrs. Erskine Robert Solomon in a service before a justice of peace in Hartford, Connecticut. May's parents, upon discovering this, that she is not in her room that evening, suspect immediately what would have happened. Their hearts sink. All they are trying to do is protect their daughter. They cannot imagine how she could happily spend her life with a man like Erky. And they dread now the very thing that they had so earnestly hoped against has happened. A few days later, Erky and May return as husband and wife. The Melbers, resigned to this event, welcome them home and wish them the best and offer for May and Erky to live with them. Erky refuses this offer, however, in a obscure bark that can take care of his own wife and doesn't need them to interfere. With that, May and Erky find a small room for rent and move in to begin their life together. For a short while, things go well. Erky, for the first time in his life, happy and feeling loved. He stops going to the bar at night and works as many extra hours as he can so that they can afford his own house. In the privacy of their own little room, May even manages to get Erky talking more and from time to time can pry a small smile from his face. Within a few months, May tells Erky that she is expecting a child. This causes Erky to work even more hours so they can afford their own house. So within the year, and with a small amount of financial help from the Melbers that Erky initially refuses but later begrudgingly accepts, May and Erky find themselves in their own home at 98 Center Avenue in Mauch Chunk. And on September 27, 1919, Erskine, little Erky, is born. Although the war has ended with the signing of the Treaty of Versailles, times are still tough. Erky, try as he may, is having a hard time saving money from his job as a trolleyman. With each trip to the grocery store, he feels more and more envious of the others who can afford the good cuts of steak at 61 cents a pound. For Erky, it is hard enough to afford a quart of milk at 15 cents and a dozen eggs for another 62 cents. Erky can only afford the bare necessities, except for the money he puts aside to drink at the corner bar with his friends. While Erky bemoans the raw deal that fate has once again dealt him, he is in many ways much more fortunate than others. The soldiers returning home from the war are finding it nearly impossible to find work. Over 20,000 businesses have failed, and over 3 million Americans are unemployed. Erky, who remained at home during the war, has been able to keep his trolleyman job, so at least he has an income. The tough times for America and for Erky become even more contentious as the national prohibition of sales of alcoholic beverages goes into effect on January 16th. With this simple stroke of the pen, what might have made Erky's life easier now makes it tougher. For now, rather than giving up drinking and instead saving the money, he supplements the money that he usually put aside for his drinks at the corner bar with more money because now he has to pay higher prices to the bootleggers. With no regard for the needs of May and little Erky, the senior Erky is drinking away any chance to have for putting money aside for a rainy day. And the new group of friends Erky has started to hang around with is tougher and a nastier bunch. Erky never was one to shy from nastiness, reacts in a negative way. He is constantly in minor scuffles and caught a few times by the local police and warned about breaking the law. However, the local police, cutting him a break, let him off without jail time. Not content with minor violations of drinking laws, Erky and his friends begin a local chapter of the Ku Klux Klan. The wild evenings dressed in white sheets and hoods, terrorizing one local Jewish family and the local Catholic family, brings great glee to Erky. He now feels superior to someone, a feeling he has never experienced before and one he absolutely loves. The nightly jaunts down the street to place burning crosses and dead chickens on people's lawns are joyous adventures for Erky and his friends. Always traveling in large gangs and always drunk on bootleg liquor, no one, not even the local police, will challenge this group. Erky exults in the power he feels and that he possesses. May pleads with Erky to stop this behavior, but her pleas fall on deaf ears. Even the birth of their daughter Ruth on January 3, 1921, does not slow down Erkie's evening activities. Many evenings May sits at home, cradling Ruth and little Erkie on her laps and cries. Many others share the anglers of the restlessness Erkie feels. As more and more stores go out of business, many of the remaining businesses attempt to improve their profits by cutting wages by 10 to 25%. This brings on a wave of strikes and strike-related violence. It is only when local businesses recant on the wage cuts and with the intervention of federal troops that riots are quelled. As a side benefit of the introduction of federal troops, the activities of the Klan are also greatly curtailed, and Erkie is forced to spend more and more time at home in evenings as moonshine and Klan activities become very scarce. One other change on the federal government front happens this year, certainly one that no one in Mauch Chunk notices. This is the establishment of the General Accounting Office to audit all federal expenditures and receipt records. As things settle down in the business front, some new enterprises are started. For example, in 1921, Berwick, Pennsylvania grocer Earl V. Wise introduces Wise potato chips. Wise, finding himself overstocked with old potatoes, peels them, slices them with old-fashioned cabbage cutter, follows his mother's recipe, packages them in brown bags, and sells them in a grocery store. Even in the worst of times, people need entertainment, and this year, 1921, sees Weary Willie making his bow at Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus. The clown, Emma Kelly, 22, will play the role of the sad-faced character for 50 years. Chapter 9. Surviving the Tough Times. The state of the American economy and the labor unrest continue unabated throughout the early 1920s. In July of 1922, a 13% wage cut announced earlier by the Railroad Labor Board results in a strike of 400,000 workers, including Erkie. The strike lasts through the summer and makes already tough times even harder for Erkie, May, and their family. The labor management situation also hits the coal mining industry as workers strike for almost 6 months to protest wage cuts. For Mauch Chunk, Pennsylvania, there is a double blow since railroads and coal are the two main underpinnings of the local economy. While on strike, their usual income is lost to the Solomon family. Given that they never had saved any money, they live from day to day on whatever Erkie can earn, at odd jobs he can scrounge, and through whatever little money May can raise by taking in laundry and cleaning houses, or she can borrow from her father. Of course, these loans are given by May's father fully well, knowing they will never be repaid. This is a major blow to Erkie and his pride, but he deals with it by running with the moonshiners, and although earning some money this way, he drinks away almost all of it before returning home each night. Drinking moonshine remains a dangerous gamble, for nationally as many as 1,500 die from drinking moonshine, and hundreds of others go blind. Fortunately, in September, the railroad strike is settled, and Erkie heads back to work. His weekly paycheck has decreased only a few pennies, not a full 13% through the negotiations to end the strike. Shaking his head, Erkie wonders just what the strike has accomplished. Of course, there are some promises of safety improvements, and these are especially important to Erkie, since it was a railroad accident that cost him his father and resulted in him going to the orphanage. Erkie and May are struggling now, and more to ever support their family. And just when they can least afford it, May becomes pregnant with another child. On the last day of 1921, Edward Harry Solomon is born. He is a pretty little baby with a full head of dark brown hair. While May is elated, Erkie is angry and despondent since he sees the baby as just one more mouth to feed. Hoping to instill optimism in the country, President Coolidge, in the support of the industry and growing economy, declares, "The business of America is business." He also lights the first White House National Christmas tree. The Christmas tree in the Solomon household is an old pine cut down on Mount Pisgah, without lights and few decorations. Every effort President Coolidge makes to bring hope for better times fails. Workers struggle to keep their jobs or find one labor management dispute or another to continue. But even in these tough times, products are introduced that remain popular today. These include formation of the Campbell Soup Company, and introduction of Milky Way and Butterfinger candy bars, Wheaties, and later known as 7-Up, is the stwaniest lemon. And as is typically the case in hard times, entertainment and sports boom. The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Cecil B. DeMille's Ten Commandments, The Jazz Singer, and the introduction of Mickey Mouse and Steamboat Willie are big hits in the movie theaters. 5'2", Eyes of Blue, Sweet Georgia Brown, Give Me a Little Kiss, Will Ya, Huh? And Babyface sing out over the airways to radios across the country. Although not owning a radio themselves, the Solomons visit other families to listen to theirs. Perhaps the most popular program of the time was Amos and Andy. In sports, the University of Notre Dame has an undefeated season behind the backfield of Grantland Rice, dubbed the Four Horsemen. Red Grange becomes known as the Galloping Ghost while playing at the University of Illinois, and Babe Ruth hit 60 home runs in 1927. In 1927, also is host to one of the most inspiring events that man has seen in a long time. For it is in 1927 that Charles Lindbergh, the Lone Eagle, completes the first solo non-stop transatlantic flight in the spirit of St. Louis, leaving Roosevelt Field, Long Island, and landing at an airfield in Paris, France. Most people struggle with low incomes and live from day to day, just as do the Solomons. Fully 71% of Americans have an annual income below $2,500, and Erkie's wages as trolleyman are well below that small total. Each day as he heads off to be the trolleyman on his job, it's the same for Erkie. The trolley follows the same rail-guided route. The passengers are the same day after day. Nothing ever seems to change for the better. The decade of the 1920s sees the Solomon family continuing to grow. In 1924, William is born. In 1926, Alfred, later known as Mert, and Edna in 1929. In addition to little Erkie, Ruth, and Edward, by the end of the decade, Erkie and May have 6 children. But this decade also sees the worst disaster that could visit May. In 1925, she had given birth to a son, David, but he dies within hours of birth. May is crushed and devastated by this loss. Erkie is at times saddened by the loss and the grief that May is going through. At other times is relieved that he does not have to support one more child. He is of little help to May. May spends months trapped in depression, crying endlessly. Perhaps no one has ever lived who loves people, and especially children, more than May. To have lost one of her babies, even at childbirth, is almost more than she can withstand. It is only when she finds that she is pregnant with Mert that she is able to shake off the melancholia and refocus on her living children and the one soon to be born. And just when you think things could not get any worse, in addition to the gangland violence running rampant through the nation, emanating from bootleggers such as Al Capone, and by the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, where 7 rival gangsters were ruthlessly gunned down, the stock market crashes on October 29, 1929. Stock speculators buying on margins they could not fund participate the largest drop in stock prices ever, and $30 billion in wealth in effect disappears overnight. The ramifications for the nation are immediate and drastic. There is a run on the banks, and by those trying to withdraw as much money as they can, and banks fail across the nation. This is no problem for Erkie, since he never had enough money to put in the bank anyway. Millions of Americans find themselves unemployed within weeks of the crash. Bread lines and soup kitchens pop up everywhere as desperate attempts are made to feed the hungry. Again, Erkie remains poor, but at least he retains his job on the trolley. On December 31st, 1929, the decade ends with Guy Lombardo and his Royal Canadians starring in a radio broadcast from New York's Roosevelt Hotel, beginning a national tradition. Hope for better things rings in with the new year and old lang syne. The suffering in America in the early years of the 1930s is tremendous. The country is mired in the depth of the Great Depression, the biggest that America has ever known. America painter Grant Wood perhaps portrays the somber mood of the country in a portrait of equally somber couple on a farm. By the way, the couple are the painter's sister and Dennis. This classic painting is named American Gothic. Its sad, unsmiling faces evoke the despair that seizes the entire country. But looking for an escape, a brand new deal of music fills the radio airwaves. Glenn Miller and Jimmy Dorsey, with their big band sound, spark up life of the normal American as their tunes of cheerful songs spread across the nation. Also new to the airwaves in 1930, introduced on WXYZ in Detroit by a stirring passage from William Tell Overture, is The Lone Ranger. And of course, perhaps the greatest invention ever, so great that it's always used as a standard against which others are judged, sliced bread, is introduced under the Wonder Bread label by the Continental Baking Company. The next year, further worsening their economic struggles, Erky and May become parents of Bruce. Times are hard, as few people can afford to ride the trolley. As such, Erky works only a few days each week. The average weekly wage in the U.S. falls to $17, down from $28 in 1929. Of course, Erky earns much less than that. He supplements the family income by selling bootleg liquor to his friends. The downside is that Erky often once again drinks away some of the profits. The year 1932 marks the depth of the American economic depression. In 1932, over 273,000 families are evicted from their homes. Erky and May are saved this fate only by the gracious and timely gifts of cash from the Melbers, who do not want to see their daughter and grandchildren thrown out in the street. Erky, May, and their children have holes in the soles of their shoes, and for the boys, holes in the knees of their pants. They might feel self-confident about this, except this is the normal condition for most Americans. The children are not eating well, and reflect those in a study of coal mining towns, which shows that 90% of school children are malnourished and suffering from drowsiness, lethargic, or sleepiness. Many children survive by eating wild roots and dandelions. In 1932, some 20,000 firms and 1,616 banks fail. In the midst of this despair, Speaker Franklin Delano Roosevelt is nominated by the Democratic Party for President of the United States. He boldly states, I pledge myself to a new deal for the American people. In the election, Roosevelt's win by a landslide, with incumbent President Herbert Hoover carrying only 6 states. In 1933, Roosevelt begins his fireside chats, bringing rays of hope to the American people. Also in that year, Prohibition ends. This is certainly a mixed blessing for the Solomon. On the one hand, Erky can buy drinks cheaper and is not committing a crime to do so. On the other hand, Erky's second source of income for the family is immediately removed, as there is no longer a market for bootleg liquor. In 1933, the Solomon family grows as Donald is born. Once again, May is ecstatic with the new baby. Erky is furious, reminding her that they cannot afford any more children. He tells her emphatically that there is to be no more children. This argument comes to a head 2 years later, when May discovers that once again she is pregnant. Erky is more furious than ever. He wants her to find a way to abort the baby. May screams, something she almost never does do to Erky, or that she will not, that is, have this baby and will bear it. For months the argument continues, as does the pregnancy, with Erky ranting and raving that he cannot afford another baby. May sobbingly, repeatedly said she will not abort the baby. In a sad compromise, one reminiscent of the ones Erky's mother faced many years ago, May had to make an awful choice. Erky tells her that if she keeps the baby, that he will leave. She knows that without him, she will not be financially able to raise her children, and she feels that she cannot go home to her parents. But she feels the baby deserves to live, and it does. But upon her birth, Shirley Solomon is immediately given to her godparents, the Brogan family, to raise. Although just a few houses away, Shirley will be raised in a different family and have little or no contact with her biological family except for May, who sneaks away whenever she can to see her beautiful red-headed baby girl. May has given her baby life, but at the cost of losing her to another family. Shirley never will really know her family, her father or her mother, or her brothers or sisters, as they have little contact until much later. May will never again feel anything other than hate for Erky. She focuses all her attention on her children and rarely leaves the house. This is the life she will lead until her death 15 years later. For her death is a welcome relief from a life of hardship, sorrow, and loss. As for Erky, he lives on until 1959. Upon his death, he remains much the same as he always been, sad, angry, bitter, and mistrustful of people. He dies from a cerebral hemorrhage on April 4th, 1959, alone in the rundown American hotel on Broadway in Jim Thorpe. The name of Mauch Chunk has been changed to Jim Thorpe 5 years prior. By this time, he must have welcomed the relief that death brought on to him. Chapter 10. My Father. The year is 1938. Ed Solomon is 16 years old. His life had not been easy. Ed, or Bronc as his friends know him, is slightly above average height and strongly built. These characteristics come in handy, as the Solomon boys, all 6 of them, run the streets. Oftentimes they get into trouble that sometimes leads to fist fight with the other kids. These fist fights are usually the result of other kids ridiculing the Solomon boys or their sisters about their clothes, their condition of their house, or just how poor they are. The Solomon motto is, if you fight one Solomon, you have to fight them all. Ed and his brother Billy are the toughest and best fighters. Young Erky and Mert are quiet and generally stay out of trouble. Donald and Bruce aspire to be tough fighters, but neither is very good at it, and more often than not, Ed or Billy bails them out. The Solomons, the nation, and the world all continue to struggle. As traffic on the trolley continues to shrink, even more quickly now since buses are starting service in Mauch Chunk, the number of hours Erky works continues to shrink. So the already meager income becomes even more insignificant. They raise chickens in the backyard as a food source, but there never seems to be enough food or enough heat in the winter, despite the efforts of all the boys in picking up loose coal that has fallen from tracks alongside of the road or from passing rail cars as they speed along the tracks at Mauch Chunk. The country's condition is not much better than the Solomons. President Roosevelt is desperately trying anything and everything to turn things around. He asked Congress for help in stimulating the economy. As business remains in recession with 5.8 million Americans still unemployed, Congress reduces corporation profits taxes on May 27th and passes an Emergency Relief Appropriations Act on June 21st. None of these actions bring about quick improvement. On the world front, while Great Britain and others are seeking a peaceful solution to Germany's aggression, Adolf Hitler continues to rattle the battle swords. Although England's Prime Minister Chamberlain says, I believe it is peace for our time, peace with honor. He could not be more wrong. For at the same time, Adolf Hitler vows to protect the 10 million Germans living outside the Reich. The one positive area is entertainment. On October 30th, 1938, Orson Welles stuns most of the U.S., who owns radios, a number steadily increasing with his broadcasts of the War of the Worlds. Wells's Mercury Theater of the Air presentation, a radio version of the 1898 H.G. Wells novel, and its news reports of a Martian landing in New Jersey. And it is so realistic that near panic occurs in many areas, despite periodically announcements that the program is merely a dramatization. This same year, Superman is introduced in the comic books, and Walt Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is the first full-length animated cartoon feature. Snow White sings, Someday My Prince Will Come, and Dwarfs, Doc, Grumpy, Happy, Sleepy, Dopey, Sneezy, and Bashful sing, Hi-Ho, and Whistle While You Work. Ed, as is the case with most of the youth, tries to ignore most things that do not affect him directly. Since he is good at sports, particularly baseball and basketball, he is somewhat popular at school, despite his inherent quietness. He is often referred to as bashful by classmates, and his poverty that often shows up along threadbare clothes that he wears. In these days, long before the slam dunk and between the legs dribble, basketball is a much different game. Ed's accuracy with his two-hand set shot and a toughness and tenacity on defense makes him a mainstay on the Mauch Chunk High School basketball team. His innate intelligence and it's quite high, for he is really a bright man, allowing him to do well enough in school that he does not have trouble with teachers. He constantly does well in classes and thought to be one of the stars of the commercial or business students. In fact, many of his classmates anticipate that he will have great success in business. Ed likes to sneak away whenever he can, usually with one or more of her brothers to go swimming at Glenanoka Falls. He both loves to swim and to watch the rich people who have taken the train to see the falls and to stay in the plush Hotel Juanita, one of the most elegant hotels of his time. He watches the men, dressed in suits and hats, even on the warmest days, escort their ladies from the train. The ladies, dressed in their best finery, sashay off the train, fanning themselves as they walk from the platform to the hotel. Occasionally, someone will pay Ed a few pennies to carry his bags to the hotel. He is glad to do it, and glad to be able to make the money home to his family. On the days that he earns a few pennies, he relaxes under one of the grand chestnut trees and dreams of being rich. He hates living in such poverty and yearns for a better life. Given his good looks, Ed is popular with the young girls. Although he is not much of a dancer, he does go to the ballroom at Flagstaff whenever he can sneak in without paying. The Flagstaff Park has a large wood dance floor inside the pavilion from where you can walk out on the balcony and look down over the side of the mountain to Mauch Chunk below. So even if you don't dance, you might get lucky and hold a girl's hand in the balcony, or even sneak a quick kiss. Big bands are gaining popularity during this period, and with one of the most popular bands being the Jimmy and Tommy Dorsey Orchestra of Lansford, Pennsylvania, just a few miles from Mauch Chunk. An unknown singer makes his first real impression with the Dorsey Band. From there, Frank Sinatra goes on to bigger things, becoming one of the most popular singers and late actors of all times. While Ed has attended school with her all his life, it is here at Flagstaff Park at the class hot dog roast on June 8, 1939, that Ed becomes really interested in a very attractive young woman named Betty Young, nicknamed Skeet. He thinks that she is incredibly good-looking and likes the way she looks out on the dance floor. She is quite the dancer, with her usual and favorite dance partner, her brother Bud. She is lively and cheerful to talk to, and she and Ed begin to see each other regularly, although not exclusively, as each other date other young people. Time passes, and the new year of 1939 now is upon the Solomons. Their living situation does not get any easier, as money is hard to come by. Each of the boys does odd jobs or finds any work they can to help out around the house. Ed really does not know what the future will bring, but events in Europe make him lean towards joining the armed services. However, being just a sophomore in high school, he is too young to join, since he would need his parents' consent, and May would never agree. In August, he hears on the radio that Britain and France have declared war on Germany, as U-boats sank the British ship off the Irish coast. Soon after, Soviet troops invade Poland from the east. Warsaw surrenders to the Germans, and Poland is proportioned between Germany and Russia. In the sports arena, this year marks the beginning of a new sport that will eventually occupy our of Ed's sons when he has them years later, as Lundy Lumber beats Lycoming Dairy 23-8 at Williamsport, Pennsylvania, in the first Little League baseball game. Local lumberyard clerk Carl Stoke, 29, has shrunk a regulation field to boys' size and formed a league which will hold its first World Series 10 years later in 1949. In the movies, two all-time classic films burst onto the big screen. With the threat of war looming, a movie that transports Americans back to the time of the most devastating war, Gone with the Wind, captures the audience's imagination. And on an even imaginary front, The Wizard of Oz with Judy Garland take viewers to a fantasy land as they go somewhere over the rainbow. All they have to do is follow the yellow brick road, and then we're off to see the wizard and Lamate, if only I had had a brain. Nothing but changes in the little town of Mauch Chunk in the next year. As with most small towns, little intrigues go on, but nothing of major consequence really happens. Ed, along with his brothers, continue to run the streets, getting into minor scrapes and fights, and not in school or playing sports. In contrast, on the world front, changes are happening quickly. The fall of France, Belgium, and the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Denmark, Norway, and Romania to the Germans leave British dependent on U.S. aid to resist the Nazi attempt at world domination. So the first peacetime draft in the United States history began on October 29th, as Americans feared they would be pulled into the war. This does not yet affect Ed, since he is below draft age. In September, Hitler launches an all-out air attack on Britain as he prepares an invasion fleet. Londoners rush to the underground when air raid sirens blow, but hundreds die each night from aerial bombs. Closer to home, Pennsylvania Turnpike, that opened on October 1st, is the first tunneled U.S. superhighway. Of its tunnels, 6 were drilled in 1883 by William H. Vanderbilt's engineers for a rail line that was never used. Begun as a WPA project, the 4-lane, 160-mile, 70 million toll road links Carlisle with Irvine, 11 miles east of Pittsburgh, and speeds traffic through the Alleghenies in 2.5 hours, bypassing towns. The remaining miles to Pittsburgh take another hour or more to drive. The next year, 1941, sees Ed graduate from high school. Ed is offered a job at the courthouse as a clerk, given his typing skills and that he demonstrated in high school. He turns down the position, however, according to him, because he does not own a suit and tie and has no money to buy them. Some of his friends go to Bethlehem to interview for Bethlehem Steel Company. Others apply to Mack Trucks in Allentown. Ed does not interview with either of these, since they are about 30 miles from Mauch Chunk, and he has no car to get there, and certainly no hope of saving enough money to buy one any time in the near future. He is too proud to ask his friends to take him along on interviews and drive him back and forth to work daily. By the time he has come to this decision and returns to the courthouse, the clerk job has been given to someone else. Despondent, Ed now scrambles to find work anywhere he can, so he applies for and gets a job at the Slatington Lamp Factory. This small factory is only a 10-mile bus ride from Mauch Chunk. The work is tedious, production line type work that is mind-numbing for Ed, given how bright and intelligent he is. While he hates the job, it is the only one he can get, so he stays with it. Most of the money he earns, he turns over to his father to help with household expenses. He also continues to date Betty Young, on and off during the year. They are getting closer to making a commitment to each other, but still, she is unsure of her feelings for Ed. He, not wanting to face rejection, bides his time and does not push her. Many events happened during the course of 1941. The movies Citizen Kane and Dumbo, featuring a flying elephant, hit the movie screens. Cheerios breakfast food is introduced in 1941, and the juvenile book Curious George hits the bookshelves. But nothing then, or perhaps since, has defined the year in American history as the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. Pearl Harbor on the Hawaiian island of Oahu comes under attack from 360 carrier-based Japanese planes. The Japanese lose only 29 planes, and the attack cripples the U.S. Pacific Fleet, sinking the battleships USS Arizona, Oklahoma, California, Nevada, and West Virginia, damaging 3 other battleships, inflicting damage on 3 cruisers and 3 destroyers, destroying 200 U.S. aircraft and killing 2,344 men. The attack on Pearl Harbor comes without declaration of war. It is at 9 p.m. Washington time that the Japanese foreign minister advises the U.S. Embassy at Tokyo that a state of war exists between the United States and Japan. The next day, in an address to Congress, President Roosevelt says that December 7th is a date that will live in infamy. The Senate votes 82-0 for a declaration of war on Japan. The House votes 388-1 for war. Representative Janet Rackham votes as nay, as she did in 1917 on the vote for World War I. And President Roosevelt signs the declaration at 4:10 p.m. 3 days later, Germany declares war on the United States, thus making it possible for Roosevelt to end U.S. neutrality in the European War. Italy echoes the German declaration, and Congress declares war on Germany and Italy. Within weeks, young men are being drafted and called into service, and U.S. war production begins to accelerate. Also within weeks, the basic U.S. food prices are 61% higher than pre-war levels. Food shortages are everywhere. The Solomon family, already struggling, finds it harder than they ever could have imagined, providing the basic food and shelter and family needs. Americans cultivate victory gardens in the backyard and communal plots as vegetables become scarce. 40% of all U.S. vegetables are produced in nearly 20 million vegetable gardens. The Solomons also plant a small garden, but this is nothing new to them. They have been planting vegetables and raising chickens for years in order to get by. In 1942, a difficult year for American forces, the Philippines, General Wainwright and his 10,000 men are taken prisoner. The Japanese also sink the U.S. carrier Lexington. It is a difficult year for the Solomon family, too, particularly for May, as she hangs 4 stars in her front window. signifies she has now 4 sons in the service: Erky, Mert, Billy, and now Ed, who enlists at New Cumberland on October 2nd, 1944, are all serving their country during a time at war. May never thought that she would cry again as much as she did when she lost her little baby David, but now she does, as 4 of her treasured children are so far away from Mok Chung. She prays for the safe return of her sons and the end of the war. After basic training, the war efforts finds Ed at the Army barracks in Alliance, Nebraska. Alliance is one of the many Army air bases that have sprung up recently across the country to support the U.S. effort to train more soldiers and pilots to help build aircraft and gliders. Alliance Army Air Force Base specializes in large transport gliders that can take men and equipment behind enemy lines, and such Alliance is a quickly growing, doubling in 6,000 citizen population quickly with the addition of another 6,000 servicemen. Ed finds his new service career interesting, as he's never seen a glider or airplane before. Working hard, Ed catches the eye of the unit's lieutenant. The lieutenant admires Ed's sharp mind and easy way of relating to other men. That and Ed's typing skills help him get a position as clerk typist for the lieutenant. The lieutenant, who is Jewish, also sees Ed's last name Solomon and assumes that he is Jewish as well. Ed does nothing to dissuade him of these thoughts, as it helps him in his career, and he's promoted to the rank of corporal. Chapter 11. A Rough Start. Ed is lonely in Nebraska. Despite his new friends that he plays basketball and baseball with that are on the base, he is a long way from Mok Chung. It is the first time he has ever been away from home in his life. Never for even a day has he not slept in his own bed in the house he grew up in. He misses his family. His days are long and his nights are lonely. Ed also now realizes how much he misses Betty Young. He thinks about her all the time and writes her on occasion when he gets the nerve. Although the letters are short, since he remains bashful and uncertain about where he stands with her, he wants her to be his. He daydreams about marrying her, but is afraid to ask her. He knows that several other young men are interested in her and that she is having a hard time deciding what to do, deciding who she likes the best, who she would like to spend her time with. Betty is forced to choose among her boyfriends when in late 1943 she discovers she is pregnant. She is horrified. Betty knows that Billy Hiller is the father. At the time Betty finds out that she is pregnant, Hiller is on a troop ship sailing for Europe. It would not have mattered, however, for Billy Hiller is not the one Betty wants to marry. It is only many years later that Hiller finds out that he has fathered a daughter he does not get to meet or know until she is an adult. Over the years, Hiller and his daughter, my sister, create a warm relationship. There is another young man Betty is dating and really cares for, but they argue when she tells him that she is pregnant. He tells her that he still loves her, but he needs time to decide what to do. Time is something Betty does not have. When Betty tells her father that she is pregnant, he disowns her. Just a few months ago, a cousin of Betty's became pregnant, and Betty's father, my grandfather Young, espouses in a self-righteous way to the other poor girl and her mother that no daughter of his will ever be pregnant before getting married. Now his words come back to haunt him. He tells Betty to leave the house. Only the intervention of his wife prevents him from throwing Betty out on the street that very evening. His wife, Annie, talks to him throughout the night and gives Betty 2 weeks to find another place to live. Tears stream down her face. Betty writes a telegram to Ed and tells him that she loves him, does not know what to do, and that if he agrees she will come to Nebraska to talk to him about what to do and to decide if they have a future together. Ed agrees. Not knowing what else to do, she borrows money from her stepsister Harriet for a train ticket to Nebraska. She believes that Harriet will help her because that they have been very close ever since her father remarried and took Ann Weaver as his wife. In fact, in many ways, Harriet is the closest friend, and that they will have mostly close, sometimes later, tempestuous relationship for the rest of their lives. So on February 3rd, 1944, a cold and blustery winter day with dark overcast skies, Betty and Harriet quickly walk from their home on Center Avenue up on the hill section of Mok Chung down to the railroad station. Betty cries as she leaves the house. Her father does not come to the door to see her leave. Her stepmother is not allowed to say goodbye either. Harriet feels free to disobey her stepfather since she is married and living with her husband Billy Fisher. The walk is cold, and Betty's one suitcase is heavy as she lugs it, bouncing off her leg as she leans from side to side to balance her weight along the 2 or so miles to the train station. As the train approaches, she and Harriet cling to each other, shivering and crying, in many ways never wanting to let each other go. For someone who has never been more than 30 miles away from home, Betty is terrified about the trip. For her, this is a journey into the complete unknown. As the conductor calls out all aboard, Betty boards the train with only 2 things, a suitcase and a hope that Ed will accept her and the baby and marry her. She is off to Nebraska. Leaving Mauch Chunk, she boards first a local train to Allentown, Pennsylvania, a larger town about 35 miles away, and changes trains to the Trailblazer in Allentown, going through Harrisburg to Chicago, where she will change trains again to go into Alliance Army Base in northwestern part of Nebraska, along a new route established when the base was opened in 1942. She is scared and tired, getting very little sleep because she is often feeling sick in the train. She isn't quite sure whether it's her pregnancy or just a sinking feeling in her stomach as the train travels away from the only home she has ever known that causes her nausea. She sits next to a soldier on the way to Chicago. He seems very nice, and they both sit mostly quietly during the trip, although they speak briefly, and she tells him that she is going to meet her husband, who is in the service in Nebraska. She does not feel that a little white lie will hurt. The soldier says that he is headed back to his base near Chicago and then looks like he might be shipping overseas to join the fighting in Europe. Looking at the young soldier in uniform makes Betty want to be together with Ed more and more than ever before. Being a young woman away from home for the first time and thoroughly unfamiliar with any town larger than Mauch Chunk, she is petrified as the trains pull into the station in Chicago. She does not know what to do or where to go to catch the next train. Perhaps the worldly young soldier who has been away from home before senses her problem, for he offers to help her find her connecting train. He walks her through the Chicago train tunnel and over the platform for the next train and wishes her good luck with her new life in Nebraska with her soldier boy. Her next train arrives and she steps on board, thanking the soldier for his help. Now finally relaxing and feeling that the rest of the trip will be okay, she pulls out her romance novel and begins to read. While generally not a great reader, she has taken to reading romance novels, imagining the exciting and interesting lives the characters lead. Of course, this also makes her think about Ed and wonder how the next chapter in her book, her life, will unfold. Lost in her reading, she barely notices or glances up as a person takes the seat next to her. The train pulls away from the station and she finally glances over at her traveling companion. She is immediately mortified and quickly attempts to hide her book. It is a minister, in his black shirt and stiff white collar. In a reflection of the times, perhaps she is embarrassed to read her romance novel while sitting next to a minister who is reading the Gospel according to St. John. The train chugs on out of Chicago in the early morning darkness and on to Nebraska. It stops in Omaha, Lincoln, and then Alliance, Nebraska. It is interesting how some things unexpectedly come full circle. In the distant future from Betty's train ride, in fact, in 2013, almost 70 years later, my wife and I were driving through Omaha, Nebraska when we decided to visit a museum, mostly because it was said to have an Art Deco decor. When we arrived at the museum, it was the United States Rail Depot. We didn't think any of the family link as we wandered through the interesting museum, which had many railroad themes displayed. It was not until we walked to the exit that we noticed some bronze statues of soldiers and a young woman sitting on a bench, much as real soldiers and young women must have been sitting when Betty passed this way in 1944. A sudden chill shivered up our spines, and we realized that my mother had passed through the station all those many years ago on her way to her new future. But back to 1944. February 4th is cold and gray, with a light sprinkle of snow as the train pulls into the station in Alliance, Nebraska in early evening. Betty quickly exits the train and boards another at the depot on the spur line built to transport people to base. It has been a long and tiring trip, and she has slept for a few hours during the 2-day long trip. Betty's worst fears, that Ed will not accept her, spike along with her general fear of being far away from home for the first time ever. So when she departs to train at the base and Ed is not there to meet her, she begins to sob softly in the darkness that has settled over the snowy grounds. She shivers from the cold and fear. A young woman, a stranger at the station, approaches her and asks her what the problem is. Betty explains as best she can, talking through the sobs. The woman is patient and tells her that the first thing she has to do is find a room for the night. They walk together to the USO club on base. One of the USO's function is to help families of servicemen. Talking to several people at the USO, they determine that there is a place where she can spend her first night rather cheaply. Fortunately for Betty, a room is available. This would not have been the case a few months earlier, as the base was bustling and availability at the hotel rooms and housing were almost non-existent. But with the build-up of the anticipation of D-Day, many of the soldiers had already been deployed overseas, significantly easing, although not totally eliminating, the housing shortage in Alliance, Nebraska. After following the woman to a very inexpensive boarding house, agreeing to the price for the one night and dropping off her suitcase, Betty followed the directions she was given by the young woman, whose name she never got, in all of her panic, and finds the main base administrator office. There is a sergeant. Said he will find Ed, contact him, and tell him where she is staying, and that she should return to the boarding house. Later that evening, a knock comes at the bedroom door, and Ed walks in. He apologizes for not being there to meet her at the train station, but explains that he was on duty and could not get off and did not know how to get a message to her. Then, in a moment of pure joy for Betty, he tells her that yes, he wants to stay with her, he wants to get married, and he wants to raise the baby as his own. He tells her that his people do not want him to stay with her or marry her, but he will anyway. She tells him that she loves him and thinks that she wants to marry him as well, but is undecided whether to stay, as she is already homesick for Mauch Chunk. She tells him that Nebraska just seems so strange and different from their little hometown, and she is right. It couldn't be more different from Mauch Chunk. Mauch Chunk, nestled in the cradling hands of the surrounding mountains, seems so safe and warm. Alliance, located in the middle of the open prairie, whipped by the streaming winds that race across the rolling hills in open space, while perfect for glider air base, seems stark and barren to Betty. She really wants to return home to Mauch Chunk to have the baby, which is due in April, just 2 months off. She dreams of naming the baby Anastasia, but for her dilemma is increased as Ed tells her that he loves her so much, and as she relates in the letter to Harriet, he wants me to stay in the worst way. He tells her that it just won't work for them to be so far apart, and if she wants him as a husband, she needs to stay with him and forget about her family. After a few days of soul-searching, Betty decides that Ed is the person she wants to make her life with and have as a father of her baby, and that her only real option is to stay in Nebraska with him. She writes Harriet and tells her to go to a jar in her bedroom and get a ring that another man had given her and return it to him. She writes a letter to another of her suitors with whom she was very serious and had, in fact, talked to marriage, and tells him to forget about her. She tells Ed she will stay. They beginning to tell people that they were married, even though they were not, since this eliminates question about her obvious pregnancy and will make it easier to find housing. After quite a bit of searching for a place they can afford, Ed and Betty find a small basement room in a small house at 511 Toluca Avenue in Alliance, Nebraska. Although the basement room is very small, the landlady, Mrs. Perry, seems very nice. There is no kitchen in the apartment, so Betty agrees to work for Miss Perry, ironing and cleaning, in order to get evening meals with the Perry family. Although Ed does not want his pregnant wife to work, he realizes that given how little money they have, that the money saved on food will be a blessing. So she agrees. Ed works hard at the base all day, and the next 2 months go by rather well for him and Betty. Money, however, remains tight, and with the arrival of the baby, named Jacqueline, not Anastasia, these problems increase. Ed and Betty, of course, have no health insurance, and since they are not actually married, the Army does not help pay for the delivery of the baby. So Ed finds himself owing the hospital in addition to his $50 rent to the Perrys. He could not pay neither debt. As Betty recuperates at St. John's Catholic Hospital at 10th and Toluca Avenue, 5 blocks from their basement room. In those days, the mother and baby generally stayed in the hospital for at least 3 days. She tells him that she will write home and ask for help. Ed is a proud man, despite his dire situation, and argues with Betty that he does not want her to ask help from her family. But in the end, he knows that they have no alternative, so he allows her to telegram home. 2 checks from her stepmother, Anne, pay the hospital and rent bills. Things with the arrival of the new baby get no easier. In fact, they get even tougher. There is never enough money, and Betty is forced to circumstances to constantly write Harriet asking, or in some cases pleading, for help to buy even the most basic items, such as dresses, towels, and diapers. But at least briefly, despite their struggles and poverty, they are a happy family. Bed writes to Harriet that Ed thinks the baby is cute and is always hugging and kissing her. Although happy on one level, being an insane, proud, jealous man by nature, Ed thinks about the baby of his own. Of course, this is the first inkling that he is not really thinking of Jackie, of his own daughter. He mentions this to Betty, and a terrible argument ensues. She is alone and homesick now. In fact, she contemplates offering the baby to Harriet, since she and her husband Billy Fisher have no children of their own. But in the end, she realizes that she can never part with her sweet daughter. Sorry for the argument, Ed apologizes and tells Betty that they really should get married. Overjoyed, they make plans, and on July 8, 1944, they are married, in a small ceremony conducted by the base chaplain. The Perrys serve as witnesses. And again, for a few brief months, they are once again a happy family. They struggle by, and Mrs. Perry becomes a mother figure for Betty and helps her get through her homesickness. On the surface, Ed seems like a happy family man, but he has always been driven by insecurities and false pride. He begins to spend more and more time away from the apartment, playing baseball and drinking beer while not at work. Betty feels alone and isolated. She begins to hate Nebraska and everything there. Ed does not help her isolation, and now every time he sees Jackie, he thinks not of his lovely daughter, but rather that she is not his, and that he has no children of his own. Feeling sorry for himself, he constantly questions why, with money so tight, he has to raise Billy Hiller's child. His jealousy, fueled by his drinking, thrusts him into fits of rage. He screams at Betty about her infidelity, and that has resulted in a child, and now no longer wants to hug, kiss, or even be near the baby. When the baby cries, Betty has to quickly whisk her away, so as to not further anger Ed. His insecurities also cause him to take all letters coming to Betty and open and read them before she can get them. Rather confront him on this, Betty says nothing, as she knows his protest will only cause Ed to rage about what former boyfriend might be writing letters, and she does not want him to see. Ed is unhappy. Betty is unhappy. She tells Harriet in a letter that her room feels like a jail, and she like a prisoner. But as quickly and repeatedly as these rages hit Ed, so is his regrets for them. He wishes that he could change, and he does try to create some fun in their life. Whenever they have a few extra dollars, which isn't often, they party with friends, either at the local bar or at each other's apartments. And occasionally, they can spare the $1.10 to go to the movies at the newly built 1,000-seat base theater. Betty's favorite is Double Indemnity, starring Barbara Stanwyck. The situation takes a severely worse turn for Betty, as she and Mrs. Perry have an argument, and the one person in Nebraska that she felt she could rely on refuses to talk to her. Betty just gets angry and refuses to talk to Mrs. Perry in return. A silly argument started over small things just escalates, and it is often the case when multiple families live in such close and small quarters. The situation becomes so bad that Ed and Betty leave their first little room in Alliance for another one a few blocks away at 404 Bighorn Avenue. This is a much better place to live in, as it is a small room built in the back of a house with its own private entrance. It is slightly bigger than the room at Toluca Avenue and is a small refrigerator to store food and a hot plate to cook on. But just as things seem to settle down again, Ed is informed that he is being transferred to the 806 Army Air Force Base in Rome, New York. Ed and Betty do not know what to do. On one hand, it will be much closer to their home in Pennsylvania. On the other hand, they will have to find an apartment for them and their baby at the new base, and housing is awful difficult to come by. Betty, as an alternative, would like to move back to her childhood home, and her father still will not talk to her, and she is not sure where to go with the baby or into a new home. Ed suggests that she could move in with his family. Betty cannot think of a worse situation. While her mother-in-law May is sweet, wonderful to her, and loves children, and would easily accept her and Jackie into their home, her father-in-law Erky is a mean, spiteful man who considers her nothing more than a tramp and is happy to let her know how he feels. Betty is so upset and depressed over the situation that during this time, when she and Ed are fighting, she seriously considers moving to Kentucky with a lady that she has become friends with and starting all over again, just she and Jackie. But her courage fails her at this critical moment, and with a terrible feeling of dread, she agrees to move in with her in-laws while Ed moves to Rome Air Force Base. Chapter 12. Home in Mauch Chunk. Arriving at his new duty station, Ed returns to the first job he had had in the Army, that of a riveter. So at the Rome base, he is again helping to build planes and gliders. However, history sometimes has a way of repeating itself, and when the base clerkship oversees Ed's new commanding officer, who is taking a liking to him, admiring his intelligence, selects Ed as the new base clerk. As the base clerk, one of his new duties is to type leave papers for the soldiers. With his new duty station so much closer to Mauch Chunk, Ed returns home on leave as often as possible. He is so homesick that he has taken to writing his own passes for leave. The scheme works well until Ed overstays his leave on one occasion and his discovered absence from his post. He is technically AWOL, and it is the only strong relationship that is quickly built with his commanding officer that saves him from a general court-martial. In addition, with all the commanding officers hazardous his mind, and with war in the Pacific still raging, the commanding officer just doesn't want to spend time or effort on a trial and a court-martial. Nonetheless, Ed is demoted from corporal to private first class. This hurts Ed a lot, since a reduction in rank also comes with a reduction in pay. And always, money is tight for the Solomons. During one of his visits, Ed apologizes to Betty for her having to live at his parents' house. He also tells her that there is no way he will ever return to Mauch Chunk after he gets out of the service, that they will begin somewhere else, that will begin a new life together. He is angry with his family, and although he does not tell her this, he knows that he will feel shame that his wife had a baby with another man, and feels everyone in Mauch Chunk, a very small little town, will know it. By now the war is ended. Both Japan and Germany have surrendered. The soldiers are coming home, and one of them is Ed Solomon, along with his 3 brothers, all having survived the war without so much as a scratch. May is overjoyed to see the return of her sons. She weeps and hugs them as they return one by one. All except Ed finds apartments to live in. Despite his earlier claims and promises, Ed and his wife Betty and their daughter Jackie continue to live at May and Erky's house, since they really do not have any money saved, and raising a baby is expensive. But was it just money, or was it unwillingness to take a risk, to leave the comfort of his home, or the fear of unknown, that changed Ed's mind? It is something he will never talk about. He has made his decision, and the topic will never be discussed. While Ed's decision does not seem to bring him much joy, and certainly for Betty it's devastating, May is ecstatic, given her love for children, doting on Jackie almost constantly. It is also wonderful for May to have a baby in the house. May smiles at her and talks to her and holds her as much as she can. She sits in the rocking chair, patiently rocking Jackie to sleep for her nap each afternoon. Erky's feelings are quite different, and he never misses an opportunity to deride Betty or to let his sons know that Jackie is not their real granddaughter. He never smiles at the baby. In fact, he avoids looking at her at all possible. Betty tries to limit her contact with Erky, spending her time with May and Jackie, but in a house that small, isn't it impossible to do, and to devoid Erky and his nastiness completely. Ed goes to work at the Slatington lamp factory. His life quickly becomes one of tedium and boredom. The same pattern every day. Ed wakes up early and takes the morning bus to Slatington, unless he is short on money, in which he causes him to hitchhike. 9 hours later, after standing on the production line and producing pieces of lamps that later will be assembled into a final complete lamp by someone else further down the production line, Ed boards a bus or hitchhikes home. Sometimes other workers from Mauch Chunk offer him a ride home, and he accepts. His first stop upon arriving back at Mauch Chunk is the Diligent Fire Company, which is the Dillies, 3 blocks north of the Solomon House at 98 Center Avenue. It is not his devotion to public service or his desire to fight fires that draws him there, but rather the cheap beer and company of friends at the bar in the back of the firehouse that attracts him. For an hour or two he drinks beer, smokes cigarettes, and plays darts with his friends in the dark, smoky bar. The conversations are loud and crude, whether women are present or not. The beer and whiskey flow freely. It is not uncommon for a fistfight to break out among the patrons. Ed is seldom challenged by others, giving his long-held reputation as a fighter and a body made stronger by his time in the service. Occasionally someone does say the wrong thing or start a fight with him, and he usually wins these quickly, although occasionally he returns home with a black eye or bloody lip. But no matter, he looks forward to his time at the Dillies. So the next day it's the same thing over and over again. Rise early, go to work, and stop at the Dillies. At the end of the night, he takes a short walk to the house, eats dinner alone, long after the rest of the family had finished their meal. When he returns home, Betty tries to talk to him about her day, and how it has gone, or about Jackie, or how nasty Erky has been to her. She tells Ed all the mean things that Erky has said to her, but Ed, over time, becomes less and less sympathetic, more and more despising both her and Jackie. He tells her that he doesn't want to hear about it, and more often than not, he tells her that Erky is right, that he never should have married her, and that if she does not like it, that she should just take the baby and leave. But again, Betty wants the marriage to work, so she does not leave. Betty once again feels trapped, and except for May's constant loving support of her and Jackie, she might not have been able to survive. The tensions, however, become more palatable as the arguments with Erky more pronounced and frequent. So it's only a matter of time before the inevitable happens, and Erky orders Betty and Jackie out of the house. Ed is now faced with a very difficult decision, and for once defends his wife in front of his father. May intervenes and gets a short delay in the eviction, so Ed can find a new place to live. Ed is torn, because he has always respected and feared his father, and does not particularly want to leave his father's house. Yes, despite the many cruel things he says to Betty, Eddie does not want to leave without him. So within a few weeks, she finds a place to rent further north on Center Avenue. Ed, Betty, and Jackie move into this little house on Center Avenue behind the Romanchik family house. The Romanchiks own the house in front on Center Avenue, in which they live, and the smaller house in the back. The back house is a small house reaching through a pathway in the side of the Romanchik yard. It is a tiny kitchen with a coal stove to cook on, a small living room with a potbelly stove for heating the entire house, and 2 small bedrooms. This house has no indoor plumbing. Nonetheless, Betty is much happier in this house than she has ever been anywhere she has been since a little girl living at home. Her new home is midway between Ed's parents and her parents, so it is far enough away from Erky to eliminate all contact. Also, she takes Jackie and occasionally sneaks down to see May when Erky is away. It is also close enough to her father's house up Center Avenue to allow her to see her father, who has now accepted her back into the family, and her sisters and brother Bud, who have returned from the war with numerous decorations for bravery and courage, and a new German wife named Barbara, but also known Betty. The new house is just a few houses away from a house recently purchased by Harriet and Billy Fisher. Betty's days are full with cleaning the house, cooking meals, stretching the money as best she can to make sure that the food lasts, and doting on her daughter and visiting Harriet while awaiting Ed's return from the lamp factory and the Dillies in the evening. In 1946, U.S. birth rates soar as returning servicemen begin families or add to existing ones. The nation has 3,411,000 births, up from 2,858,000 the previous year. Solomon family has one of those over 3 million births, as Betty gives birth to Ed's son. She hopes that now Ed has a child, a son no less, of his own, that their marriage will be smoother. But sadly, this is not the case. In fact, arguments even start even before the baby is born. They have had several heated arguments about the name for the baby. Ed wants the baby named Erskine after his father. Betty, who hates no one as much as she does Erky, refuses. At last they compromise on the name Edward, as a first name after the father. Betty gives the baby the middle name Earl after her brothers, whose nickname is Bud. The nickname sticks, and the baby, when named Edward, is called Bud or Buddy. The year 1946 also sees some interesting items, something directly affecting the Solomon family, others without much influence. For example, in 1946, Tide detergent is introduced by Procter & Gamble and is advertised as the first detergent strong enough for washing clothes as well as dishes. In 1946, the Common Sense Book of Baby and Child Care by a New York psychiatrist, Dr. Benjamin Spock, is published and will be used to guide the raising of generations of children along permissive lines of behavior standards. It will be retitled Baby and Child Care and become an all-time bestseller. Betty does not read or use this book. Rather, she raises her children through instinct and advice from her family and friends. Ed's child-rearing standards are anything but permissive. He is a strict disciplinarian of the spare the rod, spoil the child philosophy, and it seems that the only time he actually pays attention to either of the children is to yell at Jackie for something, real or imagined, that she has done wrong, or to tell Betty to stop Buddy's crying. In entertainment, Frank Capra's It's a Wonderful Life with James Stewart, Lionel Barrymore, and Donna Reed is showing at Mock Chunk Theater on Broadway. It is, however, anything but a wonderful life for the Solomons. For Ed, it is work every day and drinking every night. For Betty, it is increasingly difficulty as she is alone with her two children almost all the time. And the new baby Buddy suffers from asthma, eczema, and colic, so he cries most of the time. Betty has to tap lightly on Buddy's back to help his lungs clear. To reduce the scratching on his skin that he instinctively scratches till it's raw, Betty resorts to tapping soft mittens on his hands. His inability to relieve the itching and his colic cause Buddy to cry for hours on end. There are times that Betty is up crying along with him because she does not know what else to do and because she feels helpless. Life continues. Buddy's conditions improve little by little, and some regularly settles back into normal life. Betty continues to keep house as best she can with the little money and two children to care for in a very, very small house. Then in 1948, another son arrives. Once again, Ed wants to name the boy Erskine, but Betty holds out. She chooses the name James with the middle name Harry, the same as his father, as a compromise. The last thing they can afford is another baby, but here I was. This, the year 1948, is one of the even tougher struggles to keep a family going. The year 1948 is also the year of a wonderful song, the Tennessee Waltz. Also in that year, Scrabble is copyrighted by Newtown, Connecticut entrepreneur James Burnett, who has taken over the crossword game played with wooden tiles on a board from his friend Alfred M. Butts, who invented the game in 1931 and called it Crisscross. Burnett renames the game and begins manufacturing a Scrabble. I can honestly say now, these many years later, I have enjoyed Scrabble ever since I first played it. But now, back to 1948. On television, The Ed Sullivan Show, initially the toast of the town, debuts in June, with New York Daily News columnist Edward Sullivan as master of ceremonies. The new TV variety that introduces comedians Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis in its first program will continue on Sunday nights until 1971. I have watched my fair share of this show over the years. Another television favorite beginning that year is Hopalong Cassidy, with actor William Boyd in the role of television's first Western series. Growing up, I loved this show so much that my nickname soon became Hoppy. 2 years later, with the birth of William Frederick, soon to be nicknamed Bumper, Ed and Betty Solomon's family is complete. Jackie is now a little girl of about 6 and already deeply feels like an outsider in the family as she hears her father yell almost nightly that she is not his daughter. By now, she has also begun her adventurous ways. In one case, she wanders outside the roof of the house only to be saved by Uncle Bill Fisher before she falls off. In another instance, she's headed off to church one morning, attired only in her socks, shoes, and a parasol, no other clothing, fortunately to be discovered by her mother before she has gotten too far. Buddy's asthma has eased a bit more, although he will suffer from both for some extent for the rest of his life. At age 4, he is already showing his personality, independent and at times stubborn. And of course, I can remember nothing of my life at age 2, but I'm sure that it was not unlike the lives of many other 2-year-olds at the time, free of cares and worries, and a whole life lying ahead of me. Soon after, Bumper is born. Using the benefits he earned under the GI Bill of Rights, which provide a 4% home loan to veterans with no down payment required, Ed buys a house, and we move into the house that we will all grow up in. This house is just a few houses up the street at 632 Center Avenue, immediately next door to Bill and Harriet Fisher. It is a larger house with 3 bedrooms. It also has a backyard that the children can play in. Also, this house could have represented a new beginning for the Solomon family, but Ed's resentment of Betty had grown to a point by this time that they will never be happy together again. Despite this unhappiness, they will stay together until the day Ed dies on Halloween night, 1983. Chapter 13, Childhood Days. In oh so many ways, the next chapter of the book should be the easiest to write. I do not have to research the history of the times, for I have lived through them. I do not have to imagine what was said, for I heard and said much of what I can write about. I do not have to conjecture about how people and events interacted because I observed them. Nor do I have to imagine how things smelled or tasted, for I smelled the smells and tasted the tastes. These chapters of the books are the most real, and that is why writing beyond them is beyond a doubt the most difficult part of trying to chronicle the Solomon history. Were all the Solomons whom I have directly known been heroes and saints, the words would flow like a stream after a spring rain. But they were not. We are not. I am not. The year is now 1954. Our family has settled into its normal routines, and I have begun first grade at Asa Packer Elementary School. These are my first real memories, as I remember. Mrs. Malcolm, my teacher. Yes, she was a Mrs., as all women were either a Mrs. or Miss in those days. No one yet had to come up with the term Ms. I remember Mrs. Malcolm as old. In actuality, she probably was not that old. I was just so young. I remember her as supportive. I entered first grade able to read, although I am not quite sure when I learned. In fact, I am one of the better readers. Mrs. Malcolm says that she is impressed when I show her that I can read, even with the book turned upside down. Now, we all know this is not much of an accomplishment, but she praises me for this unique skill, and I am beside myself with joy. It is so nice to receive praise. I do not remember receiving much positive encouragement at home. This may be why I can vividly remember Mrs. Malcolm and my days in the first grade. Jackie is in the 5th grade by now, and Buddy is in the 3rd. They are showing their own personalities, but are good students. Jackie, though hard at work, and Buddy through his natural intelligence. Bumper is at home with Mom, and I'm sure keeping her busy. So our lives are changing fast, as is our town and our nation. As far as our sleepy little hamlet of Mock Chunk, 1954 is a momentous year. For on this year, Mock Chunk and East Mock Chunk merged together. The new name of the town is Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. The town is incorporated under the new name, that of the famous Olympic athlete and pro football and pro baseball star, in hopes of sowing the seeds for rapid growth. The town constructs a mausoleum for this famous athlete, Jim Thorpe, at a prominent location, on what is now the easternmost part of the combined town. Thorpe's tomb rests on a mound of dirt from Prague, Oklahoma, his hometown, New York's Polo Grounds baseball diamond, and the Stockholm Olympic Stadium. A celebration is held with speeches, most notably by the local newspaper editor Joe Boyle, who has spearheaded the drive to combine and rename the towns. Jim Thorpe's second wife is at the ceremonies and asks the towns for his honor. But all is not done out of civic altruism. Rather, the town elders hope that renaming the town and building the mausoleum will gain them an advantage when the site selection for the Pro Football Hall of Fame is decided in the near future. As we all know now, their hopes were never realized, and the Pro Football Hall of Fame is located in Canton, Ohio, place of the first ever professional football game. On a broader scale, this year, 1954, sees the first mass vaccination against polio in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It will not be too long before all 4 Solomon children are lining up, pulling up their sleeves, and trying to be brave in front of our classmates as the needle pierces our skin. This also is the year when RCA manufactures the first color television and American Foods introduces the first TV dinner. It would be a few more years before the Solomon household would own a television, the black and white variety, and also a few years before TV dinners made their way into our diet. Our first television brings back memories. We were lucky to live where we did, since one of the nation's first cable systems served our little town. Individual antennas produced only snowy, grainy images at best. However, with cable, we received lots of clear channels from as far away as New York. And although we did not have a color set, I remember once when my dad bought a 3-piece colored plastic sheet to place on the screen. The sheet was blue on the top, pink in the middle, and green on the bottom. This worked very well when the scene being shown had a sky over a person standing in the grass, but required lots of amounts of imagination when another scene was on the screen. I also remember when the set would break down and the repairman, and they were all men in those days, would arrive, take off the back of the set, and test and replace the large tubes that power the picture. It was always fun watching him try to figure out which tube was burnt out. Less fun when listening to my father complain about how slow the repairman worked or how much it cost to fix the set. The next year, 1955, sees the debut of one of my father's favorite television shows, Gunsmoke, a Western starring James Arness as Marshal Matt Dillon and Dennis Weaver as his deputy Chester. But 1959, much has not changed. Not so much for my parents who continue to work at their jobs and eke out a living, but things change for us children. Jackie is attending school on the east side of town, as she is now in the senior high. She continues to do well in her studies, and even though her home life never became any easier, as she matured and grew to resemble her biological father, her father's hatred of her grew deeper, and he found a way to yell at her and criticize her for something almost every day of her life. Comparatively, we boys had it easier. All we were hollered at only some of the time, although we often were spanked as well. Buddy is in the 8th grade and still doing well in school. He also delivers the morning papers for our town. This means that he is awake and out the door every day, hot or cold, rain or snow, long before the sun peeks over the mountaintops. He now smokes cigarettes as he passes the papers and takes care not to let our parents know about his new habit. This proves painful one morning when walking up the hill towards home. Buddy noticed our father heading down the hill on his way to catch a ride to work. We still did not own a car. In a panic and not sure what to do, Buddy thrusts the lit cigarette in his pants pocket. He silently endures the pain as the cigarette burns a hole in his pocket and singes his leg as a wisp of smoke arises. When Dad is out of sight, Buddy yelps out in pain, pulls the cigarette out, throws it to the ground, and briskly pats the side of his pants to make sure the fire inside is completely out. Of course, Mom knew what had happened, as she saw the burn hole in his pocket on laundry day, but never said anything about it until years later. I am in the 6th grade, and have the honor of being elected as captain of the crossing guards by my schoolmates. In those days, for a 6th grader, there was no honor greater than this, so I'm really excited. In actuality, it does not involve much, since there are few cars going down Center Avenue past the school. Yet I judiciously raise and lower my banner that is attached to a wooden pole as each student approaches the corner, if I had happened to notice a car heading our way. I am sure that no one was in really any danger, and no one would have been run over had I not been there. Nonetheless, this honor makes me proud. I also continue my Little League baseball activities, and I am getting better, the results of endless hours of bouncing ball off Uncle Bill's cinder block wall and catching it on return. I am now promoted from the minor leagues to the major leagues, where the better and typically older players are. I am now on the Giants, having graduated from the Red Sox. This is my first year that Buddy is not there, having become too old to play Little League. Baseball consumes much of my time. When not practicing, I am playing with my Top Scum bubble cards and memorizing all the statistics of each player as reported on the back of the cards. This is an exciting year because my favorite team, the Chicago White Sox, make it to the World Series. Buddy Bumper and I race to our grandfather Young's house every day after school to watch the game, or what remains of it, on his colored television set. And on top of everything else, Grandpop Young sometimes gives us a small sample of the wine he makes down in his cellar. Even though the Sox lose the series to the Dodgers 4-2, it's an exciting time. These are scary times for our country as the Cold War escalates. In 1960, a U-2 spy plane, piloted by Francis Gary Powers, is shot down by the Soviet Union. In a show of strength, the United States Navy test fires a Polaris missile from a submarine. The successful firing of the Polaris allows the United States to base a substantial portion of its nuclear deterrent forces on submarines, where they would be safe if the Soviet Union were to launch a first strike. Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev and U.S. President Eisenhower continue to ratchet up their rhetoric, and the Cold War seems to be on the verge of breaking into open hostilities. And in one of the most ridiculously overreactions I can imagine, all of us schoolchildren had to practice our safety drills in case a nuclear war became between the U.S. and the Soviet Union would break out. So periodically, a siren goes off, and we'd either hide under our desks with our hands and arms above our heads in the classic duck and cover maneuver, or rush to the basement of the school to remain safe. It seemed silly to me then, as it still does today, for I never believed that the first or an early target for the Soviets would be Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. Our little town had no strategic significance. We had no industry, no military, and no capabilities to strike at the Soviet Union. So what a waste of time. This attitude would get me in trouble later in my school career. In high school, when I refused to take civil defense class, continuing to maintain that I and everybody else in Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania was safe and did not have to prepare for a Soviet attack. But getting back to baseball again, which has some reality in my world, 1961 is most notable for Roger Maris breaking Babe Ruth's record of 60 home runs in one season. No, it is most notable, at least for me, for being the first time in history that the Jim Thorpe Little League team wins the Panther Valley Little League tournament. This tournament of all the best players from each town in the country. And we win it. And I am a member of that team. And I receive a letter from all the officials in our town congratulating me and our team on our win. And I receive an honorary youth card and a commemorative corn signifying the change of name of our town to Jim Thorpe. I am incredibly proud. Perhaps the only thing that might have made it better would have been if my father had watched me play. I really wanted him to watch, since he was, according to his own and Mom's accounts, a very good athlete and baseball player in high school. After much pleading, he did agree to attend one of the All-Star games. I watched every inning to see him arrive, but it never happened. It seemed that he made it as far as the bar at the top of the hill from the ball field. He lost track of the time, drank beer, and never made it to the game. I was crushed, but it was one of the many lessons on keeping realistic expectations for my father. He enjoyed his time with his drinking buddies more than most things, and this is just something we had to adjust to. The year 1961 is momentous for the United States because John F. Kennedy is inaugurated as president, bringing to the office and the country an era of optimism and hope. President Kennedy vows that America will land a man on the moon within the decade. I become fascinated with this and vow and follow the space program closely. I even tape record the first U.S. space mission. Alan Shepard Jr. becomes first American in space in a suborbital flight aboard Mercury 3. Virgil Grissom follows in a similar fashion 2 months later. I still have the tape, and now yellowing newspaper clippings associated with it. Within the next few years, popular culture, American automakers produce more compact cars, as Americans are looking to move away from the big cars with big fins. Music trends to folk music led by Bob Dylan, although a little-known group from England, the Beatles, record their first popular song, Love Me Do. On television, the Beverly Hillbillies is all the rage. Watching that show, Bumper claims that our mother, being thin, wearing glasses, and graying, looks like Granny Clampert. The nickname stuck. After that, we often called our mom Grammy, or Gram, even well before she actually became a grandmother. Well, there was not much going on at the Solomon household in 1963, an event that year that would change the nation forever. On Friday, November 22, 1963, John F. Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States, was shot and killed in Dallas. The shots were fired from the nearby schoolbook depository by Lee Harvey Oswald. Although conspiracy theorists to this day continue to question this account of events, no one can dispute the effect this assassination had on our nation. President Kennedy had brought an era of optimism and hope to a nation sorely in need of it. He had captured the imagination of the nation's youth. They say that you will always remember where you were when you heard the news of Kennedy's assassination. I was on my way home from one classroom to another when the word spread through the hallways. Soon we were all herded into the gymnasium to be told the actuality of the situation. Most students sat stunned and cried. I was in the first grouping. It was just so hard to comprehend that this could have happened. Moving forward to 1964, I have entered senior high school on the east side of town. Jackie has since graduated from high school and gone away to nursing in 1962. As is typical for Jackie, she had to move on with her life without much family support. The day she left for nursing school, she left home with one suitcase for a place that she had never been before. The only spending money she had in her purse was a small amount that she had saved from working as a waitress at Howard Johnson's restaurant by the Pennsylvania Turnpike. A young man from Jim Thorpe, who was already living there and going to school, met her in New York. He helped Jackie find her way. Jackie paid for school with the money she earned at the restaurant. Some money given to her by her aunts, Aunt Billy Young and Aunt June Hummel, who was already a nurse, and a small stipend from the state of New York. Unfortunately, she does not complete her 2-year nursing degree. While her grades are sufficient to keep her in school, her money runs out and she can no longer afford to go to school. It was clear all along that her parents were not going to help her pay for school, even if they could have afforded to. She moves home. It is not a good time for her. Our father reminds her every day what a failure she is. She returns to her job as a waitress and looks forward to the day when she can again leave home for another adventure. Buddy is a senior at Jim Thorpe Senior High School. His interests in the previous years have moved away from scholastics and towards girls, his friends, and having fun. Although still incredibly smart, his grades suffer, particularly his grade in citizenship, as he is often caught flirting with the girls, skipping classes, smoking cigarettes, or clowning around the class. By the end of the year, he is failing typing and is threatened with not graduating if he does not pass his final exam. Buddy is not worried, however. Showing the abilities he has always had, he not only passes the typing final exam, but also scores 100%. On one hand, grudgingly, Mrs. Schulenberger gives him a passing grade, while at the same time being very glad to get rid of him and his misbehavior. As for Bumper, he is glad to be alone in junior high, without any brothers or sisters to pest him. As for me, 10th grade is a wonderful time. The classes are easy. I am with my best friend Ed Jordan in almost all classes. I also find another sport that I'm pretty good at. The school starts a wrestling team, and I am one of their charter members. I wrestle at 120 pounds. I win some and I lose some, but I really enjoy the sport. I also find that the sport suits me better than high school football, which I tried to play only to discover, much to my amazement and significant pain, that 120-pound young boys are out of place in a sport dominated by bigger kids. A few cracked ribs and a concussion here and there along the way make my decision to focus solely on wrestling more obvious. For there, you compete against boys your own size. Chapter 14. Life Changes. 1965 to 1966 were great years. I am now a senior in high school. I consider myself a big deal, just as all high school seniors do. Little do I realize at the time that I am just a little fish in a little pond. But up until now, I know nothing other than the words of Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania, and the towns within 50 miles of it. I had never been outside the state of Pennsylvania, but as a senior, I am at the top of the school pecking order. It is now that I begin thinking of life as a senior and beyond. I know that I really want to go to college, and my grades are clearly good enough. My goal is to be a history teacher and a wrestling coach after college, but I also know that I have to do not have enough money to pay for college, and my parents do not have any way to contribute. Going on to college, though, seems a much better path than entering the service and possibly joining the almost 200,000 troops now stationed in Vietnam. I do not understand what the Vietnam War is all about, and I never fully figure it out, even later as I mature into a grown adult. Most of the time is spent with my friends and my social life. My best friend Ed Jordan and I spend a lot of time together. We ride around in his 1955 Dodge, or occasionally in my father's 1956 Plymouth. We cruise the streets of town and stop at the Dairy Mart to meet friends. We sit and look at the stars and postulate about life on other planets. We talk of the girls and music. It is just like a scene out of the movie American Graffiti. We even have our drag race, the one and only drag race of my life. Ed in his two-tone green Dodge, and I in my dad's black and white Plymouth, long and high tail fins splaying above the rear sides of the car. We decide to go out Lynch Trail, which is a long stretch of straight highway. We sit side by side in the two-lane road. Ed yells, "Go," and we push our accelerators to the floor. Expecting a surge of power, our car's multi-ton hunks of steel instead slowly accelerate as we head down the highway. Driving faster than ever before, we are soon sailing along at 70 miles an hour along the straightaway. I am not sure that we ever got any faster, and as at the bend in the railroad approach, we slowed down and went through the turn single file. We called it a draw, which is what one might have expected good friends to do. When not hanging around the Dairy Mart, we went to the Friday night dances at the YMCA. It was here that I was introduced to a girl who would share the remainder of my life with me. I am minding my own business, playing pool in the coat room on a Saturday night dance at the Y, when my brother Bumper came in. There was a young girl with him, and he told me, "This is Rose Scott. She wants to meet you." Well, from this start, embarrassed for Rose and me, we talked a little and danced a few times that night, but that was it for then. It was not until a few weeks later that we went out again, to a party at Wink Winkner's house. It was then that I spent more time noticing Rose and who she was. I was enamored with her beautiful blue eyes and the sparkle they had. We talked some more, and I thought we might spend some more time together. I also liked the fact that Rose was full of energy. She was a cheerleader in the school and athletic, and was shown in our inter-school gymnastic meets where she excelled on the trampoline. Within a few months, we had become more serious and started to go steady, which really means that we had an exclusivity dating relationship. Although our relationship almost ended before it got started, as I was caught carrying Teresa Gelati down the school hallway just days after beginning to go steady. I thought it was innocent in many ways, but since we were not even allowed to walk down the hallway next to girls, the principal, Mr. Dubbs, thought it was a major transgression and hauled me down to his office for a lecture and threats of being suspended. But more discouraging was Rose found out, and she was very upset, hurt, and angry. I tried my best to convince her that this was all innocent and in good fun, as we were just goofing around. Fortunately, she left me off the hook, which was more important to me than not getting suspended. So with that adventure out of the way, I began to focus more on my participation on the wrestling team than anything else. Fortunately, I was smart enough that I could still get good grades while focusing more on sports than studying. Wrestling was the hardest thing I have ever done, but I enjoyed it more than anything else as well. I was always dieting, going down from the natural weight of 130 pounds to my wrestling weight of 112. But I loved it, and I loved my coach, Mr. Strauss. He was a special man who cared about the sport, but cared more about his wrestlers. There is not anything I would not have done for him. The workouts were long, hard, hot, and brutal, held in an old boiler room in the basement of the school. But I flourished in the sport. I managed to win all but one of my matches, and that was a match tied at the end of regulation that was decided by riding time. That is how much time the one person was in control of the other. I lost by 12 seconds. I was devastated. Mr. Strauss helped me deal with the disappointment, although I know he was disappointed too, since we lost to his arch-rival school by just 2 points. If I had won, it would have changed the results. My senior year in high school was great fun. I enjoyed almost every aspect of it. I achieved good grades. I more and more considered going on to college. As much to my surprise, 2 colleges were interested in me. 2 schools, Kutztown State College in Pennsylvania and East Carolina State College, were looking for a lower weight class wrestler. I chose the local school since it had a good teaching program, and I was still intent on becoming a history teacher. But let me not get ahead of myself. I finished my senior year with good grades. I was happy to be finished with high school and happy to be able to move out of my little home on Center Avenue. It was sad to leave my classmates behind, but however, our little graduating class of 90 students at the time, the largest graduating class in Jim Thorpe School, was very close. There were few divisions or cliques, and we all got along well, no matter our background or whether we were college prep or trade-oriented students. We learned our last high school lesson, a tragic one, on graduation night, when among the flurry of parties, many students drank and a car accident ensued. Two of my classmates, Buddy Seabuck, whom I knew since we played Little League ball together, and Tommy Milan died in a gruesome car crash. Two others were injured, but survived. I only wish we would have learned our lesson about drinking and driving before this tragedy happened. As high school graduation ended, a major phase of my life, let me end this part of the narrative story here. Perhaps someday I will take the reader on to my life after high school in some level of detail. But for now, let me just give a brief description of where my life and family lives proceeded. Let me begin with my father. Growing up, it became clear that our father was unhappy. He moved from a boring job at Slatington Lamp Factory to working as a shipping clerk at Safety First Shoes in Allentown. This was good and bad for us. The good news is that we were never without shoes. The bad news is that the shoes were steel-toed, work shoes, not the most stylish of shoes. So if we wanted any shoes that looked good, we had to save our money from paper routes to buy our own. He did not like this job much, but stuck with it until his illness prevented him from working. His routine stayed the same for the rest of his life: work, bar, and home. Then the same the next day. I guess I never thought of it at the same time, since all men in Jim Thorpe seemed to drink and spend times at bar. I do not say this to criticize or judge them, but it may help to explain why our father did not have any warm feelings for any of us and seldom spent any time with us or even talked to us, unless he was yelling to discipline us. Looking back, I can now see that he was an unhappy and sad man. While I have been often criticized and blunt about my father, it is just not my intent to criticize him as a husband, father, or man, but rather to just tell what happened. None of us are perfect, certainly not me. It would be unfair to him, however, not to talk about how he changed in his later life. It seems that becoming a grandfather changed him substantially. As tough and aloof as he was as a father, he was equally soft and engaged with his grandchildren, especially those whom he favored. And he did have his favorites. For example, our daughter Kristen had him wrapped around her little finger. She could do anything she wanted. We often joked how as teenagers we would never be allowed to touch the television dials or change the channels, but the grandchildren could change the channels as often and vigorously as they want. He doted on the grandchildren and held them on his lap. He even went so far as to dress up like Santa for them. They would make him smile. It was wonderful to see him smile, to see how the grandchildren could bring happiness and contentment to his life, just as he brought happiness to theirs. His was a hard life, and this happiness was a long time coming, and I am glad he finally found it. And then, unfortunately, at the point where he was finding joy in his life, he was stricken with cancer. It had advanced by the time it was diagnosed. He had mouth and throat cancer. He was told that the doctors could perhaps slow his decline, but not cure his cancer, with a major operation that would remove parts of his tongue and jaw and leave him disfigured. He chose not to have that opportunity, and instead faced the inevitable end of his life as best as he could. He declined rather quickly, and was mostly confined to bed in the dining room of the house during this period. My mother cared for him at home as best she could. There were several trips to the hospital near the end, each one of them seeming to be the last one, only to have him recover. The final hospital trip came on October of 1983. I was there that evening, as were my brothers and sisters. We watched as this man, who we always considered so strong, weakly struggled for each breath. First deep breaths and then some more shallow. We did not talk. I never told him that I understand why he did not show affection towards us, but that was okay. We had all left for the night, and when he passed, I did not cry, nor did I cry at his funeral. But at least I had come to grips with our relationship. He was only 61 years old, younger than I as I write this page. Now let me talk a little bit about my mother. Despite the tempestuous marriage that they had, my mother was devastated by my father's death. She had never been alone in her life, first living with her father and then immediately with my father. Even though my brothers both lived in Jim Thorpe and my sister not far away at the time, our old house must have felt large and lonely as she walked through the silent rooms. Would the arguments that have been better than the silence? Would caring for my father have been better than having no one there to care for? We will never know because my mother never really talked about this part of her life. She went on to live another 23 years after her father died. The changes for her were incredible. First, her personality changed from one where she never spoke up or spoke her mind to one where she said whatever she was thinking. This was a mixture of good or bad. It was great to see her come out of her shell and enjoy life and deal with people. We interacted more openly with her and laughed together more often and did more things together. She made trips from Jim Thorpe to places like Disney World in Florida and to visit us in Virginia and later in Colorado, as she found out she loved to travel and see new things. On the other hand, her newfound outspokenness was at times embarrassing for all of us. For example, when attending an event sponsored by Miller Beer, she refused by saying something to the effect, "I don't drink that junk, I want a Smith's," the beer she had drunk all her life. Or as another example, her choice of non-politically correct words to describe minority residents when she and Bumper were lost in Washington, D.C., was only funny after I had managed to find them and get them safely to my home in Virginia. Taking care of the home at Center Avenue became more than she could handle, even with all of Bumper's help. She finally sold the place and moved first in with Bumper for a short time and then into the high-rise. Let me say that pretty much only in Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania would a 4-story tall building be called a high-rise. But I guess it is, perhaps with the exception of the courthouse, the tallest building in town. Mom was her happiest at the high-rise. She had her own small apartment. She had neighbors of approximately her own age, and since it was an income-adjusted rent, she almost always had some spending money in her pocket. This gave her funds to trot over to the 5 and 10 cent store and shop and talk a little. Then she would walk up to Dugan's for a lottery ticket and talk to them there. She could walk to Turkey Hill for groceries. With the exception of her weekly fully grocery shopping trip at the Acme, which Bumper would take her, she could walk all around downtown, including going out on nice days to sit in the park across from her apartment. She was so active in the apartment building that some residents took to calling her the mayor of the high-rise. She also became active in the community, volunteering at the food bank at St. Mark's Episcopal Church and Meals on Wheels, where she told us she took food to the old people. I guess old people are always those older than you, no matter what your age. She was so happy, and we, her children, were happy for her. She loved her grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and they all loved her in return. Family gatherings were subsequently at each of their children's home for Thanksgiving or at our cottage on Indian Lake were fun for all involved. The gatherings were large, with Grammy, her children, her grandchildren, and her great-grandchildren. Growing up, I never thought our family could become so close and so enjoy each other as we did. Her little apartment was often a stopping place for others in the apartment building and for us. Of course, Bumper and his wife Jamie stopped to visit almost every week, as did their daughter Debbie. Buddy stopped almost every month when his cell routes brought him close to Jim Thorpe, and Jackie would visit from time to time. We, of course, by then living further away, first in Virginia and then in Colorado, would only visit once or twice a year, but our first stop was always to the high-rise to see my mother. All of us children would do anything for our mother, and always told her that she need never worry, that we would always take care of her. This happy routine went on for years, and we all hoped that it would never end. Then in the year 2002, my mom's health took a turn for the worse. She said that she had given up smoking because she was tired of having cigarettes control her life, but I have to wonder if her throat hadn't been bothering her and her fear of what might be causing the pain, all too well remembering her father's struggle with throat cancer, helped her to make the decision. She also was beginning to slur some words. I noticed this particularly since I talked to her on the telephone almost every week. Her fears turned out to be well-founded. She was diagnosed with throat cancer. She was braver than any of her children throughout this ordeal. She had chemotherapy and radiation to shrink the tumor and some surgery. For a while it looked like she might beat the cancer, but it returned. For 2 years she was in and out of the hospital. I was still working at the time and went to Washington, D.C. about every other month. I usually extended my trip, rented a car, and drove up to Pennsylvania to see her. More than once I was driving there only to get a call and find out she's been taken to the hospital. When not in the hospital, Mom continued to live her life much as she had always done. One major change for her, though, was that she couldn't eat and had to use a feeding tube into her stomach for the last 2 years of her life. It wasn't until after she died that I learned how much that bothered her. Not only did she love to cook, but when talking to her older sister, Aunt Billy, told me how much my mother loved to eat as a young woman. She said that my mom would eat more than anyone else and never gain an ounce. According to Aunt Billy, the taste of food was one of my mother's favorite things. I never knew. Finally, Mom was not able to care for herself and moved in with Bumper and Jamie. They and their daughter Debbie cared for her during her final months. They allowed her life to end with dignity. Mom was bedridden only for the last few weeks and was mentally coherent until a.m. I would call her and talk to her, as I had always done, and we had good conversations, with a lot of laughter, including the day before she died. My mother had lived for 3 years with the cancer, but lost the battle on January 27, 2006. She died peacefully. My mother's funeral was very hard for us. Although we had been expecting her death for over a year, knowing that it was coming did not make it easier when it occurred. Each of her children spoke briefly. We each tried to tell how she had sacrificed for her children and what we owed her and what she meant to us. I spoke and I cried. I had painted a portrait of her based on her high school graduation picture. She loved it. It hangs at our cottage, one of her favorite places to get away from her troubles and relax, as a memory of how much she all meant to us. We boys had a somewhat difficult childhood, but my sister Jackie had it the toughest. She was always the outsider. Obviously, she was the only girl stuck with 3 brothers. While we boys spent time together, we really did not spend much time with Jackie. Her interests were just so different than ours. She was a girl, and of course, she was not her father's child. He constantly yelled about this, but we were never sure that it was true until just before Jackie left home with Mom, told her the truth and the identity of her biological father. This hit Jackie like a ton of bricks, but eventually was quite a relief for her, especially when she got to meet her father later in life. Upon meeting him, she knew immediately that he was really her father, as the physical resemblance was strong. They talked a lot about life and created a bond, one she had longed for so many years. As discussed earlier, Jackie left home just as soon as she could for nursing school. This did not work out for her. She came home. It was not a good time for her. Her life took a turn for the happier when she announced that she was marrying a young man named John Codner. While Jackie was short, barely 5 foot tall, John was tall, well over 6 foot tall. She was rather talkative, and he was incredibly quiet, in part because of his stammer, and in part because of just his nature. He lived in the outskirts of town and worked in a factory and helped his parents on their farm. For a while, Jackie had the happiness she had longed for. She and John had 2 children together, Johnny and Jennifer. While their marriage was happy for several years, in time they divorced, and Jackie moved on with her life as a single mother. She later remarried. Her second husband was George Zavorsky. He was a bit older than Jackie and was also very quiet, but he was nice and got along with the family and was good to Jackie. In time they gave birth to a son, Georgie Zavorsky. They lived happily and peacefully in a trailer on the land that George owned. Then George became ill and lost his eyesight and died while Georgie was still a young lad living at home. Georgie helped to lovingly care for his father. This helped Georgie to grow up quickly and to become amazingly close to his mother as they cared for his father. Georgie and Jackie would remain close throughout her life, and at times near the end of her life, Jackie lived with Georgie. Jackie's life revolved around her children and grandchildren. Johnny gave her 2 grandchildren, and Jennifer gave her 4 grandchildren, and there were great-grandchildren as well. Georgie and his wife Shelley gave her a grandson Bradley. She loved them all. Jackie fought several bouts with cancer. She survived breast cancer after a mastectomy. Then she later contracted lung cancer, and cancer finally moved into her bones. She spent the final months of her life in an assisted living facility. She lost weight, and she lost most of her eyesight. Her memory was failing because of the high doses of pain medication she was on. She told me just before she died that she was not afraid to die and was just getting tired of the battle. Her life had been a hard one, always seeking acceptance. Despite all the tough times and all the people who treated her unkindly, she forgave them all and held no grudges at all. She died in 2009. She was only 65 years old. Growing up, I think I really hated my brother Buddy, and he hated me. Fortunately, as adults, we changed this and are close brothers and friends now. But growing up, Buddy was the older brother, and I thought that his one goal in life was to make my life miserable. I am sure that he thought that my one life and goal as a younger brother was to pester him and follow him around. I will not write much about Buddy, since he is still around to tell his stories himself. I will only give a few impressions as I saw them and the details of his family. When I think of Buddy, I always think of him as working. Buddy worked from an early age, passing the morning papers. That meant that he had to get awake before everyone else, walk downtown, no matter what the weather, pick up his papers and deliver them to half the town. The early morning hours and sometimes bad weather could make a difficult job, but Buddy was always there in time. He has always valued hard work. Upon graduating from high school, Buddy immediately joined the armed services. He couldn't wait to leave home and get on with his life. He joined the Navy in 1964 and went to Great Lakes Naval Air Station for his basic training, and then was sent off to Lakehurst, New Jersey for his duty station. While stationed in New Jersey, he met a young woman named Lorraine Mezzatesta, and they were married. They lived in Nutley, New Jersey for a time, after Buddy was discharged from the service, and had 2 children, Eddie and Laura. In time, though they moved to Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania, and for a short time in the early 1970s, all 3 of his brothers lived in town, just a few blocks from each other. These were good times, and we all enjoyed spending time with our nieces and nephews. But over time, Buddy's marriage to Lorraine ended. He stayed in Jim Thorpe, and she moved back to New Jersey to be near her parents. Buddy is a natural-born salesman and is comfortable talking to anyone. He has held several sales positions during his life, including sales in a local clothing store, hardware sales, and then as sales manager for several companies. He did well for himself and created a nice life for him and his second wife, Cheryl. They live in Halifax, Pennsylvania, and are proud grandparents of 3 children. Buddy retired from his sales manager position in 2009, and we were all glad to see him get off the road. The many miles can take a toll. For a while he spent time with his children and grandchildren, and with friends who stopped by his home for parties, and a dip in his in-ground pool. More recently, Buddy went back to work part-time for his old company, I guess because he missed it. And that leaves just Bumper for me to talk about. Although the youngest son, let me talk about Bumper first. He has always been the most free spirit of the bunch. Bumper remained in Jim Thorpe after graduating from high school and married Jamie Long. He worked for a long time at Strict Motors, where they constructed tractor-trailer bodies and progressed to a purchasing agent position. He and Jamie have 2 children, Chippy, William, and Debbie. They are also proud grandparents of 3 granddaughters. Bumper and Jamie have been blessed as they living in the same town were the primary caregivers for Grammy and for the final couple of years. As difficult as this was, we are all so glad that Grammy had them near to help her through her final days. Bumper and Jamie have both retired and have enjoyed it. It gives them more time for the grandchildren and time for their long walks. But in the last few years, Bumper took a part-time job working with the tourist train as a conductor. He loves talking to the people riding the train. Jamie took a position with the Jim Thorpe Police Department for a while. They are still healthy and happy and enjoying life. That leaves me. I married that cute girl, Rose Scott, in 1968. Our life has been an adventure. Working hard together, I completed my college degree at Moravian College in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, while beginning our family with our 2 children, Kristen and Jimmy. Our next grand adventure was the Washington, D.C. area, where I began my career as a government employee, working at the General Accounting Office, the GAO. While there, I completed my master's degree at American University. This was a special and happy time for us, and our children grew to be wonderful young person, going on to college in Virginia, Kristen to University of Virginia and Jimmy to Virginia Tech. In 1991, Rose and I moved with the General Accounting Office to the Denver office. My time at this office was a mixture of good and very trying times. So when eligible, I retired in 2003. Rose continues to work at Toggrow Garden Center, where beautiful flowers and good friends surround her. Our children have found happiness in their lives. Kristen lives in Wellington, New Zealand with her husband, Daryl Scoble. What a beautiful and friendly country New Zealand is, and we enjoy our visits there. Jimmy lives in Fredericksburg, Virginia with his wife Melanie, and they have been blessed us with first grandchildren, Shelby Rose. What a joy it is to watch Shelby grow. She is so cute and so smart, just like her grandparents. And as October 29, 2013, Jimmy and Melanie blessed us with another grandchild, Nathaniel Patrick Solomon. So the Solomon legacy continues. With this mention of the next generation of Solomons, perhaps this is a good place to end our story for now. For the 1800s and Nathaniel Solomon down through the generations, the family line has continued another Nathaniel Solomon. Who knows where it will next lead? Who knows what the future will bring? Only one thing for sure, the Solomons are still here, continuing to forge history. Chapter 15. And the end is the beginning. Much of the outline of which I have written was from genealogy research Rhodes had done. And while we were able to closely track more than 200 years of our ancestry, I do not know what country my ancestors immigrated from to the United States, or more accurately, to which British colony. I have always thought that it might be Germany or the Netherlands, as there were lots of Pennsylvania Dutch influences in the area we grew up. My grandfather Young spoke with a Pennsylvania Dutch accent, particularly when he got angry and swore only in German. He never swore in English. And I wonder if there have been some Jewish ancestors in our past, giving my last name Solomon. But since a fire in the New Jersey courthouse destroyed many of the old records, we were stopped in our search at the first Nathaniel in 1800. But in an effort to gain more insight, I have my DNA tested. It cannot tell me where my ancestors immediately immigrated to the United States from, but amazingly enough, it can track my roots back to over 100,000 years ago. This project is very scientific and complicated, but what it does is track thousands of genetic markers in DNA over time and location. In effect, only certain populations in certain areas have maintained certain markers. My material markers, according to the project, are U4B1A2. My parental markers are 1L104. Sounds complicated. To simplify the explanation of the process, imagine in a make-believe world, everyone started from one place and everyone had brown hair and brown eyes. Then imagine that one group of people migrated somewhere else over time, a mutant gene showed up and that turned their hair blonde. So we all had a blonde-haired, brown-eyed country. Then in another area, a red hair mutation developed, and a red hair, brown-eyed population showed up. Then imagine each of these populations moved, and each independently had mutation where blue eyes occurred. So here I sit with my brown hair and brown eyes, so I can trace my ancestry to the first population. But if someone else has blonde hair and brown eyes, or red hair or blue eyes, they can trace to other populations. This is way oversimplistic, but the basic idea is the same. So here's what I found. Going back to 100,000 years ago or more, my DNA shows that my ancestors originated in Africa, as has everyone else who lived on the planet. As population spread, some moved to West Africa and never left the continent. Others, including mine, migrated north and eventually settled in East Africa about 80,000 years ago. By 60,000 years ago, my ancestors were part of the first group to leave Africa and move to Southwest Asia, in current day's Middle East. While many populations migrated from here over the next 10,000 years, my ancestors remained in this area. Then there was a major movement, as my ancestors migrated into Europe around 20,000 years ago, into what is current-day Greece. Then we were into what can be considered a real sprint in terms of historical perspective, as within the next 5,000 years, my ancestors spread north and west into areas that today are France, Holland, and Belgium. The last step that traced is my further spread into Scandinavia and the British Isles. So matching my DNA with populations with the same genetic markers, the project concludes that the populations that are the best match are 67% Great Britain and Ireland, but this area also contains country along the north and west coast of Europe, such as the Netherlands. So our ancestors could be British, but we also could have some Dutch ancestry after all. The other 29% match is Western and Central Europe, which includes the lowlands of Germany. So the German theory of my ancestry could also have some validity. The last 5% is really interesting as it matches with populations who spread out of the Jewish diaspora. So it is possible that many generations ago, there could have been some Jewish ancestors. Who knows? Perhaps they may be where the name Solomon originated. How about ending this with one fun statistic? While clearly still a member of Homo sapiens, my DNA does include 1.1% Neanderthal DNA. Now, before you say this explains a lot about my personal appearance and behavior, you need to be kind, realizing that all of us, except those a few populations had never migrated out of Africa, have some Neanderthal DNA. It seems that as populations migrated out of Africa 60,000 years ago, some interbred with Neanderthals. So in fact, before you judge me too harshly, I can say that while I have 1.1% Nathaniel DNA, the average person has just about twice that much, and some European and Asian populations have as much as 4%. So maybe you do too. We hope you enjoyed this reading of the Solomon Family Tree, 1800 to 2016. Nathaniel to Nathaniel, the roots, the branches, and all the nuts. This has been read by William Bumper Solomon. Harmonica in the beginning is also played by William Bumper Solomon. Again, if you enjoyed this audio book, please give us a good rating in Barnes & Nobles, as we will be the #1 bestseller, I am sure. Thank you again for your time.